Okay.
Oh, oh, okay.
Let's go. So for our first round, we have a very
Yes.
nice matchup between Dray
Hmm.
Flames and Nickname. Um, for those that don't know, Nickname is, I believe, a three-time regional champion. And he's from Europe, so I expect him
Hmm.
to be playing in UIC as well. And we have Dray Flames, another like
Yeah, I'm excited to see some intense matches between in them because they are both really good players. I think I have I had a chance to play the games both of them in GBL and they were both pretty well skilled.
Oh, did you face them in this new UIC rotation where
Yeah,
with all these new Pokemon?
no, unfortunately not. I have not been doing much GBL recently.
Fair enough. We can look at look at the matchup now. It feels like they have
Hmm.
a lot of similar Pokemon, a lot of similar Pokemon which are like staples in
Yes.
this meta, like Drapion, Kingdra, Spidops. But then if you look at Drayflames, he has Licky Licky
Hmm.
as his normal rollout user, while nickname has
Hmm.
Dunsparce.
Yeah. So I think, and aside from on those like stable picks like Spidops and Drapion and Kingdra, uh, the rest of the team is where players make their own adjustments on the team. For Licky Licky, I think it's no doubts, right? It's like bulky and spammy. It's just such a stable pick up after the roll out and body slam buff, I think, in the past few seasons. And then
Yeah,
whereas Dunsparce, it has good coverage like Rockside and Droron. We all know from on the strong meta in the past, Galarian Stunfisk, like the rock and ground coverage is so nice to cover for the meta. So yeah, it makes sense on both side of the normal type choice. Like
yeah,
and
definitely. There's
yeah, and
there's one
then
Pokemon that
hmm,
that I'm
yeah, yeah,
I'm not so sure about how strong it is because I've never tried it, but it's definitely very interesting to me, which is Milotic with the new Aqua Tail charge move and Dragon Tail, and I expect um, Wrap as the third move.
oh yeah. I
Yeah,
actually tried my Milotic in the past, but that's before all the Dragon Tail rework. We all know that in the past seasons, Dragon and Tail and Dragon Breath were getting reworked that is is doing less damage now, but generate more energy now. So Milotic is
yeah,
actually pretty spammy now. Only three Dragon Tails to a single Aqua Tails. That's some insane speed there.
yeah, definitely. So, if you look at the teams, like I just realized that like they are very similar in other ways as well. For example, while Dray
Mm,
Flames has Milotic is as his like mono water type, nickname has
yes.
Seeking, and while Dray Flames has Grimmsnarl as a sucker punch user, nickname has
Mm.
Spidoffs as a sucker punch user. So like I feel like their idea behind the teams is very similar, but they have made their like very specific choices differently. So I don't know if who, with this who this benefits, but yeah, let's see them lock in their picks and get started with the battles.
Yeah, yeah, and also one thing more I want to point out about is where aside from the water type choices, my logic from Driflame's nickname actually picks Seeking as the water type choice. It got
Yeah.
the it got the pack the buffed pack this season, which is actually Shadow Claw now, and that will be pretty spammy. Only 6 packs to a single Ice Wing, and I noticed that in this meta, there's actually some moveset choices between True Runs and Mega Horn. True Runs can hit its stuff like Drapion for super effective damage, whereas Mega Horn can it's just a strong move in neutral scenario. Or it can often surprise your opponent for hitting a ton of damage when it get no shielded.
Yeah, definitely. Like for example, you expect Seeking to throw the icy wind, and then they nuke you with the mega horn. Like for example, maybe on something like Kingdra, that Kingdra, or like one of the normal types, or maybe even something like Spidoffs, that even though it takes neutral from all the pecks, it is not really a bad matchup for Spidoffs against a Seeking. But
Yeah.
if I think you landed Megahorn, oh, also we are getting
Oh
started with
yeah,
the
we had
battles.
enough again. Yeah.
We have
So
the
we have
battle of the water types,
yeah the
and
Milotic against Seeking here.
uh, looks like nickname goes straight for the Megahorn, no waits here, and
Yeah,
uh,
and
and the
it did get
Milotic
no
no
shielded.
shields. That did a lot of damage. But now you can start debuffing with the rafts, which
Yeah,
is
unfortunately, this will get no shielded at once because
yeah.
it will hit harder and harder when it comes longer in the matchup.
Yeah, and looks like the Milotic is settling for an Aqua Tail, and then after banking an Ice Event, you swap into your Dunsparce, because Dunsparce is so safe in this meta. And if we look at the other team, there's really nothing that hard beats it, so you can just swap it.
Yeah, so what Tree Flames do in here is get a debuff with a Wrap first and then come in with Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl, although it's squishy, can just survive a single drill run just fine. So after tanking this, Tree Flames probably going to take the knockout here or force a shield from nickname by
Oh,
this foul play. This foul play after the debuff
looks
will be enough to take out the bulky stun bars, and all that's left in the back is the bulky Spidops.
uh, and barely it gets to a foul play. Uh this is looking really good for Dre, because he got a shield advantage, and now he has the rollout users into the buck type.
Oh
And
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and although nickname can fire off some lunges here to chip away a and debuffing Licky's attack, but your flames still have the Milotic in the back to reset the lunges debuff. So this is looking pretty good for the flames.
Yeah, like he has a lot of nickname has a lot of debuffing moves on his side, with the icy wind, and now the lunge on the Spidops. But yeah, he Dray Flames can swap out into his Milotic and reset all those debuffs back.
Yeah, and I just don't think nickname has enough amounts of energy to went over this bulky normal type
Oh, but
Licky.
he makes
Oh,
CMP sack swap.
yeah, this may open the door for our nickname and to come back
Yeah.
from this game. But what Triflames can do here is like undercharge a zero bubble this body slam and try to get more from this seeking. It get one roll, so it's two roll out away from the
Oh
body
wow.
slam here. Oh, it's only one
And
roll out away. Yeah, and that's a
yeah,
pretty
so
close game here. Yeah,
yeah,
despite
so
of the bad alignments by the CMP sax swap in the end, nickname was very early able to pull it back, but unfortunately, there's just Licky is just too spammy.
Yeah, definitely. And that undercharge on the body slam helped it to come out with an extra rollout so that it can outpace the Spyros, because I think the Spyros was like four or five rollouts, four or five bug bites away from the lunge, I think.
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah.
without that zero bubble on the body slam to get a single more roll out on the Lucky Lucky, that game and would have been flipped by I nickname just by that insane CMP sex up at the end.
Yeah. So for game two, what do you think both of them bring? Do you think either of them will adjust their teams? Because I feel like since there's a lot of neutral play in this meta, sometimes you can just, run back the same line without getting RPS'd.
Yeah, I do think that last game nickname M stun sparks actually feel a little a bit it upset because it just got wrapped by item Milotic and after the debuff it just got knocked out by a single foul play from Grimsnow or after getting in debuff. So
Yeah, definitely. And
yeah,
then
may
Grimsnall was able to get to that last foul play at the end against the Spider-Offs. That was also pretty big.
yeah, so because of how good the Grimsnor is in the last game for Ultra Flames, I will not be surprised if nickname in answer to that and bring his Shadow Drapion, which is arguably the best answer in this matter for Grimsnor.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of the hardest checks to Grimsnall in general, and yeah, just because Drapion is so very neutral in this meta, there are hardly any Mudslap users unless you have a Kangaskhan or a Crocodile on your team. Drapion is usually able to spam its way through matchups.
Oh, we actually got a second game locked in. Let's see.
Oh, so Spidops into Kingdra. This is kind of a bait dependent
Spurtrams?
matchup uh for Kingdra, because if you shield if you bait
Lanka
with
and
a Sif and
Outreach?
it's get it stalled.
Yeah, but
Oh,
yeah, I mean, Spurtrum user just always shoot the first moves.
always shield.
Yeah,
Yeah, always shield and always debuff with the rock tombs.
yeah. And out comes a Licky Licky to absorb up the
Yeah,
energy from these Spurtrums. But I think as to answer that, nickname just going to overfarm and then swap into his dance boss exactly to soak out
yeah,
the Licky Licky's energy.
yeah. Like after debuffing the normal type, if you swap into your own normal type, it's such a huge advantage you get in terms of energy lead and like health advantage, that this is looking to be a good spot for nickname.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also by failing in a big call on the Kingdra, now the Kingdra on
Oh yeah,
Flame size is like energy dry. So this is looking pretty good for nickname with this much energy stored on both of his spirituums and Dunsparce.
yeah. And if you look at the back lines, I don't think the Grimsnall is gonna like the Drapion in the back.
Yeah, exactly. But before we sing the Trapion, we actually may see Dunsparce powering off two
Oh
Durants here. Oh no, actually swap out
no.
from this matchup. Oh, this actually is pretty like bad for a nickname right now. I don't know because this
Um,
actually
le-
locked in his Spurgeon into a poison Grimstone.
yeah, and the Grimsnall will now get a lot of energy. The only thing is, where is this energy going to go? Because if you
Oh
bring in
yeah,
Drapion, you are double debuffed, and I feel like you have to throw the power up punches to stall out the switch clock and swap back into Kingdra so that you can clear all your debuffs. But looks like the Grimstone is gonna settle for another power up punch. So now it's back to like no neutral attack.
Yeah, but even when and the Grimsor is a normal or stage of attack, I don't think the foul play will knock out the Drapion from this stage.
True.
And as out to the injury, Drapion is already at the Akutel here. This will knock
Yeah.
out the Grimsor from the spot. And all that's left is the Kingdra in the back. Swift will not be able to knock out here, so Drapion just going to fire off Akutel here, which will be able to knock out the low half Kingdra.
Yeah. I feel like the strength of like Rock Tomb debuffs really like came in clutch in that match. Like Nickname was able to debuff both the Grimmsnarl and then also the Licky Licky. And when it debuffed the Grimmsnarl, all the energy of Grimmsnarl went to waste because he had Drapion in the back, and when he debuffed the Licky Licky, he could bring in his own Dunsparce and farm up a lot of energy. We saw that Drapion cleaned up the whole thing, but I think
Hmm,
Dunsparce also had a drill run banked. So even if the
yeah.
Drapion had somehow gone down, the Dunsparce would have easily cleaned up that game.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I think we need to give some credit on the nickname side. The overfront after firing off the rock tomb into a licky licky, it is I think that's pretty huge to help out Spirit Tomb to actually reach double rock tomb against the Grimsnor or at the end game.
Yeah, true. Because rollouts don't do much, and for Licky Licky to do any sort of damage to Spiritomb, you have to throw the whole Earthquake. So you can stay
Yeah.
in with Spiritomb for a little bit, and before the Licky Licky gets to an Earthquake, you can farm up even more energy after throwing the Rock Tomb, and then he swapped back into his Dunsparce.
Yeah, really true. So I really think, and after that game, I see the power of nickname in his team in making the core of Spiritomb plus normal type like Dunsparce together. This really makes a strong core in this meta because the only thing Spiritomb is bad into is like the dark type, for example, Drapion and the Grimsnor. But because also of how neutral normal type is, you can actually just freely swap into them if you face against them in the elite with your Spiritomb. Like
Yeah, definitely.
if you didn't face this dark type on the elite with Spiritomb, you can often and get a pretty huge advantage, just like what you see in nickname did with by shooting in the lead
The
against the
outrage.
Kingdra. Yeah.
Oh, so we have game three, and
Oh, we
uh,
see Milotic
we
again
see
from
Milotic
Trip
again on the
Flames.
lead.
This time against Spidos. I think
Um,
Spidos will have probably slightly edge in this matchup just because of
yeah, just the
it
better
can
move, just the better moveset that it has.
yeah, it can debuff
Oh,
of my Ilotic's attack, so my Ilotic will hit
yeah,
lower and lower. And we actually see both normal type come into facing against each other this time before getting those debuffs. So curious how
yeah.
will
This
this
time, this
matchup
time
go?
no debuffs from either side.
Yeah,
So how does this matchup go? Both of them had pretty much, the same amount of energy. Licky Licky was the one that swapped in, but Dunsparce was, brought in like very soon after, and Nickname didn't really farm up a lot of energy. He just swapped his Dunsparce into the Licky Licky. I feel like the Licky Licky is going to come out on top here, right?
true. I think
And
it
you
will
can
get
even
to body slam. Yeah, just before the Dunsparce get to
uh,
drone. Oh, but actually we see Driftlands
and
decided to overfarm here and just give away the
does
Licky
he?
Licky here.
Oh, maybe he wanted energy on one of his mons, but
True.
Nickname won't allow that and swap back into his Spidops.
Yeah, that makes sense because if you look on the team, there's it's like literally no hard answer to the Spider-Ups on Driflame's team.
Yeah. And once the licky licky is gone, it's even harder to check the Spide offs, right?
True.
So
And
looks like
Spider-Ups
the Spide
just,
off is gonna shield the Swift and debuff the Kingdra. Now the thing is, even though you have debuffed the Kingdra, you had to go down a shield. And now this
yeah,
puts
and yeah. Oh,
like
it could actually get a farm down here, but I think maybe
yeah.
Driflame miscounted a bit and far with Swift here. This is actually huge for nickname.
Yeah, actually this is looking quite good for nickname, right?
Oh no, this Milo tech is pretty spammy, so we need to
Yeah.
see. Yeah,
Okay.
nice overfarm by
So
nickname here.
nickname has two aqua tails and oh, we see an attempt for a catch, but Dray Flames farms up even more energy and then throws the aqua tail into the Dunsparce, not wanting to take any moves.
Yeah, and now he just one away from another Akutel.
Yeah, and l- we just have to see if it can outpace the Kingdra because the Kingdra also has some energy.
Yeah, I think it's already at a Swift, so need to see if
Yeah.
it can outpace to the crunch
Oh,
before the Kingdra make to double Swift here.
yeah, and that was literally just one turn of difference in Kingdra reaching the Swift, and Dravion is barely able to outpace the Kingdra and win game number 3 for nickname. And so nickname wins this round 2-1. Yo, that was a super close game at the end.
Oh yeah, that's basically just one turn short of the energy difference to decide either win and loss for that game. That's super close at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really well played by both players, and you got to see from nickname side. I feel like he brought all six of his Pokemon, other than maybe
Yeah.
Kingdra. Um, yeah, I think we saw the Kingdra from Drayflame's side, but nickname.
Yes.
I don't think he brought Kingdra, because of the Grimmsnarl on Drayflame's side, but we got to see Drapion,
True.
Dunsparce, Spidops, and the other two.
Yeah. I think that makes sense because us Grimmsnarl, because of fairy type, resisted the Dragon Breath on the Kingdra. So Kingdra, what Kingdra can only do is fire off those Swift. Although they are hitting hard enough to slowly chunk off the Grimmsnarl, but it still need to for the knocked out. So that's a pretty
Yeah.
good matchup for King for Grimmsnarl to farm up energy, especially when shields are up.
Yeah, definitely. Uh, Grimstone is really good if there's when there's like not a lot of fast move pressure into it, and
Mm,
we have a sucker punch user. We have sucker punch users, we have dragon breath users, we have rollout users, and all of these don't do a lot of fast move pressure into Grimstone. So Grimstone usually, does well in these matchups, and that's why Dray Flames brought his Grimstone the first two games, right? We did not see Grimstone game
yeah,
number 3, probably because of the Drapion, but yeah, Grimstone, I really liked how he played it in the first two games. Is
yeah,
is there
true.
any other Pokemon that stood out to you? Like um
Mm,
Milotic was pretty spammy with the Aqua Tails, but I feel like it just doesn't do a lot of damage either with the Dragon Tails or the Aqua Tail. And
yeah,
yeah, it's just there like to take damage and like take a lot of damage and do not a lot of damage, like just something like licky licky maybe, where like you don't do a lot of damage with the body slams and rollouts, but
true.
you can take a lot of hits, and there are not a lot of checks to either of them in the back.
Yeah, true. I think Licky Licky it just have a similar niche it compared with Nilotic, and it just had better stat and move. So Licky it just stands out on top in this matter. So talking about Dragon Tail and Aqua Tail moveset, I want to talk about among that I see actually quite a lot of people using it in the GBL, which gives the king of this cup Spidops a lot of difficulties and challenges. Is
Oh, what
is
mon is that?
is Dragalge. Because of the poison typing, it resisted the bug bite from the Spidops, and it can hit for a ton of neutral damage by outrage, which is only 5 Dragon Tails needed to get to it.
Yeah,
And
like Dragal is super spammy, getting to those outrages. Like it has very similar it has a very similar moveset to Kingdra in that like you have a four EPT fast move and a
yeah,
35 energy charge move and outrage.
yeah, I think the only difference is just a typing, right? I
Yeah.
Dracal Trifris unique dragon and poison typing actually resisted against the bug bite from Spidops in this meta, and it's also do great against Drapion because it is resisting in the poison sting. So I think it will have a better matchup up against Drapion compared to Kingdra in this meta.
Yeah, like definitely. King Dragaz definitely has, is able to wall a lot of Pokemon. Something that we have not
Yeah,
seen so far are the other bugs that are, really, really good in this
true.
meta, like Venomoth, Beedrill, and maybe Ariados. And all of those
Yeah,
are just walled by Dragaz. Unless the what do you call it? The Venomoth is running Psywave for some reason, or if
or the feature
Beedrill is
is
running Drill Run.
running true run. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
but
you expect.
I think we will all expect like bug bite from Venomoth, and then like I think triple bug moveset from Beedrill, the Fell Stinger and the Exezer, right?
Yeah, that's what I have seen. I've also seen somebody run X's like triple bug moveset on Spidoffs as well with bug bite, lunge and X's, and
Ooh,
yeah, that really caught me off guard because like I was not expecting Spidoffs to reach that move like one bug bite sooner, I guess. And yeah, like that's also something to consider on Spide Offs. Like, do you want Rock Tomb as the secondary move or X Scissor if you want to be spicy?
oh yeah, that's so interesting and to hear about because especially in this limited matter when you are expected like we it's a kind of standard move set which you see people always run. And if you sometimes just being a little cheeky and pick those spicy moveset, you can often caught people off guard by using it.
Oh yeah, definitely. That this reminds me of another you know ch- uh, cheeky moveset adjustment where like sometimes
Yes.
Dragals also opt for acid on as their fast move rather than
Hmm.
Dragon Tail, and that's for a better Grimmsnarl matchup. And so Grimmsnarl goes from being a sort of bad matchup for Dragalge, even though it's a poison type, it becomes
Yes.
a dominant matchup for Dragalge just because the acids, even though it's not a super, you know, high fast move pressure, fast move, is Grimmsnarl is kind of, not so bulky and you can actually acid down a Grimmsnarl pretty easily, I think.
Yeah, true. That's why I check out our being and so unique in this map. It can run either Dragon Tail or Acid as its fast move to have different niche in this matter against like if you run Acid, you can be a good counter against fire type like Grimsnor. If you run Shrine you are better off against those poison type like Dravion. Like aside from the fast move choice you talk about Andre Gouge, I've also seen in especially in GBL, our people are choosing some crazy e-charge move with choices such as they didn't choose Outrage as the new Andre Gouge. Instead, they choose to run
Fo- Focus
focus
blast.
blast, yeah, to surprise the
Yeah.
Licky Licky. Because as what people do in this matter with Licky Licky is just using it as a damage sponge to is some harder hitting move like Outrage on Kingdra and Draco to set up their like mons spicy mons like squishy mons like Beedrill
Yeah.
or and Grimsnor in the back. So this can and surprise people off guard by choosing their focus brush choice, which I think with some Dragon Tail damage, just one shot the Licky Licky to move it out of the court. I have seen
Wow.
in fellow world champion and a Saxon and got one shot out by a poison Dragouge with his Licky in the YouTube shot.
Wow. Yeah, like with how many assets does it even take to get to a focus blast? Is that
Hmm.
75 energy?
Yeah, I think it's 75 energy.
Wow. Wow. So yeah, like for PSA for anyone watching, if a Dragals builds up to, six no seven Dragon Tails, it may or may not be a focus blast. So yeah, use your shields wisely, trainers.
Yeah, make sure to use your shield
Oh,
wisely.
so we
Oh,
have some info in chat. So apparently, Focus Blast and Outrage are not the only moves that people are running. Some are also
yes.
opting for Sludge Bomb on Dragalge as the secondary move, and that's really for only one Pokemon, right? In
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl, right?
Grimmsnarl. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Sludge Bomb is definitely an interesting move because it's cheaper than both Outrage and Focus
Focus
Blast,
one.
and
Hmm.
it's not nearly as energy efficient, but you have the added benefit of being able to one shot something like Grimmsnarl if you land it. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, like if for example you don't want to run Acid, you want to run Dragon Tail, but you also want to have a good matchup into Grimmsnarl, maybe you can consider Sludge Bomb as the secondary charge move.
Yeah, because when you ask the Grimmsnarl user on the opposing side, when you see you locked in a Dragouge with I can tell in the secondary matchup, you often just wanted to go for farm and then no shoot as much Aquatel as possible because it's not stab and Dragouge is not that offensive. If so, I think that's the most comfortable move that Grimsnow can take all days. So when they think of this, Sludge Pump can and surprise them and just like a one shot them and let all those energy they build up goes to waste and let you gain a huge advantage in that game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I can also think of another scenario where
Hmm.
Sludge Bomb might be useful is like in the Dragon Mirrors, where like you
Yes.
can maybe bait with an Aqua Tail and then get to a Sludge Bomb faster than if you had Outrage, for example. So yeah, like you can. I think it's the same number of Dragon Tails to get to the first sludge bomb and the outrage. I think you need five
Yeah, I think so.
dragon tails. So yeah, that there I don't think you can wait. Wait with having lesser number of. lesser fast moves required to get to the move,
Mm.
but maybe the second one you can actually land the sludge bomb, and with the dragon tails you might actually KO the the opposing dragon like Kingdra or the maybe Zweilous.
Yeah, because of having in being less energy than and those dragon type move like outrage, a, opponents will often and harder to know shield that because they think that just only an Aquatel they are resisted by their dragons. So this kind of surprising factor can really be a key factor to a victory in a single game.
Yeah, for sure. Like a lot of these like different movesets like really change a lot of matchups. Now another thing I can think of is another normal type that we have not yet seen, and that is Ferret, because
Yes.
I have seen some Ferret run, the standard like sucker punch, fast move, but then the
Mm,
charge moves of choice in this meta are actually swift and brick break, because
yep.
of all the normal types running around in this meta, like brick break gives you a good matchup into those, as well as some dark types like really only Zweilous that takes super effective from the brick breaks, but
Yes.
other another fast move that you can run on Ferret is actually quick attack, and that gives
Yeah.
you a better matchup into something like a Grimmsnarl that would otherwise resist your fast move.
Yeah, true. That will also actually increase your pacing in on getting to the swift. You having a 5-4 pacing for the first two swift. So be having one less fast move to get to the swift can often come in handy in some certain matchup. And also it will give for a better matchup. I think into Drapion as well. Normally you
Ooh,
are yeah you are both five to your or prefer the charge move like you have five sucker punches to the swift entry run is also five poison stings to crunch, but with if quick attack you are only four rate from your second swift, so this can and often forces Drapion to expand and their energy earlier than they want onto like hit the Aquatel on the CMP tie, otherwise they will have to use a shield on the Swift in order to not giving up the energy that they build up.
yeah, for sure. And also, like even other than the pacing,
Mm.
rather than Sucker Punch doing resisted damage into the Drapion, it now does neutral. So there's also the possibility of being able to farm it down better. Um, same
Yeah,
with Grimmsnarl, where like
true.
if the matchup goes on for a long time, rather than pacing evenly against a Grimmsnarl with power up punch, you can now outpace the Grimmsnarl and reach three swifts before they can get to three power up punches.
True. I
Yeah.
think, yeah, I think there is actually a single Omon that we have not been talking about, and is being pretty is quite icy and strong on in this matter. I think yeah, it's Shadow Tyranitar. With Dragon
Oh,
Breath, yeah, with Dragon Breath as a fast move and Brutal Swing and Stone Edge as its charge moves, it's actually pretty versatile in this matter. It's obviously pretty squishy, but with good energy in management and shield management, and it may actually become a scary sweeper in the end, which can just go through your whole team.
yeah, definitely. Like it has really good coverage with like Dragon Breath, Brutal Swing, and Rock. Wait,
Stone
Stone
Edge.
Edge,
Yeah.
and like it is able to, it has a lot of good resistances. For example, it resists the body slam from the normal types. It
True.
resists the sucker punches from, say, Grimsnar and Spiritomb. And really, the only like two things that do super effective damage into Tyranitar in this meta, I think, are Fighting and Bug.
Mm.
There's also Earthquake from Licky Licky, I guess, but it takes so long to get to Earthquakes that Tyranitar can kind of bully its way through Licky Licky, right? Um,
True. Also, because of the squishiness of Tarantula, Lucky Lucky is often off to uh, bait with the body slam even after building up to the energy needed for the earthquake. So I saw some good players doing some sport overs on that and then calling the body slam, even and
oh,
despite they having to issue from the Lucky Lucky. And from that as on, that gives their current a huge advantage in that matchup by no shooting that.
yeah, that is a big brain call. This is why you
Mm,
don't always wait.
true.
Sometimes you have to throw the nuke. But honestly, sometimes I feel like Shadow Tyranitar especially is so squishy that like I was earlier running Frostlass in this meta, and just the
Yes.
powder snows do so much damage that especially now in this new season with the powder snow
Mm,
buff, that you can almost barely farm down a Tyranitar just with the powder snows. I think maybe if you are running something like a Shadow Frostlass, you might actually just be able to farm it all the way down in the two shield. Um, but yeah, like Tyranitar is definitely something to consider. And I was
mm.
actually thinking, what do you think of non-Shadow Tyranitar? You know,
Oh,
it it actually can resist moves, and you don't have to shield everything. For example, the Aqua Tails from Drapion does do so much damage into
true, true, true.
a Tyranitar, but a non-shadow can take those like more comfortably. I wouldn't say it's like it takes all moves very easily, but it's definitely more comfortable than shadow. But I've
Yeah,
never tried it,
yeah.
so
I have never
and I've never seen it
tried it.
either.
Yeah, I have never tried it or seen it before, or just same as you. But I think that's actually still a good point to bring in now because us like often in that trainer may think in that old shadow Pokemon is must be better than and the normal old stage of the Pokemon. But it's actually not always the case. It's because like with the normal stage of Pokemon of Mons, you can actually take more or moves by having a better bulk. So it may comes in handy when it comes to stuff being squishy, but having a pretty a high attack stat like Tyranitar. Like is the normal Tyranitar is not bulky as we have said, but it's just a little bit more bulkier than the Shadow one. So it can actually hit tank move a little bit better, or just like you mentioned before, tanking the Shadow Akutel out from Drapion. On I think if you are normal Tyranitar, you will not be getting farm down afterwards, whereas you just get poison things down after taking one on the Shadow.
Yeah, definitely. And like the rollouts do less damage.
Yeah.
Something like opposing Dragon Breath might also do less damage. So yeah, definitely something to consider. Another kind of Tyranitar I've seen is actually
Yes.
SmackDown Tyranitar.
Ooh.
And
Mm,
SmackDown Tyranitar, why would you want to run? Is because one.
Yes,
Grimstyle does not resist Smackdown. And two, it's
true.
stab. And three, it does super effective into the bug types. So maybe something to consider.
Yeah, that's a interesting idea, but let's not to forget Tyranitar are being and also not only a rock type but a dark type. It also took super effective damage from the bug types, like the bug bite from Beedrill and but bug bite from Spiders will actually still do a ton against your Tyranitar. So I bet Tyranitar will have the edge when it comes to come against those bug type, even if we have SmackDown.
Yeah, yeah. You even if you have super effective moves, if you're running something like Tyranitar, you don't want to be uh against any bug type really, other than maybe something like
Mm,
Ariados.
yeah,
But yeah, um, maybe you should just not run Tyranitar. But yeah, that's up
yeah,
to you.
maybe.
That,
That sounds true. If you just wanted to like being unstable in this matter, there's a lot more stable or meta as mons to choose in this matter. But if you want to go spike icy, Tyranitar is certainly definitely a fun choice to choose.
yeah, definitely. What other like there are a lot like I feel like
Hmm.
this meta is has a lot of staple picks like
Yes.
Spy Ops, the normal types, but there's also a lot of options to try out different Pokemon which have their niche. And yeah, we're gonna talk about a lot more Pokemon, but before that we'll cut to a video very soon.
Yeah.
Hello, passionate trainers. My name is Telegraph Train, and together with Zygarden, I'm absolutely thrilled to dive into the exhilarating format of today's tournament. Top trainers from every corner of the globe have come together for this momentous occasion. Today, our fierce battlers will face off in the electrifying Show 6 Pick 3 format of the Great League. Each competitor has meticulously crafted a team of 6 Pokemon, hand-picking 3 of them for every intense battle. As they gaze upon their opponent's formidable team, the challenge ignites the fire within, compelling them to strategize and choose the perfect trio to claim victory. Every match, a gritty best 2 out of 3 will push the limits of skill and determination. Our tournament adopts a thrilling Swiss bracket format, ensuring that every brave soul will fight valiantly through all rounds. At the end of it all, only the top 4 standout players will ascend to a heart-pounding single elimination top cut, where only one can rise as champion. Wishing you all the best of luck, dear trainers. Let your spirits soar as we unite on the battlefield. Hello, amazing trainers. I am Telegraph Train, and today I'm thrilled to guide you through the Zygarden website, where your competitive Pokemon journey comes to life. To embark on this fantastic adventure, simply click on the link on your screen now. This will open the doors to the Zygarden landing page, where the magic begins. Here, you can effortlessly sign in using Google, Facebook, or Discord, empowering you to connect with fellow trainers from across the globe. As you set up your account, take a moment to infuse it with your unique spirit. Enter your in-game trainer name, friend code, country, and time zone. This is your introduction to the community where your presence will shine brightly.
Hello trainers, Hurricane Kaz here. With your profile complete, navigate to the My Tournaments page. Here you'll discover all the thrilling tournaments that you've signed up for, each one an opportunity to challenge yourself and showcase your skills. To join these exhilarating tournaments, you'll need a special link accompanied by an invite code. This code will whisk you away to the main tournament page. There, a simple click on the register button at the top right will set your journey in motion. You'll then assemble a fierce team of 6 Pokemon. The depth and detail demanded for your team registration is at the discretion of the tournament organizer. They may wish to know your Pokemon's nicknames, combat power, HP, moves, best buddies, and whether or not they are purified. Don't forget, if shadow Pokemon are allowed, identifying them is essential. The move entry tool makes this process easier, displaying only the moves your Pokemon can learn. Hello trainers, Hurricane Kaz here. As the excitement builds and a tournament officially begins, a bracket will be unveiled, revealing the path to glory. Each round, you'll face off against formidable opponents, and thanks to the side-by-side viewing option, you'll easily compare your team with theirs. After an epic battle, you and your opponent will input your scores for the match. When all battles have concluded and scores are submitted, tournament organizers will advance the tournament to the next exhilarating round. They also have the power to automatically progress rounds once all scores are in, keeping the momentum alive.
Hello trainers, Telegraph Train here looking at tournament creation. To create a tournament, the first step is to sign in. Once you've signed in, journey over to the dashboard. From there, navigate to My Tournaments. In the top right corner, you'll find a vibrant green button labeled New Tournament. Click on that to embark on your exciting first step in hosting a tournament. Fill in the details, including your tournament name, start date, and time. On the next page, you'll set up the tournament format. While we currently support solo play, we have more options on the horizon. Your tournament can be structured as Swiss, round robin, single, or double elimination. You have the power to add an additional format to determine how the top contenders clash in an epic showdown to claim victory. We offer a variety of meta options that are refined based on community feedback. You can also have the flexibility to modify how many battles each trainers play per round and set a maximum number of participants up to 256. On the following page, adjust the round length, allowing your tournament to unfold over a few hours, days, or even weeks of thrilling gameplay. Then, you can also decide what details participants must share as they enter their Pokemon into the Grand Arena. Finally, craft the description for your tournament, sharing the important information participants should be aware of. This is a great place to include Discord invite links so players can interact and coordinate their battles. To grab the link to send out to your participants, simply click back into the tournament. Make sure it concludes with invite code equals so that players can register smoothly. We look forward to seeing you on the battlefield.
Okay.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, hello everyone, welcome back.
Welcome back. We have a new matchup for you in round two of Zygarden presents the European International Championships practice tournament. And for round two, we have Khaleesi Fitzy versus the Pokemango.
Yeah, right off the bat, The team on Pokemon Go side really shines me off guard. The signature of the wireless on his side. Not only that, it's actually being shadow as well.
Shadow. Yeah, that's super interesting. I've never seen a Shadow Zweilous in action. And yeah, like what does Shadow Zweilous do that regular Zweilous doesn't? Um,
Mm, I'm not sure. I have not used this thing before. Do you
maybe
have any idea?
sh maybe Shadow Zweilous gets bug bitten down faster, so it gives less energy to the Spidops. Maybe I don't know. But
True, maybe.
actually, I think
Yes.
maybe a Shadow's Virus can, if it lands a Dark Pulse onto a Spidops, I think it can actually farm it all the way down because Dark Pulse already does a lot to a Spidops. And yeah,
Mm,
I'm very curious to see if and not just Shadow's Virus, but there's also
yes.
a non-Shadow Sableye on Pokemongo's team which yeah, which adds up to like four dark types in Grimmsnarl, Zweilous, Drapion, and Sableye
Mm.
on his team.
Yeah, I think he added those dark types on his team just to trying to scare off the normal type on the poison team to free up the Sableye. I for the state switch because you see on a poison in team aside from those normal type like the Dunsparce and Lucky Sableye actually can literally get shield advantage from any of the mons on the stage switch, which could set up a Pokemon Go for or other mons sweeping in the back.
That's so true. Like one normal type we have not yet talked about is the Dunsparce, and
Yes.
even though Dunsparce learns a lot of fast moves in like Rollout, Astonish, Dragon Tail, I think the preferred move in this meta is actually Dragon Tail to hit other dragon types for
Yes.
super effective damage, and then you run Body Slam for just stab spammy
True.
charge move, and the second charge move I believe you run Rock Slide for the bug types.
Yeah. True.
But let's see what Khaleesi Fitzy is actually running on her run spars. And she also has double dragon on her team in Kingdra and
Oh yeah.
Dragalge. Now, if you have one dragon in Kingdra, is there a possibility that you run acid on the Dragalge as a sort of even though you're running double dragon, you have like different utilities in like one dragon beats the Grimstar and the other dragon is better in neutral scenarios.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. I was so curious to see it was actually the fast move choice is on her side. I for the grouch, and also for Pokemon Go side, I think instead of Dark Pulse, the wireless actually will run Dragon Pulse in this meta to hit other dragon for super effective damage. And yeah, and that's also step on the rise, right? Because of the dragon and dark
True.
subtyping. And I think dragon just hit a little bit more neutral than dark type in this matter.
Yeah, that makes sense. So like Dragon Pulse does I think a bit more than Dark Pulse in
Mm,
neutral situations, and it's only 5 energy more. So you need
yeah.
I think on an average you need one extra Dragon Breath just because like Dark Pulse already takes 13 Dragon Breaths to get to the first one, and so yeah, like Dragon Pulse good good against other dark types, just better neutrally. And if you're faced up against something like Kingdra, and you
Yes,
want to play out the zero shield scenario, the Kingdra needs 60 energy to get to an outrage, whereas you only need 55 energy in
true.
Dragon Pulse. So yeah, definitely something to consider.
Yeah, also because again for the dark subtyping on the wireless is actually resisting the sucker punch on Grimsnow. So I bet when
True.
shields are down, that matchup is not that great for Grimsnow because surely the wireless just two shot it with two body slams in the zero shield.
It does. So yeah, this is like very funny because you have a dark and fairy type into a dark and dragon type doing dragon breath damage, and somehow you are still losing in the zeros. Okay,
Yeah, so
we
we have
have the matchup.
both locked in. Yes.
We have Kingdra into Drapion. Um,
This is
this
a
is
pretty neutral matchup, I think.
very neutral, and in the back we see Licky Licky as always,
Oh,
and
actually, we see a, an instant throw of Swift from the Kingdra here. This will not
yeah,
they will far from KO owing the Drapion, so that's why Mango puts up the no show here, and now fires up with Crunch, and then probably
and
aiming to switch out after that. Yep, exactly, into Lucky Lucky now to soak out the energy from the Kingdra.
Khaleesi Fitzy does 8 dragon breaths and then swaps into the into her own Licky Licky, and that way she gets a sneak of the rollout when the Pokemango throws his own body slam.
Yeah, true.
And now,
That's some smart adjustment and on character fishy side in order to get this more advantage in this matchup.
yeah, and now we see um the Licky Licky mirror, where either you can opt to go for two earthquakes, I believe, or just spam the body slams. Now we
Yeah,
have now
looks like we just
yeah,
get the CMP tie here. So this is some really good information for both two players. Now they know which side,
oh,
which Licky Licky does win CMP against opposing Licky Lickies.
yeah, and we
Oh,
just saw the Kingdra go down with
Swift,
the
yeah,
Swift. Yeah,
yeah,
and now
nice
this
night
Violet has a
by
lot of energy.
Mango. True.
But we have a dark type, a dark fairy type into a dragon and dark type. Surely this is looking good for the Grimmsnarl, right?
Mm, I don't know about that. I don't know. Oh, with the Dragon Breath, I've slowly, although they are like healing the Crimson, but they are like in this slowly adding up. I don't know if Body Slam will KO the Crimson or not when times goes on. But
Yeah. And this power up punch
will not be able to
does
knock down the
not
Dragon.
KO the Grimmsnarl, does not KO the Drapion, but we do see a catch on of the Aqua Tail. But
Yeah, pretty nice
the thing
catch.
is,
Oh yeah,
the
with
Sucker
the
Punch buffs are like the buffs are reset, and now the Xylus can just get to a body slam and KO
yeah.
the fairy type.
True, with the poison sting damage that heated by the Trapion on earlier, this body slam will completely be enough up to knock out a poison Grimmsnarl. And that's the first game win for Pokemango. GG's.
Yeah, GG's. Very nice showcase of Shadow's Xylus. I don't think Shadow's Xylus was particularly like like the added shadow bonus was particularly useful anywhere, but because you like even a non-shadow Xylus would have like KO'd the Grimmsnarl with body slam, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
maybe the shadow was actually helpful because you were able to farm down the Kingdra better and you were
True.
able to do more damage into the Licky Licky. So maybe Shadow Xylus has something going for it.
Yeah, very true. I think in the shadow bone onus on the wireless side make a come in handy when Mango aiming to snipe down a poison Kindra's energy in the middle stage of the game. Also, I really like the a core or that Mango are choosing the Shadow Zaviolet plus Shadow Drapion core, because normally because uh, Dragon Breath is Omega resisted by a Grimmsnarl Fairy typing, and one body slam will not be enough to knock out. But we see Mango swapping into the Shadow Drapion, aiming to do those extra poison sting damage. And after taking in those extra poison sting damage, Grimmsnarl is right in body slam and range at the end of the game.
That's true. So you do charge move damage with one Pokemon, and then you do fast move damage with another Pokemon, and that way you can neutralize the Grimmsnarl. Okay, we do see Grimmsnarl once again, and we see a
Oh,
Grimmsnarl
we
mirror.
see a
Now, how
mirror.
does this play out? Do you
And
throw the double resisted foul play, or do you just go for um you know power up punch, which does not do a lot, but it does buff your double resisted sucker punches.
yeah, looks like Carlos Vici is going for an instant throw here on the power punch, whereas Mango aiming to store a foul play on Grimmsnarl and then now swapping into Licky Licky to sow this energy from Grimmsnarl.
Oh wow! And the Licky Licky is in the yellow health just or on the basis of the one boosted power up punch and the sucker punches. That's the power of Grimmsnarl in this meta, that it can put out a lot of good fast move pressure into even the very bulky Pokemon. And
Yeah,
yo,
true.
if we look in the back, we have the
Oh,
Shadows virus again, but it is not going to like what Khaleesi Fitzy has adjusted with, which is the
yeah, the
Spide
Spidops in the
Offs.
back.
Do you shield this? I feel like you shield this, right? Because even if you don't have Spide Offs, something like Kingdra or I guess Dragalge would fast move you all the way down. Okay, does this Violet get to two body slams here? Is the big question. Okay,
Yeah,
looks like
true.
it does. That might have actually been DRE, but yeah, like Spyro's able to
Yeah, that's not the
get to
RE. I
two.
think
Oh, yeah, because we did see another bug bite go through
true.
afterwards. Okay,
And now
the big question is, does
here's where the Grimmsnarl or energy store from later comes in handy. Able to
true, and we actually see the Spyrops no shielding the foul play and yeah, debuffing the Grimmsnarl right back.
yeah, that's some good matchup of knowledge is noticed by Calessa Fizzy in knowing that the foul play will not quite be enough to KO his Spider upstairs. This sets up a
True,
huge
true.
advantage for him in this endgame.
Now, how do you play this out? Because both of them
Mm,
have low health Licky Lickies, and Mango was one stage debuffed, and
yeah,
you do
so
catch.
I think for Calissa Fizzy, you just stay in with Grimmsnarl all the way, because although this sucker punch is like double resisted, it was slowly adding up after this power punches buff.
Yeah, I feel like you get sucker punch down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, super well played by Khaleesi Fitzy to you know uh, adjust with the spide offs and then come back with a 1-1 win.
Yeah, true. Just like we talked about, that no shield on a foul play on his spot idols from the Grimsnor, or is so huge for him or her to save in order to save if his last shield at the end and for or his
True.
Grimsnor. I think
Do you think
that
there was a world where you actually shield the foul play and go down two shields? Because
mm,
uh
I don't
because you
know.
don't really need to shield the power up punches or the foul plays on your own Grimsnarl.
Yeah, but when you shoot up that foul play, there may be a chances that maybe the Grimsnow can farm up more energy and then like
True.
yeah, I don't know, but I really feel like that no shoot is was so smart on Callistophis' side.
Because it lives the foul play.
Yeah, yeah, I thought it would just barely be enough to knock out, but turns out it did not.
Yeah, Spidoff's kind of bulky. Yeah, that is the nice thing about Spidoffs, right? Even though there is a lot of, I guess, foul play is a neutral move, but in general, Spidoffs has a lot of super effective damage into it, like roll out from the normal types and peck from the Sea King, for example. But even those matchups are not really bad for Spidoffs just due to its sheer bulk and great moveset with Bug Bite and Lunge. Like it has good bulk and good moves.
Yeah, true. I think in the last game, M. Callistophis will continuously relying on his spiders because Bug are doing all neutral damage against Mango's team.
And we
At
see
least
Spidoffs again in the lead against
Grimsnark.
Grimsnal from Mango.
Yeah,
And we see a
I
very nice double resisted catch on the Grimsnal, but
yeah.
uh, we have a really good check to Grimsnal in the back.
Yeah, I think what Mango did here is just farm back up to foul play and then swap into his Trapion.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because that way you are taking only double resisted sucker punch damage and um yeah, you farm back up to a lot of energy, and we actually see a shield on the Aqua Tail from Khaleesi Fitzy. But
Oh
I don't
yeah.
think as Mango you want to shield a power up punch, right?
True, and after this, I think Callistophis' switch clock is up, so it may opt to swap back into Spiders. Oh,
Oh,
actually, he
we
just
see.
allows the full farm down.
Yeah, maybe she wanted the like double boosted sucker punch damage into the Drapion because just on the basis of the sucker punches, Drapion is in Drapion is almost in red health.
True, but then she comes in with Licky Licky, which don't have a lot of fast move pressure with his knock rollout. So the Trapion actually gets to two crunches
Yeah,
before
and
going
also
down.
debuffs with the 30% crunch debuff chance.
Yeah, and now this look pretty good for our Mango from now on.
Yeah. I feel like you can just save two shields for um Grimsnarl even. And as Mango,
True,
you don't want to throw earthquakes anymore. You can just keep spamming body slams because you don't want to get an have an earthquake caught
true.
on the fight offs.
Yeah, that's exactly what Callistophis tries to do with his Spidops, but Mango saw it
Yeah.
coming, put up a shield on on the launch, and
Yeah, and
now,
now you can just combo play with the fight offs. And
yeah,
would you say that this is looking grim for this is looking grim for Khaleesi Fitzy with the Grim Snarl sweep from Mango.
oh yeah, that's actually Mango getting revenge with the Grimmsnarl or to to respond
Yeah, it
on
was looking grim at the end
yeah.
for yeah. But anyway, very, very well played from both trainers. Very nice showcase of Shadow's Wireless in games one and two. Wireless was able to get to two body slams in the second game, which is like a Shadow Pokemon getting to two moves versus like something that does super effective damage into it, like and the body slams did pretty dragon breaths and body slams did pretty good damage into this fight off.
Mm,
So feel like that was a nice showcase of Shadow's Wireless.
true, and again we see a good adjustment by Mango at the end game and decided to like drop the Shadows of Wireless instead opting for the Licky Licky and Shadow Drapion on being a more or stable pick in order to respond to the a, a poison Grimmsnarl, which did a lot of work in game two. And indeed, Callistophis it did opt to continues his Grimmsnarl Spied Up score, or which he got a lot of success in game two, but unfortunately, despite a really great catch by her on the foul play at first, Mango was able to farm back up to another foul play and use his Shadow Drapion onto ward the Grimmsnarl, and from that on, he was able to farm up a ton of energy by farming down on the Grimmsnarl, and I think that's where the game was kind of over for Callistophis.
True, yeah, like Drapion was able to farm up so much energy that I think it was able to reach two crunches
Yes.
into the Licky Licky and force a shield and then also debuff the Licky Licky with the second crunch. So yeah, very, very nice adjustment in game two by Khaleesi Fitzy to bring the Spide Offs, and then Mango adjusting again with like dropping the Zweilous and settling for the neutral or I guess Drapion, which has a good matchup into the Grimmsnarl and a sort of neutral matchup into the rest of like the other five that Khaleesi has. We didn't really see any the Dunsparce gameplay, but like we did see we did not see Sableye either, but I think
Mm,
the Pokemon of the match was probably Zweilous, Shadow Zweilous.
true. That's so cool, and Mango did use it pretty well out in the past few games.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and looks like we have the usage graphic for the tournament, so we can take a look at that as well.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So Drapion is at the top with 72% of the teams having Drapion. Looks like most of them are Shadow, but 7% of them are actually non-Shadow Drapion, which is very interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, and that's not a surprise that a Trapion actually stands on top up at the usage, right? Because we all know that it's a pretty in neutral and top Metamon back in the days in the open greatly meta, so it's not that surprising that it was able to do so well in this limited meta, uh, just because of how spammy it is,
Yeah,
and
definitely. The
yeah, and
like
it also
it
have
was once so good in the open greatly, and
hmm,
now because of a lot of checks to Drapion coming into coming into the meta like in the open great league, and just like a lot of Pokemon just having better move sets. Drapion is not as common in the open leagues, but In this limited meta, it is back to being, the spam, the really safe, really spammy Pokemon that is really annoying to deal with, and sometimes even more annoying with the crunch debuffs.
Yeah, true.
But
That although that's got I think got a little bit in nerve in the past few seasons, dropping from 30% chance to only 10% chance now. But when you guess it, you still gain a huge advantage, and that will be a nightmare for all your opponent to face when you get it.
yeah, definitely. And uh, like enough about Raytheon. Like, um, I see that like we see a lot of like expected
Yes.
topics like Licky Licky,
Mm.
Kingdra, Spidoffs, but more than Grimmsnarl, Spiritomb is the primary sucker punch user. It seems like more than Grimmsnarl, the more common Sucker Punch user is Spiritomb.
Oh
And it's
yeah,
also the only ghost in the top
yes.
12, it looks like.
Oh yeah, I think there's good reasons behind them. I think one because of its dark subtyping is only taking neutral from the dark type move. Although that's not a good matchup for it per se, but it's a good thing that you can tank a crunch from Shadow Drapion from full health if you needed to tank. Like, surely it hurts a lot, but you can tank it. Especially after the Rock Tomb debuff, you can tank it much more better. And this will force Drapion again to throw a second move to knock you out, which is feels annoying for the Drapion side as well.
True,
And
because like you
yeah,
cannot poison sting down Spiritomb because of the ghost subtyping. So yeah,
true.
Spiritomb having the most like consistent play against something like Drapion among all the ghost types, which I think really there are three ghost types that you will see in this meta: Spiritomb, Frostlass, and maybe sometimes Sableye.
Yeah, true. And besides from that, it's also got a pretty broken move that we know all from Cradilly in the Open Great Meta, which is Rock Tomb. It
Yeah.
has 100% chance to lower your opponent's attack after throwing it, and it's also hitting decent amount of damage. I think rock type coverage is so nice in this meta to hit those bug types for or super effective damage. Also, because of the debuff, this allows it to stay a at least time to time or otherwise as so much so comfortable against those normal type like Licky Licky and Dunsparce.
Yeah, like Dunsparce and Licky Licky both have to rely on their non-stab moves to throw to do any sort of to deal any sort of damage into um the ghost types, and Spiritomb really makes good use of that because while Rollout is super effective on Frostlass, it's neutral and doesn't do a lot of damage to a Spiritomb, and yeah, you can just continuously debuff them with Rock Tombs, and yeah, that's a pretty good matchup for Spiritomb. And other than Spiritomb, like the next normal type we see is actually Furret, and even though Ferret is 31% users, I don't think all Ferret are the same. I feel like there's a lot
Mm,
of variety in what people are running on Ferret.
true.
Um, like for example, I see some people opting for Sucker Punch, Swift Brick Break, and others opting for Quick Attack, Swift and Brick Break. As we talked about earlier, how those two have
Yes.
certain like some different matchups, and I don't know if there's anybody trying out Trailblaze on Ferret because there's not a lot of targets to hit Trailblaze within this meta, right? There's a
Yeah,
lot of
I think
Pokemon that resist Trailblaze.
Yeah, I think there's only like I seeking that we also see in on the top usage graph, and also
True,
Milotic we saw from
Milotic.
earlier match. I think that's all for it. So I think it's better to just choose Brick for or heating opposing normal type for super effective damage. But
Yeah,
also yeah, but also oh, there's a downside. I when you are choosing in quick attack swift plus Brick as your moveset on first, you are getting walled by absolutely walled by opposing Spiritomb if you are
oh
getting
yeah.
locked in. Yeah, it will not be a fun time.
Yeah, yeah, like opting for Sucker Punch in that matchup really like makes the matchup go from like super super oppressive onto the ferret to like at least somewhat playable for ferret. Um
Hmm.
and then the next Pokemon is Grimmsnarl, and there's Grimmsnarl, then Seeking, which I feel like very neutral in this meta, and is able to like do super effective damage into stuff like um Spidoffs and Spidoffs with the Pex, and like Beedrill with the Pex, and Icy Wind for the non-water dragons like Zweilous and Dragalge.
Yeah, aside from hitting in the dragons, I think Isuin is actually also a good move for or setting up some chip and dip if scenario or like if a poison Licky or Dunsparce swapping in, you can throw an Isuin in on seeking and then swap into your own normal type. Then you will for sure retain switch by doing so.
True, true. Like basically debuffing one Pokemon to set up another Pokemon to gather a lot of energy. That's that's a very nice way to use Seeking. And one thing about Seeking is that it
Yes.
learns Peck, Icy Wind, and Mega Horn, but none of those are water type moves. So everything is a non-stab
Non-step.
move,
Yeah.
much like Dunsparce. So you would probably struggle in you might struggle in matchups where the opponent has good stab like fast and charge moves, but Seeking is just like really good in this meta, and even matchups like the normal types where they have nice stab body slams, Seeking does put up a fight.
Yeah, next up, we're seeing Dunsparce are below the seeking. And again, Dunsparce not like Licky, it has spamming body slam, but it has rock slide and true run, and rock run coverage is so nice for this meta. Like true run, you can hit at the top usage is more Trapion for super effective damage. And whereas rock slide, you can hit it those bug types also
Spidops.
on the top usage graph, like yeah, Spidops and Beedrill for super effective. Oh, Truan also hit your dash.
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
see it. Yeah,
So yeah, like a lot of good super effective damage into the bugs, the poisons, and spammy enough to you know a Licky Licky has to build up to an earthquake to
yeah.
hit the
Poison.
Spiritomb.
Oh, Spiritomb. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's
but
true.
like Dunsparce can just build up to drill runs or maybe rock slides. I guess you want to throw drill run into the spide offs, but you probably want to throw rock slide into something like Frostlass. So yeah, like Dunsparce has a lot of good coverage, and even though it too doesn't have any stab moves, it still does really well in this meta, just on the basis of its good bulk and nice coverage.
Yeah, that's true. Next up, we coming into Beedrill. Looks like again, yeah, most of them are in shadow form because you wanted to buff more buff your bug bite damage, right, in order to be more oppressive when shields are up, and you can again buff up your attack more and more with Foul Stinger, and then those bug bite will start to chunk like a monster early high when and shields are used it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I imagine like even the non-shadow beedrill users are looking to buff their attack with an
True.
all bug moveset. Although if you do run a non-shadow beedrill, you could also consider something like um other than Xer, maybe you can consider something like drill run or aerial ace as the second move to have a
Yeah.
better matchup into something like Dragalge, maybe.
True. And also because again for this high offense on Beedrill, it pairs really well out from the stable normal type in this meta like Dunsparce and Licky Licky. The normal type can just use as a damage sponge to sponge all of opponents' NG, and then you can save all your shields in the back for to set up for your Beedrill to sweep in the back.
Yeah, like there are like I've been seeing a lot of uh people trying to do that where like they try to save two shields for the B and then bug bite everything down because as we know from Spider's bug bite is really good in this meta, and if you have a shadow Pokemon with Fellsinger with some move that can buff its bug bites, you
Yeah,
can probably just win with two shields.
true. And also there's a strategy to be made. If your opponent think you are buffing your attack with Felstinger and they may opt to no shield that. And if you throw an X-Scissor at this moment,
Xer.
this may a surprise them for doing a lot more oil damage, and then you can just shield up and farm a poison monster down by doing so.
That is true. That is very true. Now we have a Weedle on the screen and we also have a bee on the screen. We have
Oh, oh yeah.
a very yeah, we have a very nice matchup for I believe round three between Emmy Weedle and SS Thorn, two very cracked battlers, and Emmy Weedle is not running Beedrill. SS Thorn is actually running Beedrill. Emmy Weedle he is running Spidoffs, Dunsparce, Seeking, Kingdra, Dravion, and Spidoffs. So a fairly neutral team where like I feel like these six are one of the like some of the most
Oh
neutral
yeah.
Pokemon in this meta. Like every Kingdra, Drapion, and Dunsparce, as we know, and even Seeking and even Spidoffs, we know like they don't really have a lot of hard checks in this meta, and Spiritomb kind of has some hard checks, but in like Grimmsnarl or something like Zweilous. But other than that, Spiritomb is another very neutral Pokemon. Now, Esthon is running
Yeah.
Milotic,
Oh yeah. We see this spammy
another
award
Milotic.
type mon again. So interesting to see how SS4 on will make it work with others mon on his team in this match. I think
Yeah,
it
like
definitely has a lot of potential with his spammy E-Dragon Tail and Aquatail moveset, but yeah, just need to see how players set it up for success.
yeah, I wonder if any of them is running any like unusual move sets. Like I saw I saw earlier that Milotic learns Hyper Beam. I saw Home
Oh
Slice
yeah,
Henry running that.
true.
I wonder if SS Thorn is also running Hyper Beam, but yeah, looks like the players are locked in.
Both players lock
And
in.
there's no Milotic on the screen, but we have Spiritomb into Seeking. Oh, there is
Yeah,
a Milotic on the screen.
Okay,
So this is a
so
pretty neutral matchup, and Emmy Weeder builds up to the Megahorn, but baits with the Icy Wind, and the bait is successful, and it gets shielded because Spiritomb users love to shield the first move.
yeah, because after they debuffing with Rock Tomb, the moves from Opposing Mon will hit it lower and lower when times goes on. That's why they love to shield. And
Oh,
Widow was able to get to Megahorn on 1 HP, but as a Thorn counting it while catch it on Lucky Lucky to soak up all this energy. And now we see Widow coming with his Spiritomb to farm
his
up.
Spiritomb.
Yeah,
Oh,
again,
and a very diabolical bait
oh,
by
Widow
SSThorn
calls
that gets
it.
called by Emmy Weedle.
Oh,
Yo,
this is looking
it
so bad for Thorn.
this is looking really like bad for SS Thorn, because now the Spiritomb can very safely shield this earthquake
Yeah,
and
and
farm
then
it all the way down.
true, and this Spiritomb comes out with two moves loaded. And yeah,
Wow.
I mean, no mons in this matter want to take two moves from a Spiritomb. So
Yeah. I don't know if SS Thorn can come back from this lead, or if Milotic
I
has it in has it in itself to win from here.
yeah, I don't think so personally.
Yeah, really nice call by Emmy Weedle. Even in the lead, he no shielded the Rock Tomb, and he knew the matchup between Seeking and Spiritomb, where like
Spiritomb,
you are able to no shield the Rock Tomb and get to an Icy Wind plus a Mega Horn, which put him
true.
in a pretty good spot.
Yeah,
Looks like looks like SS Thorn kind of gave
yeah,
up.
yeah. That's too much for this Milotic to deal with. There's still yeah
Yeah.
a Spiritomb in the back, and then also a kind of healthy Dunsparce. You can't farm it
Yeah.
down with Milotic, right? Oh,
Wait.
actually, wait. Milotic is
Wait.
at back-to-back Aquatails here.
It is. Does
Now the
wait.
question comes to it: does Aquatail KO Dunsparce from this range?
I think it
Wait.
does.
Yeah, it
Hold up.
does. Hold on. Oh,
Wait, how
oh
did
my God!
wait,
How
what?
how? Wait, what? How
How
did
did
Hessus just come back from that? I have no idea,
Y- wow,
bro.
that was one of the
I
games of all time. Like I thought it was so over after Emmy Weedle made like the call to no shield the body slam, shield the earthquake, come out with
true.
two rock tombs, and SS Thorn able to somehow flip that end game with the Milotic. That was
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that was crazy to me as well. Like maybe we were wrong on at, at first. My logic is actually insane
Y- Yeah,
on
maybe
phone side.
maybe maybe everyone should consider Milotic once again, because that was like like a really like bad spot to be in as as SS Thorn, because you are on even shields, but the Spiritomb has 100 energy, and you have to KO a full health Dunsparce and a low health Spiritomb, and somehow you are able to just
Yeah,
spam your way through the entire end game.
true. I think maybe the turnover earning moment is when Thorn comes back in with his own Spiritomb against the Dunsparce, because of the Rock Tomb debuff. Uh, the Spiritomb was able to tank one true run even from half health and then do some sucker punch damage to chip down the Dunsparce. There, yeah,
True. And now we
yeah,
have game number two.
Oh, this matchup is so bad for Shadow Drapion when shields are up. I think
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard from
See the
others
B?
that yeah, I've heard from others that Drapion didn't even get to his third Aquatail when and two shields are used by Beedrill.
Yeah. You don't get to you don't get to three Aqua Tails if the if you like double shield the B.
Yeah, and we see if Thorn farmed up to one Fell Stinger and then now comes in with Licky Licky to answer the Dunsparce. With how insane those bug bite I did, I think, and even despite throwing a charge move against that Dunsparce, Thorn would be able to preserve swap. And but now Widow's trying to get entry head start on this Drapion by swapping back in.
Oh, and Assiston actually opting for a Fell Stinger rather than an X Scissor into this Drapion. Maybe he just wants to shield the B and farm the Drapion all the way down. But the
Yeah,
question is,
true.
does it get to another Aqua Tail?
I think Drapion did. Oh, that's
Oh,
actually
but
a
it's a
CMP
CMP
tie
die.
again. Okay, Widow puts up a
Oh,
shield here
but
in order
now,
to get Thorn's last shield. Oh, Thorn actually no
but
shield is.
because I think the Dunsparce has a move loaded.
Oh yeah, true, 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 true.
Okay, so
So
now we
outcome,
see a swap into both of their Spiritombs, but Amividal is ahead on energy, but Swan has a shield.
yeah. So I think what SS Thorn can do here is yeah, after shooting Rockton, just throw the Shadow Ball,
Yeah, this
and
way you're
I
out of drill run range.
true. Oh, he's actually
Oh,
is still one away from this. Okay, the Dunsparce is at back-to-back throw run now, but I don't think this will be
but
enough to KO the Spiritomb just yet.
oh, but you do
Oh,
make a catch.
yeah, yeah, but
Oh,
Widow didn't make a catch here.
and okay, this is looking like um this will be a win for Thorn because even though you made a catch, there's a
Yeah,
lot of bug bite damage that is incoming, and okay, and
true.
SS Thorn is able to take the 2-0 win against Emmy Weedle. Really well played from both sides, but um, SS Thorn with the Milotic showcase in game one and then Beedrill showcase in game two
Yeah,
was Beedrill was like Beedrill I think got all the KOs, right? Maybe not uh not the Spiritomb, but we did put in a lot
yeah,
of work with the bug bites onto the Drapion and also the Dunsparce, farming up to a Spellsinger and then swapping into the Licky Licky.
yeah, true. Really, it well outplayed by our SS Mon, storing energy all over on all of his mon, and then the bug bite damage of Beetle is really insane. That even this without throwing a charge move, that allows SS Forms Licky Licky it to preserve switch against Widow's Dunsparce save swap. I think that's the key of the matchup. And then at the end, and when all of the mons are low, Beedrill with the one turn bug bite, a fast move able to farm down the low health Dunsparce at the end.
Yeah, so the Dunsparce was I think in one or two bug bite range. So
Yeah,
um since rollout is a 3-turn move, you are able to do at least two bug bites before the Beedrill is KO'd by the rollout, and since the Dunsparce was already such low health, it didn't have enough health to damage the Beedrill with the rollout.
true. And we saw the power of what can a Shadow Beedrill do when you put it into the good spot. It basically it took two knocks out our on opposing team when you place it correctly and gives sort of advantage to it.
Yeah, and Beedrill really only went for fell singers. It didn't even try bother building up to an X-Scissor. And still
Mm,
like you didn't even have to like wait with X-Scissor, wait with fell stinger and build up to an X-Scissor. You just bug bite fell stinger, and that is all you need on B.
true. Yeah, because the bug bite damage after boosted are insane that opponents would soon would have to shoot up the second Fellstinger because the bug bites already it done enough damage that the next Fellstinger will be enough to take the knockouts.
Yeah. Who needs a third move on Beedrill?
Yeah, probably not as fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Right.
I think maybe we still have some time before we're going to the next match. Maybe we can and look at the usage graph again.
Yeah, sure. The I so we discussed a lot of the picks in this usage graphic.
Yes.
Maybe we left out Dubwool and
Oh yeah.
what do you think of Dubwool?
I think the actual of double O over our normal type is that it has double kick as its fast move, so that it can hit other normal type for super effective damage. But aside from that, I can't find much benefits over that.
Yeah, like while you do super effective damage into other normal types, you are running double kick for that reason. But since
Yes.
you are running double kick, that also means that you would not have a great matchup into all the bug types that are around in this
Yeah.
meta, all the Dragars that are in this meta, and especially the all the Spiritombs that are running around in this meta. You uh fire it into Spiritomb is not a good matchup if you're running quick attack. Double into Spiritomb is not a good matchup either. When you're running double kick, body slam, wild charge. Now you can I think
Mm,
the moveset of choice in this meta is wild charge on double just for
yeah.
the good nuke and also super effective damage into
Seeking
the seeking.
and Milotic.
Um and Milotic. Yeah, and
Yeah.
we
Let's
have
not
to
forget it.
we should not forget Milotic, especially after that game one.
Yeah.
Like we just saw. Yeah, we were just talking through the match, and like I don't even know what happened that what led to Milotic actually like beating everything.
Yeah,
We will have
I
to
don't know
go back
as
look at the
well.
VOD again.
True. Yeah, and another thing, awkward thing with double is despite hitting and super effective damage with double kick against other normal type, it is still not that a great a matchup for you against other normal type. Like Fur can and still hit for super effective damage with brick
True.
break. Yeah, you have to eventually show if Furret is up has an energy advantage against you.
That
And
is true. And even Licky Licky
yeah,
is so bulky that sure the double kicks are super effective, but it's such a long drawn out matchup that if Licky Licky has an energy lead or if double was chipped down by some other mon, then even Licky Licky is not so bad into a double, right?
yeah, very true. I have seen in quite a bit time I'm in home slice Henry's video that he just do some chip damage on the double and then just soak all of doubles energy on Licky Licky. It just like those are nothing.
Wow. Yeah, uh I suppose that's a nice way to deal with double, where like even if you are running something like an AVA normal team, say a ferret lead with
Mm,
Licky Licky in the back. Now double is supposed to core break that, but
yeah,
both Licky Licky have enough play into it that it's not really a core breaker.
yeah, true. Because double is actually not that bulky compared to other normal type, so it felt a little bit upset when it's supposed to be good on paper against the not normal type as a core breaker or niche.
Yeah, but I mean I suppose if people are running double, we will have to see if they are actually having success with it.
Yeah,
Maybe we will find that out. Once the top cut is revealed and what
true.
all Pokemon were successful in that meta. So yeah, we are in round three. Looks like um for round three, we saw that SS Thorn beat Emmy Weedle 2-0. Some other big names I see are Jakuloko versus Charming Pori. Charming Pori is the 2025, I
Korean
believe,
regional,
Korean regional champion.
yeah, true.
So looks like Jakuloko beat Charming Pori 2-0, and he was also running
Shadow Beedrill.
Zweilis and Shadow Beedrill.
Yeah,
Um, not the Shadow Xylus, but Xylus is like Xylus was apparently good enough to into Charming Pori's team. It looks like
oh yeah, and one thing we didn't mention about the Islands at first, because of the dragon and dark subtyping, it actually was of all of the charge move from Shadow Drapion, which is
that is
arguably the
true.
top of mons in this meta.
Yeah, like it has uh, a pretty dominant matchup into the Drapion just because it resists both the charge moves, and
Yeah,
poison stings don't do a lot. And Xylus is one of the bulkier dragons in this meta. I believe it's like, so the bulkiest dragon in this meta is Dragalge, and after
yeah.
that I think comes Gudra and Xylus. So yeah, Xylus is able to hang with Drapion really well. It does fine into the normal types, and the Kingdra is also like a neutral matchup, right? Because both of you are doing super effective damage into each other.
Oh yeah. So looks like I by looking on that, Swilis is having mm, plenty of good matchup against Charming Porous team
Yeah, really only the spiders that it has to worry about, right? Like and
and
maybe
maybe Ferrets.
maybe
Yeah,
brick breaks from the ferret. Um, yeah, but looks like Chakalogo was able to maintain a like 3 game win, like a win streak across all 3 rounds. Maybe we can look at some more matchups that took place in round number three.
yo,
Um,
yeah,
oh, uh, we have Borja MN versus NDS Harjev. Um, Borja MN uh winning 2-1 versus NDS Harjev. And
oh
again, we
yeah,
see we see very similar teams on both sides. Actually, it might be almost exactly the same teams. Oh no, Borja MN
no, no, no,
has a Shadow Beedrill. Um, and NDS Harjev has a Dunsparce.
yeah,
Is that?
and Bo chose Licky Licky as his standard normal type.
Oh yeah. So wait. So what's different between both of them? Like both. Oh, so Bora Evan doesn't have a Drapion on their
Oh
team.
yeah,
The
true.
poison type, the yeah, they have different poison types and different normal types. Um, yeah, Bora Evan like opting for the double bug, double dark team where like you have two bug bite users and two sucker punch users.
True, 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 true. Yeah, and
Um,
again, Shadow Beetle looking insane in this team because of bug bite again hitting for at least it
neutral.
neutral damage against all of the team.
Yeah, like Beedrill, yeah, even though like Dunsparce has roll out and drill run to throw into it, and Beedrill is quite squishy, so even Dragon Breaths and Sucker Punches hurt a lot. Um, Still, just being able to do neutral damage is enough to, you know, uh, use B in your team. Like it even in its bad matchups, much like Kingdra, it does a lot of damage. And if you can pair it up well with some bulky Pokemon, um, yeah, it seems to be doing really well.
Yeah, true. Mm,
Yeah, let's see what who else has been doing well, or like what
okay.
other Pokemon have been doing well. Looks like we have we have the Pokemon Go being like dethroned by Nimble Dragon LKJ, fellow Indian player. Shout out to Nimble. He's Nimble Dragon LKJ is also a perennial leaderboarder. Uh, has been doing. He has done well on in the Go Battle League leaderboards for many seasons now, and looks like
Yeah,
he's playing Show 6 now.
true. And apart from that, I think I faced his team in the Battlefront Frontier recently. So clearly he's been in taking in quite deep events and try to play. I try to study and playing so hard in the show six. So not surprised. I said he. It's not surprising that he actually got the edge in the match against Pokemon Go.
Yeah, like what let's look at what he's running. He's
Yeah,
running a different bug type that we have not seen so far,
yeah,
which is
Ariados.
Ariados. Yeah, and actually Ariados looks pretty good against this team, right? Like I assume he's running Lunge and Megahorn on Ariados,
True.
and with with that moveset, with Megahorn you are doing really good neutral damage into all six of
Yeah,
Pokemongo's team. And I would say that Sableye is probably uh the toughest matchup for Ariados, maybe, or maybe the Licky Licky is. But other than that, everything is a good matchup for Ariados, right? Being able
yeah,
to hit the
yeah.
Zweilous.
And again, for the Sableye, is it's not easy to come in when there's a Shadow Drapion, Grimmsnore, and Lucky
Two normal types. Yeah,
at this at the same team on the poison
true,
side.
true. Yeah, it's definitely like tough to like Spiritomb is definitely easier to bring into teams than Sableye is. Um but yeah, I feel like honestly Shadow's Wireless looks pretty good into Nimble's team, but
Yeah, yeah, but
like Farret has play, Licky Licky has play, and even Ariados has
true, true,
lunch.
true. Yeah, so that may be just too much for our Shadow Zoalis to deal with just because we all know that is quite squishy.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like you cannot expect Shadow's Wireless to beat all the Pokemon. But anyway, really well played by all the battlers. Now we'll
Yeah.
move on to round 4, and
Mm.
we'll also have new casters for you all. Um,
Yeah. So
any
stay.
parting words?
Yeah. So hope you guys get some ideas about our is cut by our opinions, and best of luck for all those who are going to participate in the European International Championship next week. And also, oh, again, yeah, for sure, best of luck for for those who are competing in this tournament and as well. And stay tuned for other caster to showcase other remaining in rounds for this tournament. And we will see you all in the future.
And it looks like we are actually going to feature a Z Zwilus matchup coming up. So we can start to take a look. Z Zwilus versus Shadow by Trainer there. Claydol does have a lot of counters that have come up in the meta, and one of them I do see over on Shadow Trainer's side is that Blastoise from the back of your screen to the front of the Zygarden meta. Quick access via rollout to that Hydro Cannon is going to make it a tough Pokemon for Claydol to deal with.
If you were ZZ, which trio are you committing to in game 1?
It's really tough, but I think you're right. I think the Azumarill has to come out. It has great coverage against pretty much the entire team from Shadow Trainer, so it feels really, really safe. And now we are on the field. We will get to see how those predictions play out. We do see the Furret on the side of Z Zwilus against the Wigglytuff on the side of Shadow Trainer. Wigglytuff is not something you called out, but that charm damage sure does stack.
And you did call the Azumarill Claydol, so I don't think all is lost. The normal type leads was an interesting pick, and now we see a kind of a slower counter swap into the Blastoise. The big question for me is, do you shield the first Play Rough before the Skull Bash buff? Play Rough does connect. Blastoise now deep into the red, looking for the second Skull Bash. Is going to get there in time, and the pivot now into the Furret. What do you think?
To come out of that matchup without having to give up even another shield.
I really like that play by Shadow Trainer to instant swap. If ZZ would have come back in with the Azumarill, I don't think that would have been the best play. But because ZZ sends in that Claydol, this play makes a ton of sense because you do maintain that Blastoise for a sacrificial swap later. First shield on the Rock Tomb and the Rage Fist coming through. No shield here on the Annihilate. I think Shadow Trainer is going to try to power through with that Wigglytuff.
It's true. We've seen this strategy in GBL a lot. The charm down from these Pokemon.
Oh, Azumarill is so low on energy, and I think the Wigglytuff has the double Swift ready to go. So as long as Shadow Trainer crosses their T's and dots their I's, I do think that they're going to be able to KO the Azumarill, and then that Claydol is not going to be far behind.
White. I thought the same type attack bonus might just do it, but we do see the charm down there. And the Claydol barely hanging on. Charm is stacking up much faster than Mudslap, and Wigglytuff takes the first victory there for Shadow Trainer against the Zwilus. Claydol coming onto the scene from Z Zwilus matched up against that Shadow Annihilate from Trainer. This is a surprisingly neutral matchup in the lead.
Yeah, this is interesting. And as we saw in that game number 1, the Annihilate, even though it resists rock type damage, it is forced to shield up Rock Tombs because it just can't take that plus the Mud Slap pressure. No shield on the first Rage Fist as expected. And what do you think is going to happen next year?
Claydol is low enough. Do you want to protect it? Yes, Z Zwilus throwing up their own shield.
Yeah, and I think the main reason for that is because it's just too bulky to farm down. And if you come in with the Azumarill as these Zwilus, you're still going to take another Rage Fist for your trouble. So now we see the pivot now into the Dusclops. This is an interesting move as well because the Hex did come through, bringing that Claydol extremely weak. And the final response here from ZZ is going to be to bring in his Azumarill. Exactly right. I think either way you cut it, you're going to have to throw 2 charge attacks into the Dusclops to pick up the KO regardless. So as the Azumarill player here, Z-Spot is just being very patient. Coming out with the Blastoise, revealing the third Pokemon. This is actually very important because Shadow Trainer swapped in freezing that switch timer, which means that ZZ can send out his Primate and avoid that Annihilate matchup, which is honestly massive for him here.
Exactly, but we do see the last shield going up to protect the energy from this Blastoise, and the Skull Bash is reached, being thrown and properly shielded by Zweilous. A big call there.
Yeah, huge call. Maybe trying to endure the next Rage Fist and get to the Hydro Cannon too. A rare, maybe miscount moment from ZZ. He might be trying to bank up the double Rage Fist, recognizing the Annihilate is on its way.
It's true, you do need some extra energy, but the cherry on top is that Shadow Trainer now catches on the, throws on the Dusclops where they had some energy preloaded. What?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kaz. The combo play was insane there. Do we get the full bubble down with the Azumarill? I think we do. Yes.
Is going to be a very close endgame here. Azumarill does have the energy, and seeing that Blastoise comes in actually saves a little bit before throwing the Ice Beam, which is resisted, but enough to knock out the Blastoise at this point. But Azumarill is a little slower. Can it get to its next move before this Annihilate? Yes, the Ice Beam coming through from Zweilous. The Azumarill proving once again how it has in any meta where it's allowed. We're getting into this battle right here, right now. Shadow Trainer versus Zweilous in their best of 3. And we have the Azumarill now against the Shadow Annihilate. This is a surprisingly neutral matchup, because if this Annihilate wants to, it could 2-shield Rage Fist its way through this Azumarill.
Exactly, right? It depends on how much Shadow Trainer wants to invest in their lead pick. And it looks like not very much. They actually pivot immediately into the Blastoise, and here comes the Primate.
I think this is going to knock out the Blastoise.
If not quite. If anyone in chat is wondering why regular Primate instead of Shadow, that right there shows you why, because it eats the Hydro Cannon and the rollouts are not doing too much. Gonna pull a shield from the the Annihilate for its trouble, coming back in with the Azumarill, maintaining switch. I don't know, Kaz. I think the forecast is looking very sunny over in Germany right now.
I do think that Zweilous has his mindset for this third game locked in. Does get the last shield from this Shadow Annihilate, which does have a Rage Fist already loaded. Will not be enough to knock out this Azumarill. You're going to need quite a bit more, and the Azumarill has a lot of energy already loaded, including enough for this Ice Beam, which, even though it goes unshielded, is this enough to knock out the Shadow Annihilate that range?
Not quite, but I do think the bubble damage is adding up, and meanwhile, you've got a Furret. Oh
no! Zweilous managing save that for the backline against that Dusclops. Just meant Shadow Trainer was out of luck.
How we doing, Leo? Yeah, there's been some pretty cool moments on stream. We saw Nickname doing a charge attack priority catch to almost get him a game early on the stream. We had Emmy Weedle versus SS Thorn, which could be the final of the tournament pretty much. They had an amazing battle. Where SS Thorn came back from a game where it looked lost. Even Beelzeboy and Yakai were already moving on to the next game, and then Melodic pulled the win with 1 HP. Just that Aqua Tail spam, thanks to that rework on the Dragon Tail, pulling in some amazing wins for SS Thorn. And we still have a lot in store. We got to see a good display of the meta so far. I feel like a lot of the teams have a few staples. Mainly Licky Licky, for example, has been the bulky third, fourth, fifth shield of choice by most of our competitors. We're seeing a lot of the strategy of leading a certain Pokemon, doing a bit of a chip damage, and then going in Licky to soak in the damage, and I'm anxious to see how trends are gonna work around that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I'm also saying, I haven't the chance to have a look at the and the top 12 or 16. Uh, yes, thank you. And yeah, I was surprised to see double now rising a little bit, and so 16%. Also, yeah, steady 23% for Shadow Beetle. It has become over the past weeks a staple now, but still not the bug biter of choice for most players. And also, yeah, I see Seeking on the rise as well. That's interesting. What do you think about Seeking? It's a weird Pokemon to run in this meta.
I think actually two of the things you said come hand in hand. I think double is coming in mainly because it's one of the few mons that has electric type coverage in this meta, and that's good neutral damage all around, but especially super effective damage into that seeking that's now rising in usage because it has access to Peck. Peck has been rebuffed into a Shadow clone, deals super effective damage into the bug types that have been rising. Spite Ops has been a meta staple since the beginning, but now Shadow, Beedrill, Venomoth have been coming into play. And Seeking deals super effective damage into them. It's non-stab, not same type attack bonus. So Seeking sometimes in neutral matchups can struggle a bit, and that's why trainers are opting for that Mega Horn coverage to have a solid nuke to throw into the likes of Wiki Wiki.
Yeah, you definitely want Mega Horn if you want to play toe to toe against Licky Licky and Miltank and also double as well, as long as you shield the wild shard correctly. But yeah, the sad fact is that every time I try and simulate the matchup between Seeking and uh, other Pokemon that you are supposed to beat as Seeking, you actually quite don't quite beat it. Like Shadow Beetle, you are not really able to beat it because yeah, the Bug Bite is so oppressive. You can't really match the damage.
We have no seeking in double in this matchup between Jackaloco and Lindos Rarjeff that's coming on to your screen soon. But we have lock-ins from our trainers. Excited to see what they're trying to run. There's a Spiritomb lead into the Drapion. Technically, this is a negative matchup for the Spiritomb, but Spiritomb can pull some strings.
Yeah, definitely Spectrum able to win the one shield against Dravion, but we have a say swap, immediate say swap of Licky Licky. Don't mind in uh, the timing, just throwing the body slam and start the sync in the timer.
Yeah, Wiki here being so safe. Drapion being able to overfarm, getting to the crunch just before the second body slam. Back to back crunch loaded. Let's see. The Wiki choose the no shield. It can tank the first world, no problem.
Yeah, I'm expecting not exactly now, trying to hopefully try and catch the body slam, but also storing the crunch on Drapion for later on, soaking all the damage. Now this Licky Licky is well in Driven range. However, Yakoloko can now switch back very soon.
Yeah, the desync of the switch time is gonna prove key. Wiki spamming those body slams, gonna put the Dunspark near yellow range, potentially coming back into the spirit. No, chooses to stay in, maybe trying to get, not trying to switch lock the Spiritomb being, taking in this drill run, Dunsparks almost at the back to back.
Yeah, now I think the Yakoloko kind of has to send Spiritomb in, soaking this Drill damage, and hopefully try and leave the two shields for a Svilu sweep potentially. Let's say.
Yeah, interesting here. Spiritomb can definitely tank one. The second row run will threaten potentially a knockout. Jackal Windows Rajev throwing the drill run right away. Jackal opting for a farm down, choosing to use the protect shield.
Yeah, now maybe Yakoloko will try and okay. I was expecting try and anticipate the combo play. Always hard to figure out when your opponent is gonna switch, but now definitely you can draw the shield and send in Svilus to absorb all the energy from Drapion.
Yeah, this energy from Spiritomb is going to prove crucial because this Kingdra is behind two protect shields, and there's as well as in the back that takes super effective damage from the stab outrage.
Yeah, I think no way Yakoloko can can come from this matchup as long as Kingdra is well healthy and full of energy. I think we're gonna see a Kingdra 3 for this game one.
Kingdra is the king or queen of this meta for a reason. It has such great coverage. Body slam coming through. It does not threaten a knockout. Still, Lindos Rarjev choosing to preserve the HP on the Kingdra, racing to that outrage.
Yeah, no potential. Okay, I was expecting a little bit of overfarm just to being able to. I mean, you're gonna be in Rock Tomb range anyway, so maybe just trying to overfarm. But no, I think yeah, even yeah, just we can just play simply here. No need to be solo. We can just take care of Spiritomb with Dragon Breath alone.
Yeah, Lindos Rarjev here getting that shield advantage that proved key for the Kingdra. Here in Jackaloco's team, there's no Dragon Breath resist, so Kingdra proving to be a very good closer. Also, we showed off a bit of the Spiritomb, right? It's a Pokemon that has a very good charge and fast attacks, but it's rather slow, and that proved costly in that matchup versus the Kingdra. It couldn't really get anywhere near a charge attack to threaten shields.
Yeah, I think that the key for Lindos Raja for this game one was to keep Drapion alive and well equipped with a lot of energy, and being able to soak the energy on the dance pads, being able to dance around by keeping energy, not wasting any shields, and leaving two shields for Kingdra, which is of course the win condition. No Dragon resists on Yakoloko's team, but also no Dragon attackers except for your Zwilus, and Zwilus loses the ones and the zeros potentially, and even the two shields as well. So yeah, it's not really a good matchup you want to stay in against your Kingdra.
Yeah, and the strategy that we have been seeing in this tournament time and time again, the normal types being able to soak in a lot of that charge attack pressure, proving very useful here for Lindos Rarjev. Though Loco has one of the few Pokemon in this meta that has fighting type coverage in the Ferret and access to that Brick Break that has been reworked. Let's see if it makes an appearance. We have the Zweilous lead into the Dunsparce. Pretty neutral matchup.
Yeah, as Yakologo, you are really happy to see the Dunsparce here in the lead because this means that this Beedrill is going to potentially set up a sweep in the end game. So you can easily play the zero shield or playing the one shield just if you want to match the shield from Raja. But yeah, the Dark Pulse is going through, and now a Kingdra safe swap. That's scary.
Yeah, interesting pivot here by Lindos Kharjev, choosing to not stay in. If he's seeing as well as in the lead, that probably means there's Spite Ups counters in the back and maybe trying to draw those out. Draws out the Licky Licky, the Kingdra racing into an outrage. Not before the Licky Licky throws an energy. No, baits with the Swift. Let's see if he can pull the first Protect Shield out of Jackaloco.
Yeah, that's a smart attempt, but yeah, nice call. But I think it makes a lot of sense to try and go for the bait when your opponent is full of energy because you really don't want to waste all the energy you have banked. And now good call. Yeah.
That's a very huge shield because there's a lot of energy wasted there, and now the Kingdra can overfarm, goes for the outrage just before the body slam is ready, and Jackal choosing to no shield. This Kingdra will get switch advantage.
Yeah, you definitely need two shields for the Beedrill. I think that the no shield on the potential outrage from Kingdra on Licky Licky makes even more sense now if you consider that Beedrill is probably going to win the game for Yakoloko.
Here's Wild is going for the farm, not before Kingdra gets to a departing Swift on 1 HP. I don't think this is enough to knock out, but then again, the Dunsparce is already massively chipped, so maybe this Beedrill has a lot of play. There's a Spite Ops in the back, and Beedrill resists Bug Bite.
Yeah, you're gonna. Okay, I was hoping Rajev to try and do the bug bite snipe uh, as soon as it came in, but yeah, instead now this body slam is able to be fired off, and now okay, so I didn't remember Dustbus had so much energy, so I think the Spider-Ups now can clean this game up.
Dunsparce has back-to-back rock slides. Can it survive the bug bites to get the second rock slide? It just about does. Pulls out the last protect shield. And now the question is, can the Spider-Ups get to a rock tomb to KO this Beedrill? It's gonna be a race.
Yeah, it's going to be a race, but however, yeah, no X-Scissor on Yakoloko's Beedrill, so yeah, Phil Stinger is not enough. Potential, I think ideally, if you want to aim for the potential one shot, but not even from this range, you should aim for Aerial Ace, which is not a viable move on your Beedrill.
Can the Spider? It has a Rock Tomb loaded. Is over farming so much, maybe afraid of a potential cast on the Swallows. The Switch Clock wasn't up, but now it is up. Can Jackal off Loco pull the miracle, pull up a catch to win this game? Goes for the catch. He gets the catch.
That's incredible. So many coin flips you need to be aware of, and yeah, being overly cautious, Rajev now ends up losing a game that seemed in his pocket until moments ago.
And this is where we're with so many switches, the switch timer manipulation, you lose track of the switch clock. It's so hard to keep track of it, and that proving costly. If he had thrown the Rocktomb just when he had it, he would have been able to win this game. But just afraid of that switch clock being up, and Jackaloco being able to pull the miracle bug bite versus bug bite. One turn moves. You can't wait turns. You can't do anything. It's just about pressing a button and praying that it works, and it worked out, pulling up a massive switch to catch the Rock Tomb and winning game number one with this Lindos Rajev.
Yeah, I've been seeing more and more players try and delay the firing of the charge move just because throwing a move when you have it is now too obvious. But sometimes going for the obvious play is the best one because you are counterplaying your opponent's belief that you are gonna do a smart play. So yeah, depending on which level you are on, sometimes just going for the simple play is actually the best one.
I think that's so funny that you mentioned that because when you're learning the how to play this game, you're always going for optimization. Throw on good timing. Don't throw on obvious situations when you have back-to-back moves, etc. And trainers know that you know all those basic rules, right? So it becomes a mind game of trying to not be so obvious, throwing on erratic timings, maybe throw when you have the move right away, just because the players are not expecting it. And this is exactly what happened. Jackaloco being able to pull off that catch because of the indecisiveness of Rargef.
Yeah, and now can't wait to see the game three. So now Yakoloko has reached the equalizer through a last second catch. And what do you think now Rajev is gonna adjust after almost having the game two in his pocket and seeing the game slipping away from him? How do you think now he will adjust and react to this?
Well, I think something that Rargef did very well on game one and wasn't able to execute for game two was preserving that Kingdra, right? That Dragon Breath damage is unresisted throughout Jackaloco's team, and having to safe swap it and pretty much sacrificing it in a way. It was able to KO the Licky Licky, but they kind of nullified each other. So the Kingdra didn't have as much potential as it could have because for Jackaloco, if you're taking outrages on a Licky Licky, you're a very happy customer there. So maybe Rargef is due to optimize the Kingdra as a closer once again, taking advantage of the way Jackaloco built this team, not regarding the Dragon Breath resists. And for Windows Rargef as well, he saw the first sighting of that B drill, right? So Spidos maybe not as safe as usually is, because if you look into the rest of the team, Licky Licky being on Earthquake and Spiritomb being so slow, Spidops is a pretty safe pick other besides the B drill.
Yeah, but I suspect the Yakaloko wants to bring Beedrill once again, especially because yeah, except for Daspers, there are really no Beedrill answers to this. I know you can do heavy fast move damage with your two Sucker Punch users, with Kingdra, but all of them has lots of loose conditions, and even Drapion can't really do anything against a shielded Beedrill. So you need shields to be down in order to hope to one shot with a crunch or nearly one shot Beedrill with a crunch. So yeah, I'm expecting Beedrill to come once again on Giacoloco's side, and Daspas of course on Rajev is kind of mandatory, and potentially I don't know Kingdra again, but I don't know, maybe this time Kingdra we're gonna see him in the lead, not on the safe spot.
Yeah, and interesting about Rargef's team is that double up on the rolls on the Sucker Punch, right? It has Grimmsnarl and Spiritomb. Grimmsnarl, I'd say it's more of a two shield mon, especially on Power Up Punch. You're able to sweep a lot of teams. And as what I like to call a roll compression slot because you're very okay into the dragons, even though the dragons have cheap charge attacks that threaten to hit KO. So Grimm's now kind of lacking on the stat product. But let's leave that conversation for later because we have game number three. It's 1-1. We have once again Dwylus lead into the Dunsparce.
Okay, so my read was not on point because Yakoloko is now bringing the Vigil, maybe anticipating Roger would try and be more prepared for it, and it kind of makes sense. Zvalus is a surprisingly good lead into anything that doesn't have Bug Bite. So yeah, I think Yakoloko is now very happy to play the Zero Shield and see and just keep the shields for Spiritomb maybe.
Yeah, the Dunsparce racing to a second drill run, maybe trying to threaten a shield out of the Zweilis. Zweilis chooses not to throw the body slam, knowing that it won't KO, but choosing again to no shield the drill run, hoping to maybe survive. Will he bank the energy or will he throw? Survives on 1 HP. He swaps right away, goes into the Spiritomb, trying to get a snipe, goes into the Licky Licky. This is a positive matchup for the Spiritomb.
Yeah. Oh, it is a very gutsy bait, but it kind of makes sense because most of players should be afraid of the earthquake. But oh no, Rajev is so famous for calling the baits. He also did it a lot during Worlds, and yeah, this time is no exception.
And for the second time on stream, a Spiritomb has no shielded a body slam from Wiki Wiki, and this puts it in such a good place because now the Earthquake won't threaten as much damage as it used to on debuffs. He can probably even no shield if you want, or if he wants to preserve the HP on the Spiritomb, shield it and farm down, goes for the no shield, trying to preserve the protections for the Kingdra in the back.
Yeah, that makes sense because you really want Kindred to be double shielded, and yeah, and you still have a Dunsparce which potentially can reach a move in the end game. So yeah, you are okay. Nice patience on Rajev's side, and now I think that this game is going to go to Rajev.
Jackaloko trying to pull the magic once again, trying to go for a peekaboo play. Doesn't work out this time. Hargef was aware, and now he has a two shield Kingdra into the Spirit Tomb. Spirit Tomb, as access to the Rock Tomb, will be able to diminish the offensive prowess of the Kingdra. But behind two Protect Shields, I feel comfortable saying that Kingdra will go for that double outrage to secure the win here for Windows Hargef.
Yeah, that's the safest play. I think there, yeah, really, there is no need for attempt. Yeah, and in fact, Yakoloko's win condition is just hoping the Rajev makes one extra bait, one unnecessary one. But yeah, this time it's not gonna happen. And yeah, game three goes to Rajev. Nice prediction on the expecting the peekaboo play and preserving Kindra with two shields. This is what he did in game one, and he won because of that. This is what he didn't in game two, and he lost potentially because of that. And now, yeah, he did it again in game three, and yeah, he secured this game.
And this is kind of showing why players have to take into account Kingdra in their team building. If you don't have a Grimmsnarl or potentially other Dragon Breath users, mainly Shadow Tyranitar, for example, that has a positive Kingdra matchup, resisting that Swift and dealing super effective damage with the Dragon Breath as same time attack bonus, Brutal Swing, and on the same pacing as the Swift. Kingdra is very good because the water plus dragon subtyping has no super effective damage in this meta, at least not in terms of fast moves. There's also the play rough from Grimmsnarl, but most of them are on pup because you have to maximize the time Grimmsnarl is on the field, and that's usually throwing Sucker Punch. You want to boost up that Sucker Punch damage. So Kingdra actually doesn't have that bad of a Grimmsnarl matchup.
Yeah, and yeah, shall we have a look at what's been happening in the other pairs? Let's have
Yeah,
a
sounds
look. If we see some Tyranitar users, because yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Tyranitar. It is a strange beast, isn't it? It almost loses to Kingdra though, despite dealing super effective damage.
good.
To yeah,
I think on table one we have two players that haven't been on stream yet. We have Nimble Dragon versus Executor. Executor getting the win with the Shadow Venomoth, another bug bite user. We've just seen a display of the Shadow Beedrill. Shadow Venomoth has been an alternative for trainers. It isn't as fast as the Beedrill getting to its first charge attack because it has access to Poison Fang, but it does a lot of damage even with that low energy charge attack. What do you think of Venomoth in comparison to Beedrill or in comparison even to Spidops?
Yeah, you know what? So I've been eyeing Shadow Venomoth since the very early stages of this meta, and I wasn't I wasn't really convinced at the beginning, just because yeah, you often had to go down 2 shields before being able to burn one. Um, but yeah, but then more and more players were kind of weak to the 2 shields backbite aggressive strat, and I thought that that could be the play. Um, but then Beedrill just was a more optimized version, I think. You just the 3-4 extra turn that of difference between no, two extra turn of difference between Felsinger and Poison Fang. I mean, they're probably gonna be shielded anyway, uh, because Drill Run is really scary and is much cheaper the Buck Boss. So yeah, going straight Felsinger, I think it's just the way to go. And Beedrill is, I think, much better than Venomoth. Venomoth is not to be tossed away, but I think it just comes in second place.
But I think it's interesting in the Executor team, he has three Pokemon that have a supporting role for the other picks. He has Venomoth with access to the Poison Fang, lowering the defense of the opposing Pokemon. He has Spiritomb that lowers the attack with Rock Tomb, and he has Seeking that has access to Icy Wind. So maybe Executor thinking, I don't want to buff my own attack, but I would rather use Venomoth to throw a departing Poison Fang to make the secondary matchup easier. Maybe that's his rationale. But I do agree that I feel like Beedrill, even on the mono bug moveset, because we've seen a few versions of Beedrill. We've seen always with Fellstinger, I feel like, because your main source of damage is your fast attack. You want to buff that as much as possible. Also, you're able to cap tie on 12 thirds, stuff like Grimmsnarl, for example, which is cool. But some players opting for Drill Run to have coverage into Frostlass or Dragalge, which are typical bug biter counters. Or you have access to that X Scissor, which makes it the Spite Ops matchup way even more comfortable than it already is, and even resisted same type attack bonus X Scissor chunks.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And I don't know because Beedrill, yeah. So Spidops is decreasing usage, but Beedrill isn't really getting beyond the 30% threshold. So it looks like I don't know. Most players are just maybe just giving up on the bug bite user because yeah, 55% plus 27 is not 100%. Some of them are just giving up on them. I don't know if it's the play. I think the one bug bite user is kind of necessary, but I agree that as we progress towards the actual tournament, I think the Vigil is getting a lot of attention, and more players are starting to be prepared for it, even neutrally. You often don't need a backbite resist because backbite resists come with a lot of weaknesses, and then you have to think about protecting the weaknesses that Dragaja and Frostlass carry with them. So yeah, potentially just playing neutrally against Beedrill with Furret or with Spiritomb or with your Kingdra. I think that probably that's the play. If you optimize this, I think you are in a much better spot.
Yeah, interesting that we also see in Executor's team, nonetheless, the Miltank. We've been seeing Leaky Leaky, Dunsparce, a bit of Furret as well. Furret usage has been decreasing a bit just because Spiritomb has become so prevalent in a lot of teams. The quick attack, brick break, swift version of Furret doesn't do too hot into the ghost type. But Miltank is an interesting pick because as Leaky Leaky has access to that body slam spam, but has access to Ice Beam or Thunderbolt as its coverage move. Ice Beam could be interesting to deal super effective damage into dragons like Dragalge or Zweilous that has been used to counter Licky Licky neutrally in a way. But also has access to Thunderbolt to for the likes of, for example, Seeking or Milotic, as we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, I think yeah, the choice is between Thunderbolt and Gyroball, I think, because on one hand you might want to have some coverage against the Milotic or against Seeking, but on the other hand, you want your rollout user maybe to provide some coverage against the Grimmsnarl or against the Tyranitar, against which Lickitung is too slow, especially against Tyranitar. You need to bait twice and successfully land the Earthquake. So yeah,
Mhm.
that's a long way to go. And in the meantime, you do this. Tyranitar has thrown 75 brutal swings, and then he just bailed out again. So yeah, definitely Miltank has packs in it, a lot of coverage. However, yeah, the damage output of Gyro Ball is pretty yeah, not ideal, not ideal. So even super effective one still doesn't KO the Tyranitar, for example.
Yeah, maybe we can look into some other matchups to see if we find some more interesting pick as the players move on in round four, trying to get closer into that top cut. Last week we had a tournament that had a top four top cut, if I believe. Now it's going to be top eight, so a lot to play for, even if these trainers have lost a game. We have Charming Pori versus Newman. I'm noticing a 2-1 matchup right there. Charming Pori from APAC. I'm not sure if he's playing you. I see maybe one of the APAC traders that's doing the travel. And we see the appearance of Frostlass. Frostlass is an interesting pick because I feel like the Ice plus Ghost coverage is fairly unresisted in the meta. So offensively, Frostlass is very good. But then you take super effective damage from Rollout and from Sucker Punch, which isn't ideal, but you resist bug and body slam. So I feel like Frostless has some play in this meta.
Frostas does have some play. It is a legitimate option. However, yeah, okay. So I have to say, Frostas has always been a favorite of mine. Ever since playing grassroots tournaments, wherever she, because it's only a female Pokemon,
Yeah.
wherever Frostas was available, you knew she would be so strong in every meta. However, I think you kind of need a team of 10 to support all the weaknesses that Frostas has in the EUIC meta. Yeah, so you need coverage against Spiritomb, Grimmsnarl. You're not so good against Drapion, but I think you can play with it. But yeah, you need a support against the rollout users. You need a support against a lot of things, and yeah, the slots are pretty limited. Considering that some slots are kind of fixed because you do want to have a rollout, so or even a bug bite user. So this means that you have even fewer choices, fewer picks to protect your Flossus with. And but I do give that Frostless is definitely a good Pokemon. Uh, it always will be a good Pokemon with some extra energy, but I think you need a lot of energy to make it work here.
Yeah, definitely not a Pokemon that's represented on the sim. Straight up energy is not Frostlass's way of playing. You also always trying to get energy from those residuals and hoping to get a shield, swap back out, farm back again. A bit like Tyranitar, for example. Tyranitar is also one of those Pokemons. A strategy that I've been seeing a lot of players use in practice is get energy on Tyranitar on a matchup where it doesn't take much super effective damage or much fast attack damage in general, and then swap out, and that energy is very valuable because brutal swing, same type attack bonus, hurts a lot of Pokemon neutrally, but also has access to that Stone Edge, being able to one shot the bug types that are his main check. Tyranitar is pretty much one shield farm down versus all the bug biters. I don't even know if it reaches Stone Edge versus some of them. So it's an interesting pick, but definitely requires some playing around the neutral matchups to gather the energy.
Yeah, trying to throws actual nukes in 9 turns. It is terrific. However, yeah, I think Tyranitar is one of those Pokemon you can definitely play around if you know how to move yourself. Like Drapion, for example, I think that basically wins the ones and the twos. I'm not so sure about the zeros because you should be able to leave the Aqua Tail as Tyranitar.
Mhm.
And but yeah, definitely also, Kindra can deal some damage. Forvet has access to a Brick Braid, which basically one-shot it, right? It's a Licky Licky with Earthquake. Yeah, he's able to put some shield pressure on it, and then you have Spidops with Bug Bite. So I appreciate that Charming Pori's team, despite being on paper only, I mean, only with one real counter of Tyranitar, and all the other five had actually a lot of loose conditions against it. They were able to win 2-1 against the Tyranitar user.
Yeah, it's. I think that's a team comp that is very common, which is the dark types. Besides the bugs, I feel like have a lot of neutral play in the meta, but the bugs are so good because bug bite is the best fast attack in this meta. It's the old dragon breath, and we used to say breath goes bruh, and the same with the bug bites as well. So even in matchups where say bug bite is resisted, like Frostlass or even something like Dragon Tail Dragalge, something like Spide Ops has a lot of neutral play. And we've seen players even adapting to a strategy of using double bug bite users on their team, having the Spide Ops to be a soft loss and then trying to sweep with their Beedrill or Venomoth. So yeah, Spide Ops kind of a neutral monster in this meta, very much thanks to not only its bulk but also access to Bug Bite and Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and also, yeah, the inner weakness that Spidops has is just its pacing. It is so good stats wise, and yeah, the charge attacks have a lot of utility because of the debuffs. But yeah, you're too slow in this kind of meta where most Pokemon just throw in 10 turns or faster, and yeah, your quickest charge move is Xyzer, which is 13 turns, right?
Mhm.
No, 14 turns. And yeah,
I think it's
in
one of
14
those that
turns,
has
yeah,
is 14 on the first and 13 on the second.
yeah,
You
and in
get some
14
resistance.
turns, you already got one charge move fired from your opponent, and maybe two. So yeah, it's not really that Pokemon that you want to play when all shields are in play. This is a zero shield monster, or potentially just one shield to zero monster when you are able to save the shield for it at the end game and just chunking down, biting your opponents down, and then debuffing permanently and do your job. But yeah, definitely as a lead, I played a lot of matches here in this meta, and Spidops in the lead is very underwhelming against Kingdra, for example, against a lot of
Mhm.
other things.
Yeah, and something interesting about this meta, and I'd like to look at the top usage once again for it, is that a lot of these Pokemon have access to a Shadow or a regular variant. You have Drapion, mainly the Shadow variant is the one that's used, but I've seen a couple of Shadow Kingdra going around, maybe to be able to two-shot the Grimmsnarl with Swifts alone. Shadow Beedrill is very prevalent. Frostlass, usually we see the regular one, but we're seeing Shadow and even with triple Axle to boost those powder snows. So, what's your thoughts on some of those more uncommon Shadow Pokemon? For example, the Kingdra, which regular has been deemed very safe, but then again, we see a lot of teams without Dragon Breath resist. So why not Shadow?
Yeah, so the main advantage of Shadow Kingdra, in my opinion, is that you are able to deal 3 damage of Dragon Breath against the Spiritomb and against the Double. These are the main advantages for a Shadow one. However, this comes at the expense of a lot of bulk loss. And since you, as a Shadow, um, you will need outrage regardless against a lot of picks in this meta. So I think that outrage from the shadow is going to be potentially an overkill. So you don't want to exaggerate with the glass cannonness of your Kindra. I think that the outrage from the regular one does the job in many occasions, and I mean, even against Spiritomb, okay, you deal 3 damage instead of 2, but you can't throw Swift at it. So
Yeah.
you still have to throw Outrage to a 25% health Spiritomb. So unless you want to farm down, but yeah, there's very particular situations you need to find yourself in. You probably want your Kingdra to be regular, and looks like 90% of players do agree with this stance.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like even in Open Great League on the main series tournaments, you've played a few Shadow variants of Pokemon that aren't we aren't used to seeing Shadow. For example, the Shadow Charjabug that you used in one of your most recent runs in Birmingham, I believe. So yeah, I was curious to see what was your thought process on that. Maybe we can go back to the tournament, see how our top cut is shaping out because we're on the round 4 already, and we're getting closer and closer to determine those trainers. We see Borja MN, a Spanish trainer that has been doing very well in practice tournaments, and here on the Zygarden tournament, also showing out with the 4-0. Him nicknamed Executor, the only undefeated trainer so far. I'm not sure if we have still some remaining matchups where we can see more undefeated trainers, but doing pretty good on their way to locking in a spot on that top cut.
Yeah, at this point, I want to see what the Borja's team is. So he played against SS Thorn, and I guess
Yeah, he's right
yes.
there. He,
Okay.
he beat he beat
So
Rarjev as well, apparently on the round prior. So it's not been an easy run, but Borja putting on a show here, running that double bug biter threat that we were just mentioning a bit ago. Double bug bite, double sucker punch. Oh lord.
yeah, well, you really, yeah, I mean, he really loves the fast move pressure, I guess. But I think it's very, I mean, under one point of view, it's very well constructed because you keep putting a lot of pressure on your opponent, whether you're gonna use a double sucker punch user or a double bug bite user, and often you can't cover for both of them. So you need to be either strong against one or against the other one. And yeah, potentially, I mean, even you can try and play the zero shield with Spidops in the lead and saving the shields for Bidru in the back, doing the ABA when you are weak to the rollout user in the lead and you soft lose it. The matchup between Spidops and Licky Licky is very even, despite you take super effective rollout damage from it. And then you just leave the two shields to Bidru. And yeah, I guess maybe this is what he did in this very well rounded 2-0. We don't know. But yeah, he seems to be on fire.
Yeah, it seems like you're kind of forcing your opponent into running those neutral picks like Kingdra or Melodic that don't really hard counter the bug biters slash sucker punchers, and that might leave you with lack of coverage if there's a double up on that roll. So interesting team for sure. He beat a lot of good players. SS Thorn, Linda Zwarjev, KWA Legend with Stud Muffins round one. This has been a sick run. This is a UIC champion type run. Impressive stuff by Borja.
Yeah, yeah, he's taking down big name after big name. So I guess maybe yeah, next round is going to be potential nickname against Borja. Uh,
Yeah,
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 I mean,
speaking of nickname, let's see how he did versus Ashenash. 2-0 versus Ashenash, one of the best NA slash LATAM players. I think he's registered in NA, but it was born in a LATAM country. But here, running the Shadow Beedrill Ashenash is a pretty standard team, also with the Spiritomb and the Ferret.
yeah, and I would like to speak with all the players who decided to leave Licky Licky out and using a different type of rollout user. Not because they are wrong, but because I want to learn what they think and why they decided to toss Licky Licky away. It has, I think, it has way more advantages than drawbacks. So, for example, a player like Nickname, who uh, I'm sure has done his research, I would like to know from him, for example, why the dance pass? He's not the only one. Lots of players are just preferring dance pass or Mill Tank over the Licky Licky. And yeah, dance pass. I think the thing that dance pass does is just being able um, to throw a one-shotting move against Pedro, for example, in 12 turn rather than in 15. So against a zero shielded Beedrill, you are just faster. You don't need the body slam. Just with a tiny bit of energy, you are able to win very roundly the zeros and the ones and potentially the twos. Although yeah, the bulk of Licky Licky often comes in clutch. So yeah, you have some balance to strike there.
Yeah, and it's an interesting team by nickname because besides Kingra and Drapion, I feel like it lacks speed a little bit. Spiritomb, Spidops, Dunsparce not so much, but maybe to the first move. You can argue they are fairly slow in this meta, but they also have the bulk that comes with it, right? They often can tank one neutral charge attack fairly well. And something like Dunsparce CS in comparison to Licky Licky, it struggles with the speed because Licky Licky has access to 9 turn body slams. Whilst Dunsparce can probably pull Protect Shields easier because rock ground coverage in this meta is fairly good. Rock for those bug types, and ground coverage for the poisons like Dragalge or Drapion.
Yeah, and nicknames team has actually three Pokemon with with attack debuffing moves. So Seeking, Spiritomb, and Spidops. So which means that, and of course, so this adds more to the artificial bulk, to the bulk that you already have with Duskparrots and Spidops and yeah, Spiritomb and Kingdra. All of them are pretty bulky or more than average bulky Pokemon with the addition of the extra attack debuff against, you're able to desync in this way, just being able to absorb more charge moves. You don't need to desync by throwing a lot of charge moves. So yeah, that's um, interesting choice. But yeah, so despite not being so strong against a two shield Beedrill, actually he managed to win 2-0 against a good player who also had Beedrill. So yeah, uh, that would have been interesting to watch for sure. I will ask
Yeah,
nickname later on if he speaks about that game to me. But yeah. Also, did you notice nickname Strapion is shiny in the infographic, or
yeah,
is it
all
just
the
me?
culture. I think it is shiny. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Only cultured players have shiny Shadow Drapions, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's a fairly cool shiny. Seeking and Dunsparce have that super effective damage into that bead roll, so maybe they were vital players in this matchup 2-0 for nickname. Maybe before we move on, I think our round is just about to wrap up. We can see some more matchups on our table, see if there's anything interesting going on. We have Jinx beating Grey Flames, that was on stream earlier on. Jinx from Australia, also top 32 players in Anaheim Worlds, actually. So good to see him here once again, doing pretty well. Grey Flames was on stream earlier on, and pretty standard team. I feel like this team comp of Spiritomb, Licky Licky, Drapion, Kingdra with the bug type user has been a fairly common archetype in this meta, and maybe this is something that our potential trainers that don't have a team for UIC yet. I feel like there's a lot of people in this situation because you don't know what to want to be weak to, or maybe you want to try out some shadow variants or stuff like that. Maybe that's an archetype you can take into account in your team building. Try to get some core breakers into these common cores.
Yeah, I think it is very hard to deviate from what it works. And yeah, so you really want a bulky rollout user, you really want a dragon attacker. Actually, the frame has two, but yeah, in this case, you want a dragon attacker, a bug type, a bulky rollout user, and potentially a dark type, or yeah, like a Grimsnar answer. Usually, yeah, these are the four that you want to have, and you have a little bit of leeway or wiggle room for the last two slots when you can try and double up on certain roles. So yeah, you can double up on the backbiter or on the dragon, or maybe double rollout user if you're really scared of that shadow vigil and you want just to put more pressure on it. But yeah, so I think you you are never wrong. If you want to pick the top six usage, I think it's gonna be a good team regardless. So if you don't want to mull over the team building too much, and you want just to put some reps in and start practicing, just yeah, you can safely choose the top six uh, from this tournament and having a pretty good team already.
Yeah, I think an interesting pick that is we've seen showcased on stream and apparently still doing pretty well is that Milotic. It recently got access to a shadow form in a recent Rocket event, and I'm kind of curious to see what trainers choose, if the regular one for the increased bulk, because you can tank two charge attacks from, for example, Dunsparce, let's say, fairly comfortably. We also seen that it wins charge attack priority into those normal types, which has came in clutch before for SS Torn in the tournament. But the Shadow variant makes those non same type attack bonus Dragon Tails it just a bit harder. the wrap as well becomes actually a threatening move. So I feel like there's merit to both variants.
Yeah. So what would you use if you were to run Milotic?
I think it depends a bit on the team that you have. If you have a team that's already fairly bulky, for example, if you have the normal types, you have maybe Kingdra, Spiritomb. I feel like that team is already fairly bulky, and you need a bit more of an offensive pro. So maybe Shadow could be an alternative. But if you're opting more for the bug biters, maybe something like regular Melodic can provide that artificial bulk into your team and maybe even support those bug biters because of that access to wrap, lowering the defense of the opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, it also probably depends on how you like to play the Milotic, because if you want to play it as a lead, probably you might want to use the Shadow one because you already start pressuring the shield after 9 turns. So 3 Dragon Tails plus the Aqua Tail from a Shadow Milotic, I think that already chunks a lot of HPs from most Pokemon. And it's also able to win more 2 shield scenarios because you can straight wrap in the first one, and then if they let it go, you can just shield twice and Dragon Tail down potentially. If they shield it, then the second Aqua Tail is going to deal a lot of damage. And yeah, so potentially it is a win-win situation for you if you're playing as a lead. But now we have already the matchup coming up. So Borja against Executor, A7, 8-7. We don't have Milotic users, but we have this shiny Shadow Venomoth. So everyone here is hoping to see how beautiful is this shiny moth. And I think it's pretty good into Borja's team as well. Of course, you have to watch out for the Beedrill front and from the Licky Licky. Beedrill being able to win the head-to-head, and Licky Licky being able, of course, to win every shield scenario, every even shield scenario. But apart from those, Venomoth is really scary.
And something that makes me happy about this matchup is there's only two similar picks between both teams, the Spiritomb and the Kingdra, and everything else is different. So hoping to see
Rare thing. Yeah.
some variety, which is fairly important to learn those matchups because yeah, I've seen a lot of players depending a lot on that Leaky Leaky. And hoping to see if Miltank can prove itself as a viable alternative because as you mentioned, it's one of the few Pokemon that has a super effective coverage move into both Frostlass and Tyranitar with that Gyro Ball. I'm not sure if Executor's Miltank is on that move set, but it could be a good supporting cast for that Seeking that has doesn't have the most positive Tyranitar matchup. Well, because the pack is resisted by the rock subtyping.
Yeah, I'm expecting Miltank to come every game for Executor. I think you really want to use your rollout user, whatever it is, and yeah, potentially Kingdra as well. There are no, I mean, yeah, there is a Dragon Resist, but yeah, this Dragon Resist is so squishy that yeah, it fades from too swift. So as soon as you get some extra energy, I think that Kingdra can basic. I mean, it has the power to force Grimmsnarl to rush and throw immediately as soon as it has the move in the one shield. Otherwise, a third Swift is gonna come. And so yeah, Kingdra is very wicked. Is very strong. So really, Executor needs to bring it. Needs to bring the meal tank, potentially leaving 2 shields to Venomoth. And while for on Borja's side, of course, Licky Licky is coming, and potentially I don't know, maybe Kingdra as well, and maybe Beedrill again. So yeah, basically mirror teams, mirror lines. I think they are pretty likely to come, but let's see. Maybe we're gonna see some Spidops action. Maybe you're gonna see some Grimmsnarl coming on Borja's side.
Yeah, I'm kind of interesting to see the double up of roles by Borja, what type of lines he likes to run. Maybe some ABB strats with the two Backmons having similar type roles, trying to draw one with the Spite Ops or the Spiritomb that are usually the ones that have the better zero shield matchup. They can debuff with access to Rock Tomb, both of them, to try maybe to sweep with the Grimmsnarl or the Beedrill. Also, interested to see if the Venomoth actually shows why it could be the bug biter of choice instead of the Beedrill, because as we mentioned, Beedrill on paper potentially could be better in this meta, but Poison Fang can come clutch in this matchup, especially versus a Grimmsnarl team, right? So interesting to see how Executor pilots that Venomoth.
Yeah, Venom has some nice matchups that Beedrill doesn't have. I think that, for example, you are just more dominant in those matchups when you want to uh, deal more damage with your cheapest charge move, and maybe where I don't know. For example, I suppose against the Spidops, for example, you do more damage with your charge moves, of course. Drill Round being resisted and Felstinger being basically almost resisted from the Spidops, being very weak damage wise per se. And but yeah, also I'm expecting some players just not having a good Shadow Vigil. Maybe they were unable to put their hands on a very good rank. Maybe they are lacking a lot of bulk points where you're taking one or two extra damage from the opponent's charge move. So maybe okay, so I can choose between either, and I prefer just to use my best ranked Shadow Bug.
Yeah, and something interesting about Venomoth is the secondary same type attack bonus bug move. Some people have opted for Silverwind because it's cheaper to get to, but it also has access to that Bug Buzz, which a very strong nuke bug type attack that could potentially put a lot of dent into the bulky Pokemons like Licky Licky or even Spiritomb, Spidops.
Yeah, I do remember in the past, Bugabuzz, even from War Madam Trash, which was an actual trash Pokemon, but the move from War Madam Trash wasn't so trash. It was an actual nuke, even from a Pokemon with no attack. So I can't imagine how much damage the Bugabuzz from Shadow Venomoth would do.
Hey, come on. I feel like Wormadam has been fairly decent in grassroots tournaments in the past. You can call it that trash. It has an interesting typing, right? Steel bug. It's like the OG steel bug before Scizor was good.
Yeah, it was the only trash Pokemon which was actually good. Yeah.
But yeah, interested to see how these players build around their shadow bug biters. Uh, I'm expecting to see also a lot of Kingdra, especially from Borja, since there's no Dragon Breath resist. The coverage that only Grimmsnarl provides in this meta. So maybe we will see a similar strat like Lindosh Kharjev has done, saving that Kingdra in the back as a sweeper to maybe get shields down with something else, like Spiritomb or Spidops, hoping to sweep with the unshielded outrages.
Yeah, let's see. And I think, yeah, potentially there are some Pokemon that are a must for both the trainers and other Pokemon that are more risky and they don't feel so necessary. But yeah, for sure the Bug Bite user, the rollout user, and yeah, potentially Dragon Breath user for both. I think this is the safest line that both of them can think of. And yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised actually if Borja uses Spiritomb as well, because yeah, Executor lacking the Grimmsnarl, which makes it for a Dragon Resist or and a Sucker Punch Resist. So I think the Spiritomb is a safe swap, even against Drapion, even Shields, even Energy is pretty okay in the ones. He should be able to win against Drapion. So as a safe swap, I think it's a pretty good Pokemon to take shield advantage with.
It's such an interesting matchup because Spiritomb, as its sucker punch, is resisted by Drapion, but it also resists the poison sting back. And as a ghost type, it only takes neutral from the crunch, taking into account its part dark subtyping. It's pretty interesting because Sucker Punch and Rock Tomb are such good moves, such good fast attack and charge attacks, even non-stab with the Rock Tomb, that they're able to flip the Drapion matchup, even if it baits. I do believe that you maybe have to shield the first charge attack from Drapion, or am I mistaken there? Can you just no shield
Yeah,
and double Rock Tomb?
I think you need to shield the first crunch, hoping it's a crunch and hoping it's not debuffing your defense. Because
Hmm.
I think if you shield the first crunch, then your opponent is forced to throw another crunch, and this time it's gonna be debuffed. But if you let the first crunch go, then the Drapion, even after the debuff, can just go with Aqua Tail and the
Hmm.
things get more iffy for you. So yeah, you're gonna need to shield first. But then you are able just to pull in Rock Tomb range with the sucker punches, and you take the one shield.
Yeah, when we've seen a lot of players trying to play into that mentality that Pokemon with debuffing moves always want to shield the first charge attack. So we've seen a couple of failed body slam baits, which has been pretty nice to be honest. I'm not gonna lie because something that a Kingdra especially is very good at is baiting its Swift into landing an outrage in this meta, especially when you don't have Dragon Breath resist. So it was very refreshing to see that Spiritomb players that have been able to just say, okay, you're evading here, I'm no shielding. And if that no shield does occur, the matchup becomes pretty nice because you can just rock tomb and then you can easily no shield the nuke after, just farm it down with same type attack bonus sucker punches.
Yeah, and this is probably the only problem with Licky Licky, and this is why potentially more and more people are just trying to use alternative rollout users. So, for example, a Dunsparce can just throw Drill Run and instead of Earthquake. But okay, so first game we see Shadow Beedrill in the lead with Spiritomb and Licky Licky in the back. The lead is not fantastic against Seeking, but yeah, you can safely say swap your Licky Licky with Shadow Ball.
That's a very interesting pick, Shadow Ball. I feel like Earthquake gives it such great coverage, but now the Drapion matchup surely is not as bad because you don't threaten a knockout. You're saying in with the gotcha the Shadow Ball.
Ah,
Oh, what a
nice
prediction by
one.
Executor! Resist the Shadow Ball caught, and this puts Executor in the driver's seat in this matchup.
Yeah, still does a respectable amount of damage despite being resisted and debuffed. But I think there was a very safe switch in at the time because even if it's not a Shadow Ball, the debuff Body Slam is not doing much. Basically, just doing the same amount of damage, and so you don't have to be afraid of the Earthquake, of course. So yeah, once the Licky Licky is debuffed, you can safely send your Drapion in against the Licky Licky, which now we're gonna need 3 charge move to take Drapion out.
Thanks to the Icy Wind debuff, being able to withstand the second body slam throws the crunch, preventing the bug bite snipe from Borja. And the crunch does so much damage. The Seeking comes in, goes for the complete farm down. It has so much energy, almost at back to back Icy Winds.
Yeah, and I think now this Sea King is gonna to dish out 2 or even 3 icy winds to whatever is going to come next. And yeah, that Biju unfortunately did nothing for Borja because you just used it as an extra shield. You took a lot of damage. Oh, and this is a shield from the potential Mega Horn, but it was just icy wind. Now it's coming the Mega Horn.
Coming for the Magahorn, hoping to get a no shield, but Borja choosing to use his last protect shield. And now we have a Shadow Venomoth with 2 shields, but this Spiritomb being debuff is able to farm up so much energy. He's trying to swap into the Licky Licky, trying to reset the debuff. The rollouts are super effective damage, but look at this Bug Bites go!
Yeah, I think now you can safely maybe just shield once the other shield you can just wait for I don't know if the Venomoth is gonna reach the bug, but no, it's not gonna reach the bug, but so you need to use those shields here, but yeah, you can safely reach the bug bus now, shooting twice and one-shotting the Spiritomb.
Let's see if this Rock Tomb is enough to reset the debuff. Maybe even he could reset the debuff and then choose to throw the bug bust, confident that this tab, same type attack bonus bug bust is gonna KO. Hits the Spirit Tomb and
Yes,
gets the
yes.
knockout.
Yeah, this is very satisfying and rewarding to watch. I'm not going to lie. And yeah, but you need a lot of energy, a lot of time. You need to be patient in order to get to those back bars. So I get it's a fantastic closing move, and this is the only nice advantage the Venom has potentially over Beedrill, being able to one shot. If you are upper shield against your opponent, one shot move is probably gonna be enough against almost everything. But yeah, you need time to get there.
It's interesting that Borja chose to run Shadow Ball on the Licky Licky instead of the most common Earthquake, especially since he has double Sucker Punch user. So, in theory, matchups like Frostlass, where having Shadow Ball would be nice, are fairly well covered. Here, they're proving costly because the Drapion becomes so much safer in this matchup. being able to withstand several body slams from Wiki Wiki, especially when debuffed, it was able to tank two body slams and getting that departing crunch that was crucial for the pack down by the Seeking. And with that much energy, it was able to set up perfectly the Venom for the end game.
Yeah, Licky Licky Shadow Ball has a lot of merit because yeah, you are not walled by walled. Well, you are not really hard countered by the Spiritomb counter swap. After you say swap Licky Licky, you can safely just throw back to back Shadow Ball, and yeah, you know that the Spiritomb will have to shield either one. And I think it's also more efficient against neutral matchups against Kingdra and a lot of other things against Spidops as well. So I think Shadow Ball is a good merit. I don't know which one is still the way to go. I think it also depends on how you like to play your Licky Licky, of course. Playing in the lead, burning down shields immediately, you wanna have Earthquake for that, even for a more solid mirror matchup. But yeah, Shadow Ball also has a lot of nice ideas.
It's probably even better versus Spite Ops, for example,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
straight body slam, that matchup is not that good because rollout is not same type attack bonus. So Spite Ops can definitely pull some weight here. Before Spiritomb rise in the meta so much, we were even seeing some Hyper Beam Wiki Wiki being used for that nuke that if it hit, it did so much damage, but it's also so much energy.
Yeah, 7 rollouts, I think, and it's very high risk, high reward. Let's see what the players lock in for the game two. Drapion against Licky Leaky. This is a weird matchup because Drapion can easily throw on good timing, one crunch, trying and catch the second body slam, and of course they don't have to worry about the earthquake, so they can comfortably stay in for a bit.
Yeah, Drapion definitely can hold its shields at least in the start of the matchup. The rollouts and body slam will start to add up, though. Crunch being thrown just before the second body slam is ready. And let's see, the Licky Licky chooses the no shields. It can take the first crunch, no problem.
Yeah, swapping into Kingdra to start the sinking, expecting the Licky Licky to immediately throw before Drapion reached the second crunch. And now this Spiritomb, this is an interesting choice because Spiritomb, despite non-resisting the fast move, can be regarded as a Kingdra counter just because it just forces Kingdra ideally to throw the outrage. But now this is a very nasty bait, which successfully uh, goes, and now this outrage is gonna burn the second shield.
A very nasty bait indeed as the Spiritomb reaches the Rock Tomb, trying to hold the Kingdra down, but this Kingdra is healthy enough, is gonna reach an outrage, maybe trying to pull the second Protect Shield. That bait was so nasty. Can the Kingdra flip this matchup?
Yeah, I think this outrage is going to be enough. Yeah, that's a really hard decision because potentially you might want to preserve all the energy and all that health on Spiritomb. A debuffing Pokemon for the end game might be crucial.
Here, the Licky Licky is still so healthy. It has a lot of. It goes into the Kingra, not waiting for a farmland from Seeking. Seeking, not playing around, throwing the Mega Horn. It goes
And
unshielded.
letting it
This is
go.
massive. This is a massive momentum shift for Executor. Can he now maybe potentially farmland? No, this Kingra is so bulky. The Kingra pacing to double swift. It presses the first one just before the goes into the red HP.
Yeah, so much damage. I think that Kindra is able to reach a second swift, so this is why just lets it go. Hoping to double up on the Aqua Tail, but yeah, probably miscounting. Okay, I'll probably trying for the farm down, the poison sting farm down, knowing the Licky Licky is potentially a dry or like two away.
The Drapion has so much energy though. Licky Licky still behind the Protect Shield. I believe it doesn't have a move quite yet, but the Drapion has back-to-back Crunch. Licky Licky
Yeah.
already in Crunch range. This will seal the win for Executor. Gonna be a clean 2-0.
Yeah, such a masterful Drapion play, being able to preserve the health and energy on Drapion. I think we've been seeing this quite a bit now. Also in the first round, we commented with Rajev and Yakoloko, preserving the health and the energy on Drapion is often the way to go. Just taking one damage, taking damage from one fast move, from one charge move. Sorry, absorbing the energy on something else, start the sinking, switching back in, doing some extra damage. This is a masterful play from Executor. he played Drapion at the perfection, and the results now are under everyone's eyes. 2-0.
Yeah, here Executor taking advantage of that off-meta Wiki Wiki moveset with the Shadow Ball, not threatening the one-hit KO that Earthquake provides. And he wasn't able to adjust because that beat roll that usually has a pretty solid Drapion matchup behind Protect Shield was met with a seeking that was so strong for Executor. Here showing that you don't really have to stick with the top six. You can build a pretty balanced team around some off meta, maybe trying to take advantage of your opponents not knowing the matchup. And Shadow Venomoth is victorious. Maybe it is the bug biter to take into account.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised we didn't see meal tank at all. I was expecting uh, a higher meal tank usage from Executor just because I was also expecting Borja to be using Beedrill more. And but yeah, I think he just used Seking, Drapion, and Kindra. Oh no, yes, uh, both games. Oh no, because Venomoth was in the first game. But yeah, that bait from Kindra in game two against Spiritomb, I think that probably was the clutch play which sealed the game. Just being able to draw I mean, taking shield advantage and switch, it was
And
crucial.
that's crazy that Outrage, even after being debuffed by Rock Tomb, the Spiritomb was still in green HP and it was able to get the
Yeah.
knockouts. Just how good is that same type attack bonus Outrage from Kingdra? And even doesn't even need to be the Shadow variant, as we mentioned. The regular variant packs a punch. You're sealing the win for Executor. Maybe we can go back to the bracket, see what else is going on in the tournament as we reach the later rounds. This is round number 5. Executor probably, oh, he gets the win, and Linus Rarjev beats Nickname. That means that Executor, I believe, is
Is
in
the
the
only
lead.
one.
He
Yeah?
is the only one undefeated player in this meta. Interesting that he also made a tier list on Twitter with the UIC Pokemon. And I looked at that and I thought, man, none of my Pokemon are on the S tier for Executor. Am I looking at this wrong? Maybe I am because he's cooking really hard. But he's not using S tier Pokemon himself. So maybe he was trying to fool us all.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, now he's in the lead. Okay, so he already played against Borja, and he has played against
He played
who
Rarjev
else?
and SS Thorn. He played all three of them, I think. Oh no, that was Borja, was it not? Borja was the one
Yeah,
that beat SS Thorn and Hargev. So you're seeing these Titans taking points away at each other, trying to grasp, trying to claw their way into that top 8, the single elimination top cut as we head into the round 5.
yeah. So we will see um, the other players who will try and just take the executor out of the first place. And yeah, but it's gonna be very hard because Borja has stomped down everyone below himself, but Borja himself lost to executor. So now I don't know who will be the next in charge of taking executor out, but yeah, it's going to be a fun match regardless. Executor mastering the Drapion Seeking. I wasn't expecting Seeking to be this good, mainly because you need to lane the Mega Horror most of the time in order for Seeking to be successful in many matchups. But yeah, as long as you do lane the Mega Horn against Kindra and you read perfectly the mind games, I think that yes, Seeking proved to be a very good pick indeed.
Yeah, and that a pure water type, a single water type subtyping that allows it to be so safe. It doesn't really take super effective damage into anything in this meta, so it's a free pivot, let's say, and having interesting coverage pack for super effective damage into the bug types. Icy Wind for super effective coverage into dragons not named Kingdra, and also is able to slow down the offensive prowess of those Pokemon, and also the nuke Megahorn being able to deal solid neutral damage in its neutral matchups. Let's maybe go down the list. We have a lot of players 4-1 right now. SS Thorn, Rarjev, Weedle, Nickname, Nimble Dragon, Borja, Charming Pori, Godzilla. Oh man, Albra, is that how you pronounce it? I can't quite see. Yeah, Albra zero
Yeah,
zero nine,
Albra.
all for one. So we're heading into the last few rounds, and the top eight contendership is still up and running. A lot of players can still make it into that top eight.
Yeah, so we have at least two more rounds, I guess, for this first Swiss phase, don't we? I guess
Uh,
so.
I think it's round seven. No, only one more,
No,
maybe.
only six. Well, we are
Only six.
64
Okay.
players, so okay, okay.
So yeah, this is
Uh,
gonna go a lot into the tiebreakers, and we're gonna see those head-to-head matchups coming on. Those 2-0 instead of 2-1 wins are gonna come through as well. We have a couple of matchups here. We had Lindos Warjev versus Nickname. Let's maybe see how that matchup went. 2-0 for Lindos Warjev. Running pretty similar teams this time with the Grim Snarl, maybe proving to be too much into that Spiritomb Kingdra core that is trying to target. It's Spiritomb and Kingdra are both pretty safe picks. Grimmsnarl is one of the few core breakers in the meta for those.
Yeah, although yeah, I don't know what to think about Grimsnarl because yeah, every time I try and use it, like I'm so afraid of the Drapion that I
Yeah.
either end up not running it or I just try and stay in every other matchup that's not Drapion, which means just okay, so I'm spending two shields on Grimsnarl now against Duskburst, against Kingdra, against Seeking because I know the Drapion is somewhere in the back. I want just to avoid it. But if you spend two shields on Griezmann now, and then they send their own Drapion to absorb the Griezmann energy once you win the lead, you just wasted two shields and you can't do anything else. And they are still maybe one shield up. And so yeah, I think the Grimmsnarl just serves more as a deterrent rather than actual game pressure. I think it's very hard to bring in the current shape that the meta has. I don't think we ever saw someone playing Grimmsnarl on stream just because it's so hard to
We
bring.
actually saw, I think we saw Mango versus Khaleesi Fitzy, I think. We had a Grimmsnarl mirror match in the lead, both on pub. That was pretty
Yeah,
interesting to watch since the
yeah, that took a
Sucker Punch
while.
is double resisted, so
Uh,
it takes a while to get through for sure. But yeah, Grimmsnarl not proving to be the sauce per se, because even in its positive matchups, there's still some win cons for opposing Pokemon. Besides Spiritomb, it has a pretty solid Spiritomb matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, even though if you are Spiritomb, ideally, I mean, as a safe swap, if you safe swap Spiritomb, you might be able to reach the Toxin before they reach the foul play. This means that they have to shield. If they don't shield, you can shield yourself and sucker punch all the way down the Grimmsnarl to flip the secondary matchup, coming out of the matchup with some residual energy, being able to threaten a potential shield. So Grimsnarl has a lot of things to do, even in those matchups when you are supposed to be extremely dominant. Just a little energy swing just makes all the difference.
And Justin in chat by our number one player in this tournament, Executor, saying 5-0 and 4-0 versus Grimmsnarl users. Can confirm it sucks. You have it here first from someone who's having success in this meta. So maybe if you're looking into UIC, maybe try either bet on Grimmsnarl because there's some propaganda against it. Maybe people will build weak to it, or maybe just sweep it under the rug because it is indeed a flimsy Pokemon, let's say.
Yeah, and despite being the only fairy in the meta, and despite not being so many poison type around that can deal fast move damage to it, it's still pretty underwhelming to say the least. So yeah, I've seen a lot of players being utterly critical towards Grimstar. I still have to find a player in my bubble who actively supports the use of Grimstar. Uh, but yeah, maybe at the beginning of the meta, uh, it was another story. When not so many Drapions were around, I think the Grimstar was an actual good choice there. But now, with so many Drapions, so many Shadow Backbiters, I think it's not its place anymore.
Yeah, I feel like though if you look at, for example, to nicknames team, if we ignore the Drapion, isn't Grimmsnarl just safe swappable? Can't you just put Grimmsnarl as a safe swap here? The problem is that Drapion is so hard to cover that it becomes impossible to use that strat unless you're a madman and you just bet, oh, there's no Drapion in the back, and then you say swap it, and it's met by a Drapion that gathers 100 energy and throws at the rest of your team, and you're pretty much in trouble. So I feel like Grimmsnarl has a lot of play, but Drapion makes it very hard because it is so hard to cover.
Yeah, and Drapion, it is able to chunk more than half of their opponent's health in no time, and it's one of those Pokemon that maximizes the the damage per time ratio. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crunch, 60% of health gone on almost any Pokemon. I think that's the main advantage of Drapion, and you are able to get ahead damage-wise against your opponent just because you're able to store energy, or even against those so-called tanks. Yeah, so we saw that you don't need to stay in with Drapion. You can just throw a crunch, storing an Aqua Tail, and then that Aqua Tail is gonna come in clutch against squishier Pokemon, maybe against a Mirror Drapion or against a Grimmsnarl, for example. So you don't need to stay in for so long. You can just switch out. We see now the timer is 45 seconds. You can switch out, back and forth as many times that you want, as long as you are conscious of the time that is running out and the time it is clicking. But yeah, I think Drapion it's such a it's so hard to beat. Even even Shadow Beedrill has to spend 2 shields basically if if it wants to bug buddy down.
Yeah, I believe Drapion doesn't reach 3 Aquatails into it, which is definitely good. But if you have something that walls bug energy right behind it and you're spending 2 shields on the beat roll, maybe not the most successful strategy. We have a question in chat from Claudia FPS asking, isn't Grimmsnarl good with pup? I believe it's actually the way to run Grimmsnarl if you do choose to run it. I've
Yeah,
seen some players opting for play rough coverage for that nuke against potentially Drapion or the Dragons, but Pup allows it to do what it does best, which is sucker punch damage at a higher level. So sometimes you just two shield the Grimmsnarl and you pop through matchups, try to just sucker punch everything down. I feel like that's the main way to play Grimmsnarl. I can see play rough being useful in certain scenarios, but it kind of constrains Grimmsnarl as being a low shield Pokemon, which is weird because Grimmsnarl needs shields to be successful. So all the shield scenarios that you're playing is 1-0 or 2-1. So you're actually over investing on the Grimmsnarl, and maybe there's other offensive Pokemons in this meta where those shields are better used instead of using that on a play rough Grimmsnarl, which is rather slow because foul play, which is its main offensive move, it's 12 turns for the first few at least. And that takes quite a while into a meta there's a lot of swifters or body slammers.
yeah. Also, the power of punch gives you the mirror, because even if your opponent has play rough, you can just straight power up punch through the 2 shields and coming up still quite healthy. I think in at least 35% health and with a good amount of energy. And yeah, almost nothing wants to take a triple or quadruple boosted foul play. So yeah, definitely you're gonna get all the shields back if you spend any. And yeah, so I think the pop is the way to play Grimmsnarl if you want to play it. But yeah, the only real advantage that I can see for the player rough is say swapping Grimmsnarl and win the 0 against Drapion. But I mean, such a little thing compared to all the rest of matchups where you can make Grimmsnarl potentially shine, even if we know that it
Mhm.
never shines. It never shines. But uh,
But yeah, we see the start of round six already, the decisive round for a lot of these players. I'm fairly sure that Executor is already safe into our top cut single elimination with a 5-0 on the first 5 rounds. He's gonna play Lindos Rarjeff, that bit nickname, on the previous round. We see Godzilla making its way into the fight for the top cut. We haven't seen that name on stream yet, and it wasn't that high up on the ranking. So maybe a player that lost early on and then is making its way through. We're gonna have nickname versus Nimble Dragon on stream next, which is should be a fun matchup. An APAC trainer versus one of Europe's best. We're gonna see Ariados making an appearance. Ariados is a pretty interesting Pokemon because it's a bug type that deals poison type fast attack. So it actually has an interesting Grimmsnarl matchup. It gets a lot of damage there, but also is able to hit back the likes of Spiritomb, for example, for massive damage with both Lunge and Megahorn.
Yeah, Aridos is another favorite of mine since always. However, in this meta, it does suffer from the three move problem. You actually would want a GLD to run the Aridos with both Megahorn, Lunge, but also with the Shadow Sneak, which now is being reworked and is actually a decent move with a good damage output. And you ideally want the Shadow Sneak for the Frostless or for the Dragalge and for the Beedrill. However, for most of the time, actually, Megahorn kind of does almost the same amount of damage for one extra poison sting. And on one thing, we are both sure you need lunge for sure, and you don't need Trade Blaze at all. You really ideally want Megahorn for the Leaky Leaky matchup or for all the other rollout matchups. Being able to really threaten a shield in the zero scenario after landing a lunge, because two lunges are never enough against any rollout user. But lunge and Megahorn, it is enough. So yeah, definitely Licky Licky has to respect the Megahorn.
Yeah, and same type attack bonus Megahorn coming from a Pokemon that can reach it in 6 poison stings and has over 120 attack. It
You can
hits
7 for the
hard even.
first, but then 6 for the second.
Yeah, so but it's gonna
But
hit
still
very
very
hard
quick.
regardless,
Yeah.
even when resisted. I'm sure that on Frostlass it does something like 35 to 40%, something like that. So actually decent damage. If the Frostlass chooses to no shield, it can get some surprise knockouts for sure. So interesting to see if Ariados can indeed shine because there is no bug resist on nicknames team. So it's going to be fairly interesting to see how it plays out. Nickname, though, as both Seeking and Dunsparce to deal super effective damage into that. It also was the case versus the Shadow Beedrill. So let's see how we can manage those around to take care of the Ariados.
Yeah, I think the nickname has a very good Drapion here indeed because yeah, no aggressive bug bite user. The best answer for Drapion is potentially Ariados. But yeah, still Ariados doesn't comfortably win any scenario, especially the zero shield where I think unless you land Megahorn. But yeah, one Aqua Tail before getting debuff and the
Yeah.
crunch after. We know that is going to be enough. We saw that matchup last year in OGL, in Play Pokemon events, lots of times. So yeah, everyone knows that already. However, yeah, also Ferret with Swift is kind of okay against Drapion, I guess. So potentially, if Ferret has sorry, not Swift, Quick Attack. If Ferret from Nimble Dragon has Quick Attack, that's also a decent neutral to good answer to Drapion. But besides that, I think that Nimble Dragon will have to be very careful in managing nicknames Drapion.
And I find it kind of interesting that even though Drapion, Spiritomb, even Licky Licky are so prevalent, we haven't seen that many Zweilers around. It's one of those Pokemon that has its walls, the charge attack pressure from the Drapion that otherwise two shots most of the meta. Versus Spiritomb, it's kind of a tricky matchup because, like Kingdra, you can't really throw body slams at us unless you're a madman, like some Kingdra users we've seen in this tournament already, but it's kind of a iffy matchup. I feel like you even lose some shield scenarios as Violets versus Spiritomb and versus Licky Licky, of course. You're not worried about the earthquake nuke like Dragalge is, for example. So you
Yeah.
actually have a pretty fine matchup there. But then again, the bug type users are so prevalent that scares away even the bravest of dark types. We have lock-ins between Nickname and Dimble Dragon trying to fight their way into the top cut. We have the Ariados lead into the Kingdra. Kingdra here going to be able to reach the Swift just before the lunge debuff.
Yeah, and we see Nibble Dragon here. Oh, with cross poison and lunge. So this means that this is actually even a better matchup for Dunsparce against the Ariados, and we see that Nickname has brought Dunsparce indeed to counter the Ariados, and Nickname of course is expecting the Ariados to come because his Drapion is too good, and Nibble Dragon needs the Ariados. Down goes the first shield with the very nasty Swift bait we've been seeing quite a lot, and now this cross poison is going to KO unless Kindra respects it.
Yeah, Cross Poisoneer being only 8 turns, also a Knight slash clone, so there's a chance for a potential 12.5% boost. Racing to another Cross Poison, not before the Kingdra reaches an outrage. Is gonna go unshielded. Kingdra wins the leading matchup.
Yeah, and now they can safely. I mean, yeah, it does. It kind of makes sense here because you are not really afraid of anything if you have Drapion. So okay, it's good to win the lead, but not because you want to align. It's good to win the lead just because you want to get rid of that Aridos. And now this Drapion can safely stall the timer, stall the clock, shielding twice, whatever it is, even if it's body slam. You really want to keep this Drapion alive as much as you can, as long as you can.
Licky Licky getting the protect shield out of the body slam bait. This means that is gonna race into the earthquake, not before the Drapion paces to the crunch. Doesn't choose to throw it. Throw is just before the earthquake is loaded. This Licky Licky is gonna shield. Is the switch clock up where the Drapion can safely swap away? It's just about to be up. Not quick enough.
Ah,
Gets the earthquake off.
yeah, that's a matter of nanoseconds now. Gives this final earthquake into the Drapion's face, and now I think that because of this, the game is potentially over because the Kingdra is so low, and I don't think the two drill round will be enough, especially after the debuff. So the second one is not gonna be threatening.
Yeah, drill run coming through, Rockton being thrown. But let's not forget that there's a King in the back that the nickname can swap into, trying to reset that debuff, trying to maximize the damage output from the Dunsparce. Chooses not to do that, goes in for another drill run as it loaded and chooses to throw it right away.
Yeah. Potentially this drill round might be able to KO, although he misses a bubble. Okay, it does KO. And now potentially you can reset the debuff, just storing this, yes, storing this drill run. Also reaching the Swift at the end. So yeah, it didn't
Very
matter.
nice play by nickname, knowing that Dunsparce wins that charge attack priority into the Licky Licky, trying to maximize the drill run damage. Licky Licky trying to farm down this Kingdra. Kingdra just healthy enough, gets the game one win for nickname versus Nimble Dragon here in the round 6 of the Zygarden tournament.
Yeah, I must admit I made a mistake. I thought the nickname had lost that game once the earthquake had landed on Drapion without being able to successfully sacrifice the Kingdra. And but instead, I think that because of the Dunsparce being one turn ahead, that also gave it an advantage in being able to deal the extra rollout before the debuff came, and two drill round and potentially the Spiritomb might not be the bulkiest Spiritomb the Nibble Dragon can have. We know that Spiritomb doesn't spawn wild. It comes from a yearly mission, I think.
Mhm.
So it kind of you have to trade them if you want to fish for a good IV spread, or unless you are content with the 14, 11, 13 that you get from those missions. So yeah, that's a weird Pokemon. And would you prefer to use a bulky one or a high attack weighted here?
I mean, if you're getting two shot by Dunsparce drill run, I think I'd rather be bulky because those drill runs often eat like wet noodles, and they're two shotting my Spiritomb even after a debuff. So yeah, maybe getting some trades in is optimal for the Spiritomb usage.
Yeah. However, yeah, it also worth to be noted that this is probably the only meta so far in all the Pokemon Go history when you have the chance to play Spirits of Mirror, and with this not being a weird thing. So if there is one occasion where you can make your attack with the Spiritomb shine, it's probably this and this meta only. But yeah, we don't know how long we're gonna be waiting before another meta like this is gonna come. So yeah, also having high defense Spiritomb or high HP potentially is probably better than a high defense one. because Spiritomb
Yeah,
has already a high defense and very low HP.
yeah, a lot of also one turn fast attackers in this meta, so having HP can prove vital to reach those departing Rock Tomb slash Shadow Balls. Let's see how these players adapt in this matchup, because Ariados interesting moveset choosing to run cross poison. So we mentioned that, oh, the Kingdra is gonna outpace. That's not really the case, because cross poison is rich in 8 turns by the Ariados. As I mentioned before, a same type attack bonus poison backslash clone gives the chance to Ariados to boost, potentially maybe flipping some of his toughest matchups.
Yeah, I think the nickname shouldn't really be worried about changing anything in his line. I think the Kindra in the lead and Drapion Say Swap is probably the way to go. Worst case scenario, you face a Grimstar, which is the only case where you don't win any particular scenario, even Shield, but you can say swap your Drapion. Being 2 points of things ahead, you already do that extra damage. That means that Kindra now is going to kill with 2 Swift the Grimstar
Yep.
whenever it comes back later on. And with extra 2 points of seeing Drapion is so good. You can just stall the timer, deal a lot of damage, switch back in with Kingdra. I think the line is good, and I don't see any reason why he should change. On Nibble's Dragon side, let's see how now he will adapt to the. Okay, actually he changed something. My bad. Not
Here,
Drapion.
getting the lead that he wants, he gets the Ariados into the Spite Ops, resisting the Bug Bites, which is positive. But here, there's only one Pokemon with super effective coverage into the other, and that's Spite Ops with the Rock Tomb.
Yeah, and this Aridos not having Mega Horn, that means that the Spidops is gonna win the zeros and the ones as well, because yeah, you can't really threaten the health on Spidops now because you don't have Mega Horn. But so potentially double cross poison. This is what you might want to try, or potentially just shielding the second time and farming all the way down once this lunge lands. I don't know. It's gonna be hard.
Interesting here, staying in with the Spidos, maybe trying to force some energy out of this Ariados, racing to another Rock Tomb, not before the Cross Poison is thrown. This Ariados with one Protect Shield is still quite healthy, only took Bug Bite damage, is barely in the yellow.
Yeah, and potentially now you might want to protect your Gyarados quite a bit, but you also yeah, if your turret has quick attack, you can't really get out of this matchup. So
And I,
yeah, of
I
course,
really
Nibble
like the
Dragon
play
now
by
is
Nimble
expecting.
Dragon here, because he let himself get farm down, throwing the lunge, delaying the throw of the lunge. Here he has the alignment, he has the Grimmsnarl on the Spiritomb. Now he has the Ferret making an appearance, access to Brick Break, super effective damage into the opposing normal types.
Yeah, and the absence of Drapion here, I think is gonna cost the game to nickname because yeah, you can't really do much with your Dunsparce against the Ferret now. The alignment, yeah, I mean you don't have the alignment you want, and yeah, you now have the Spiritomb on the Grimstar. Good read on bringing the Grimstar despite being afraid of Drapion. Yeah, now this secondary run is not going to be enough. The timer is almost up. Uh,
For it being so bulky here, reaching another Brick Break. This will threaten the KO thanks to the debuff from the first one. And now he has a full health Grimmsnarl in its best matchup versus the Spirit Tomb. Rock Tomb being thrown, trying to deter those. Oh, chooses to no shield. Interesting, but the Sucker Punch is double resisted by the Grimmsnarl. You can't even put a dent on its Pokemon.
yeah. However, now I think that now there is a severe risk of being sucker punched down for Grimmsnar because the health is not this high, and a second Rock Tomb is also yeah decreasing the attack further, which means that the next foul play is not going to be threatening potentially.
Is going to race to another foul play, resisting the sucker punches. Is this foul play after a double debuff enough to KO the Spiritomb? Spiritom's going to try to hang on, but it's facing its worst counter. The Grimmsnarl it barely survives, but two sucker punches
Oh,
do the job. Barely survives. Grimmsnarl taking the win for Dimble Dragon. Maybe it is not a fraud after all.
well, it's not a fraud if your opponent doesn't bring Drapion despite Drapion being your strongest Pokemon. But Yeah, good read, good adaptation on Nibble Dragon's side. I have a hunch now nickname is really want to use Drapion once again. I think that now he saw how bad things can be if you don't bring your best Pokemon. And who knows, maybe Nibble Dragon will try and anticipate uh, the line from Nickname. Maybe Nickname will want to reround the game one line, and so maybe Nibble Dragon this time will try and lead with Grimsnar.
And this is showing some of the most polarizing matchups in the meta, right? You have the Ferret trying at all costs to avoid the Spiritomb on the other hand trying to avoid at all costs the Grimmsnarl. Even with that much energy at start, it couldn't flip the matchup, getting two debuffs before a first foul play landing. So yeah, interesting to see how these players navigate these more polarizing matchups. That's why picks like the Drapion, like the Licky Licky, are so crucial because neutrally they do pretty well and they're able to soft lose or soft win some leads, maybe try to flip some of its the worst matchups with some energy advantage.
Yeah, I wonder whether Nickname wants to be a little bit stronger into the Ariados. So Ariados lead for the second time. I don't know if it's expecting Ariados to come as a lead for the third time, but maybe might be time for Seeking um, to shine. Maybe Seeking in the lead, trying to get any sort of advantage, shield advantage, and trying and set up Drapion for the sweep and Duspers to soak damage.
I see no reason for nickname to not run Seeking plus Drapion. I feel like they're quite safe into this team, even versus the likes of Licky Licky. Drapion has proven that it can stall the matchup enough where the Drapion can come out with a still a lot of HP. So yeah, hoping nickname, hoping no. I'm looking forward to see if nickname makes that adjustment, seeing that the Spiritomb has faced its worst counter, the Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, matchup is still to be played, but I think both players have now a clear idea of what they need to do if they want to prevail on the opponent. Yeah, and Nimble Dragon never brought the Drapion. Actually, I'm pretty surprised. I think that yeah. Also, we might see a Drapion mirror somehow. I think that Drapion is never a wasted choice in your line of three. If you don't know what to run, Licky Licky and Drapion are probably already two of the best choices you can bring.
Yeah, we're getting locked in soon. These players fighting for their life in the top cut, the single elimination top cut, which will prize the top 8 players on the Swiss format. Here comes the Seeking, but it's met by the Licky Licky. I feel like this is a pretty solid match for Licky Licky. What do you think, Leo?
Yeah, I think the Seeking can potentially just threaten the zero shield scenario. But you need to throw the icy wind first, and then you're gonna be able to survive the second body slam, and potentially you might be able to survive the earthquake as well. So good over farming. Oh, okay, going straight for the mega horn. I didn't plan for that. I was expecting the icy wind. I think the nimble dragon is expecting icy wind as well. And so yeah, this is actually
Megahorn putting
nice.
a good chunk into the Seeking. This Licky Licky tanks it no problem though, reaching in our body slam, closing in on a third one. The Seeking is already in the red HP, but these rollouts don't add up. Goes aggressively into the Spiritomb, not before the Seeking reaches an icy wind, trying to diminish the sucker punch prowess of the Spiritomb.
Yeah, and this is crucial. Now Nickname has a choice. Which mon am I bringing in? I am bringing Drapion because now I can safely absorb this Rock Tomb. You're probably gonna lose CMP, so it's okay not to throw Crunch immediately. And now you can just overfarm by six more, six more points of stings, and confident enough that this Crunch is going to KO.
Great energy optimization here by nickname farming those 6 poison stings, as you mentioned, Leo. Trying to knockout with the crunch. The debuff is not gonna save the Spiritomb. Gets the knockout. This Drapion is full of energy. Reaches another Aquatail. It's gonna pressure a protect shield out of this Licky Licky.
And yeah, this is a good bait. Pretty gutsy, but this allows the Drapion to throw a second charge move before the timer now is up, and potentially they can swap. Yes, and this is a good matchup as well for nickname.
But here we're gonna see if the lunge debuffs are gonna save the. I think Nimble Dragon seeing the writing on the wall, choosing to no shield, maybe hoping for a draw run instead of a a rock slide for some reason, and here conceding the match. Nickname gets the 2-1 win and locks in his place on the single elimination top cut. What a great display, great adjustment as well, going for his two safest picks, the Drapion and the Seeking, as we were mentioning after that game two that was pretty disappointing without the Drapion, that Grimsnarl put in some work.
Yeah, I take the merit for the line call from nickname. I'd say that, but I mean, I say a lot of things. Most of them are wrong, but yeah, this time it wasn't. So I was actually expecting the icy win as a first move, so that maybe Seeking could have tanked the earthquake. But yeah, going straight for Megahorn, I think it's a very smart way because people now assume, okay, just gonna be an icy win, but no, it's gonna be a Megahorn, and 60% of the Licky League's health is going down.
Yeah, and it's a move that is not same type attack bonus by Seeking, but putting in a lot of dent into that Licky Licky, proving that maybe it's more valuable that row run coverage that's is often used on the Seeking. We used to run triple legacy Seeking with Poison Jab, row run Icy Wind. Players now opting for the optimized pack, now a Shadow Clone clone, and instead of running drill run for a better Drapion matchup, hoping that that Megahorn is going to put some dent on those Leaky Leakies. And here, proving to be very good for nickname, getting the 2-1, the 2-0, no, 2-1 win versus Nimble Dragon, locking in his place in the top cut.
I have a question for you, Jox. Is it more painful to TM out a triple legacy seeking to get rid of that poison jab, or just spending two more extra legacy elite charge TM on a new seeking, just not to waste the triple legacy?
So I'll tell you the story of my seeking since we have some extra time. The first time I built a seeking was for a Sylph regional, and I ended up building a triple legacy seeking, and I spent another two elite charge TMs on a Mew. That was pretty good in the
Wow.
meta. I thought, okay, I'm gonna run this. I'm feeling confident, and then for the actual regional, I benched both of them. And now here for the this meta, I was looking okay, seeking water up, pure water type, pretty cool. Okay, poison jab is not that good of a move anymore. I'll just TM it off. It's fine. Oh, people are running Megahorn on this. Okay, I'll TM off the drill run as well. That's fine. And then a few days later, I catch another seeking that has exactly the same stat product as the one I got.
No.
And I felt like, oh no, I could have just built a second one. So now I'm gonna have to invest it back on it if it's needed. But yeah, it was pretty painful. But yeah, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it for the cause. I feel like Megahorn is really the way in this meta, so I was happy to do it. I'm not sure if I'm running Seeking myself in the UIC tournament, but if at least I can practice with some teammates, I'll do anything for my teammates.
Yeah, I think that yeah, by now we're gonna have like one seeking with three legacy, one seeking with two legacy, one seeking with water pools and poison jab and mega horn or whatever, like all the combinations. Because yeah, as the time progresses, there might be some variants that actually shine more than the OG ones. And yeah, so this is the case for mega horn. Who would have thought that someone could have used in an official tournament a seeking without drill run, for example? I thought the drill run was actually mandatory on every seeking, but yeah, now you kind of need Megahorn. Drill run is just warranted for the Drapion. Okay,
And
let's have a
let's
look at the
see.
final round. So we got Rajev winning over Executor. So Rajev reaching the Executor in first place, like 5-1 for both.
Yeah, 5-1.
Uh,
So
yeah,
Radgef, I think, lost to Borja only. Yeah, so he actually overtakes Executor. Borja was also able to get the 5-1 win. SS Thorn, Khaleesi Fiti, that was earlier on stream, managing to lock in a place on the top cut, nickname with the 5-1 on the lower end. And we're seeing some players trying to grasp those two last spots with a 4-2 performance. It's going to come down to tiebreakers. I'm not sure if all the matchups are completed, but it's going to be a tight race till the end. Congratulations to all the players that managed the 5-1 in this stack tournament. I believe, yeah, we have most of the results in. So it's looking like our top eight is the one that was displayed. So barely bubbling in the top cut with a 4-2 was Nimble Dragon and Loco. We see Emmy Weedle barely not making the top cut, Godzilla, Charming Pori, a lot of big names missing out. But this is how stacked these tournaments are, right? Hoping to grab some cash money prizing for their trips to other Pokemon tournaments. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this top cut turns out. For us now, I believe that's it. We're gonna pass the reins to some other people. Interesting plays. I feel like it definitely gave me a bit of some extra concerns to take into account for my UIC team building. Hope it was useful for you guys as well. Thank you to the Zygarden production and our referee, our staff team for keeping the disputes afloat and keeping the stream running. I feel like even though we had a slight delay, it was a pretty good show. I was happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks to all the Zygarden squad for setting this up. Always a pleasure to come here and do our part and assist and commentate so many good battles and to watch so many good battlers. And yeah, can't wait to see how the top cut matches will develop. So we're gonna say goodbye for now, but yeah, we'll be watching on the other side. And, so yeah, thanks for staying with
Yeah,
us.
hopefully the next time you catch us, both me and C. Leonardo are in winners finals day 3. We'll see you guys there. All right, take care, guys.
Hey, my name is Jordan Pease, and my in-game trainer name is Jerpies, and I'm one of the co-founders and currently lead all things digital product, UX, and brand design for Zygarden. I'm a digital design leader and consultant for a handful of tech startups based out of the Bay Area.
Hi, I'm Metaboo, and I'm one of the developers that has been working on Zygarden. I don't think any of this would have been possible if Stella hadn't reached out to me to ask if I would like to volunteer for the community. Those who know me personally know that I am pretty introverted and quiet and don't normally initiate these kinds of things, and so I really appreciated being asked and for the kind and thoughtful messages I had received.
I'm Stella, also known as Stella Tesla in the Pokemon community. And then as Zygarden, I'm basically one of the developers because it's my day job. It's also programming is a hobby of mine. And it was very easy to just extend that and also use my abilities for Zygarden.
My name is Shun. I'm a software engineer from Washington, D.C., and I'm one of the developers for Zygarden. I just really love building and making things. I love organizing projects. I've been working in competitive grassroots esports for going on 8 years now, both inside and outside of Pokemon.
In Zygarden, I'm a system administrator and in my professional life as well. And I'm a gardener, and I love to grow bonsai trees. I brought one here to show you all. This is one of my favorites. It's a little one, and it's a Hinoki cypress.
My name is Telegraph Train. To the tournaments, regionals, local tournaments, try and help organize those events on a local level as well.
Hi everyone, I'm the Billy Bravebird. I was an early investor, but on top of that, I've been a consultant, giving my time, assistance, advice, anything I can do to help the project take off.
I'm Ryan. You might know me as RC Cola 95, and I really brought my social community management and engagement to Zygarden. I really have a pulse for the community, and I feel like that's really where I was a huge asset, building bridges, making connections with other organizations to really bring us into the next step of what this website could be.
So what is Zygarden? To me, Zygarden is an organization or a group of fellow trainers that have come together to build best-in-class technology solutions aimed at growing and supporting the Pokemon Go PvP community.
The goal of Zygarden is to provide a platform where everyone can host a Pokemon tournament from beginning to end.
The goal of Zygarden is to really help people connect and play this game together and do it efficiently, smoothly, and in a way that makes it as fun as possible.
At some point we have had Sylph.gg, and Sylph was an amazing platform for Pokemon Go, providing a lot of tools, and one of those tools was they provided a format for grassroots tournaments on solo and team formats. Once Sylph decided to stop their activities, our idea was to recreate what Sylph did and then go beyond there.
Sylph was sort of a keystone in the community, and the community for Pokemon Go hasn't been the same, so
when Sylph.gg shut its doors, I thought it was an incredible opportunity to kind of carry their legacy on and, bound together with a group of fellow trainers to start building that next generation of Pokemon Go competitive products and tools.
We're working really closely with a lot of other grassroots organizations in the community. We're really aware that if we want to create something successful, just in terms of giving people a great experience, we're going to need their input. I don't think I can say too much exactly about what's coming in the near future.
As everyone said, Sylph was really that place where we all connected online for the first time, and then taking those connections to be in person, really building the community from the ground up. And I just hope that we can provide a space and a platform that can really give opportunities to individuals and organizations that can really take that torch again and have it burn bright for the future.
Some of my best friends I've met playing Pokemon Go, and just continuing that tradition of having people play this game, meet each other on tournaments, make friends, that's something I want to share with everyone.
I do find there to be so many kind, wonderful, talented individuals that are a part of it.
This community is really something special. I've made some of my closest friends in the entire world from going to Pokemon events, and I think everybody involved in the project just wants to find a way to give back to the community that we love so much.
I feel very lucky in my life that I've met so many amazing people through this game that I may have not crossed their path before, and I just hope to assist in making spaces and contributing to places where people can make those same connections, and I think that's what we can do here at Zygarden.
Really hope that what we're building and what we plan to build and provide the community is something that you all grow to love and really just helps foster and support the competitive Pokemon Go scene.
I'm really happy to be part of this project and really happy to have you all join us on this journey. We feel like this is really just the beginning, and what we're building here is going to grow into something super community oriented, really help people connect with each other, and really develop a feature set and an experience that adds a ton of value to the community that we all really love.
Most importantly, I hope you enjoy the product that we've made. I hope you enjoy Zygarden, and this is only the beginning. We have so much more to do with this and so many more places to take this. It's going to be a wild journey, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
There's no community like this one in any other esport, including, I think, the other Pokemon games. This community really is something special with a group of people you can't find anywhere else, and I'm really excited for its future and for the future of Zygarden.
The prize pool for this tournament has been provided by LAGR Gaming. Thank you.
To the Zygarden European Meta Challenge Practice Tournament. This has been so exciting to see develop so far, and I am thrilled to be here casting the top cut with the TZ Spanx. TZ, how are you doing?
Hi, Kat. Hi. Hey, this is very exciting for me. This is the very first time casting since years ago in English. So this is going to be a very exciting situation. But most likely, this is going to be an amazing ending of our tournament because, like we were watching since hours ago,
Hmm.
all the tournament was very interesting, very intense with amazing battles, and of course, closing the tournament with the most exciting battles with the people that proceed from the bracket, the round robin is going to be amazing. Like we're just watching on the screen, we have the eight survivors, right? Like Rajev against Jack Loco, Kalesi Fitz against Cesar Storm, Executor against Nickname, and of course, Nimble Dragon against Borja. Those battles are going to be very exciting to watch, and definitely we
Hmm.
are very excited as well to see who's going to take this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen some of these players featured on stream already. As we've watched how they have picked out their Pokemon for this unique meta challenge that the European International Championships has set up for us. This is different from what we saw in LAIC, which no one really knew at the time that that was going to happen.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited that we got this new development in the meta. And seeing some of these Pokemon that I have never thought I would see on screen before has been really exciting. And the battles from these trainers that have been featured, as you mentioned, have been an absolute joy to watch. So close, like so
Yep.
many fast swaps, making the
Absolutely.
biggest difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, these battles are intense because we're watching a lot of Pokemon that we're not used to see on the Play Pokemon format circuit or even in GBL. Because Pokemon like, for example, Grimmsnarl is a debut that is most likely around in most of the teams because it has a very particular situation and these matchups. Other Pokemon like Kingdra, especially because Kingdra is one of the most strongest Pokemon from this meta. It's around, so definitely being very precise with the swaps and keep the track on the energy is key because not only we are watching very interesting Pokemon, we are having like a very challenging situation because all the opponents needs to count fast moves that are not used to like Dragon Breath and Bug by most likely.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to mention, I know that I personally have the hardest time counting those one turn fast moves, and this meta is almost purely made of them, I feel like. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's been a real challenge, but a really good learning experience for everyone that has tuned in with us today to get this preview of the European International Championships meta.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be a challenge, but most likely I enjoy this type of format, this type of meta because it's like watching a whole different matchups. We are watching different battles, we're watching different situations with the Pokemon, and that's why in my personal opinion these type of metas are the best because maybe we are just used to see the common meta on the Play Pokemon format circuit, but in this type of meta it's very important to keep track on other stuff like the energy management most likely because in these situations you don't really need to fight for swap because you can get some energy, grab some shields, and after that you can easily take back the disadvantage that you got on the lead. So I really like the metas where you need to be more aware about the energy than just having the switch advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen how that quick timer, that quick turnaround has been really key for a lot of players. Those swaps, those like very swift swaps to catch those moves have been so critical, especially when there's so many double resistances or even single resistances at play as well. Getting an Aqua Tail from a Melodic onto your Kingdra can be make or break.
Absolutely. And like you just said, it's like, okay, if I am running, for example, if I'm running a Green Solar, I should to be okay against some Dragon Pokemon. But it's not true because, for example, the Kingdra can easily win the one shield scenario against the Green Solar because the fast move pressure that even if it's not impacting too much, the Swift is going to be enough to take out the Grimslar because Grimslar is not a very
Mhm.
bulky Pokemon. So this type of situations, it's like something extra that all the opponents need to be aware. So that's why I think the metas that are bringing, for example, to like and now to the European Championship are amazing, because it's not likely about thinking
Mhm.
to be winning about say the having a switch advantage or having other situation like the team compositions. We can fight for other
Mhm.
strats, we can have different scenarios, and that's where the skills about all the trainers can be the key about winning everything.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of neutrality in this meta, which is something I've really liked seeing. You know, you have these bug types that can deal neutral damage against dragons, even if they're taking that neutral damage right back. There's a lot of flexibility here. And you mentioned, you highlighted that Kingdra Grimmsnarl matchup. That's something that on paper you might see those types of those Pokemon and think that you don't have any play. But in this meta, you actually do. So understanding where your attacks are going to land and how you can actually manipulate those matchups, I think is really key. Checking out the Pokemon attacks that are available, like that Swift that Kingdra now has. And Grimmsnarl, actually, when this meta was first developing, a lot of people were taking a look at Foul Play and Play Rough. But as it's developed, we've seen a lot of people pick up that Power Up Punch to maximize the damage that they can do with that Sucker Punch.
Most likely because Sucker Punch it's a very strong fast move attack that pressure almost everything. So definitely you don't really if you have an Grimmsnarl, you don't really need to land some charge moves. You just need to boost your fast move, and after that you can put a lot of pressure. And like we are
Mhm.
just watching, we are going to see the teams that we are going to see in our first battle, which is going to be Kalesi Fitzy against SS Turn. Like we just saw previously, we already saw both of the trainers playing, and we saw as well that SS Turn likes to play
Mhm.
almost everything. And this is another situation that this type of metas are pretty good, because you don't really need to marry to like play only with one Pokemon or only with two Pokemon. You can play almost everything, because like you just say, everything has some play. Everything
Mhm.
can be, even in a pretty tough situation, everything could be usable, and we can see their first battle starting.
Yes, exactly. We have the Kingdra on the field for Khaleesi Fitzy against that Melodic on the side of SS Thorn. And we can see how much damage the Dragon Tail from that Melodic is able to do. Even though the Kingdra does get to this Swift very quickly, Melodic is quite tanky, doesn't need to shield this first attack.
Milari doesn't really need to shield, because, like you just said, it's quite tanky. And Kingdra, it's also another Pokemon that can fight back, because it also can land two Swifts before to be down, even if they don't really like to shield the wrap. Here comes the next Swift. It's not going to be enough, but I'm not sure if they are going to let it go. No, they just want to try to have some energy advantage. And the Drapion, we know how Drapion could be
Yeah.
with energy and with energy advantage. So this is
Mhm.
going to be the first crunch, and Licky decides to just let it go.
Drapion is actually the most used Pokemon in this practice tournament. That flexibility of the Crunch and the Aqua Tail, as well as its fast attack Poison Sting, really demonstrating how powerful it can be here, as it does force the first shield from this Licky Licky with that Crunch. Do we see a debuff? No, not just yet.
No, not just that, and of course, as a Storm has to respect the possible earthquake. It's going to be just a body slam, but now Khaleesi throws in a very precise turn, having the extra fast move and then landing the body slam. And as the Storm decides to double shield, because he knew that it could be
Ooh.
an earthquake, and he just tried to save the Drapion by making a catch on the Licky Licky.
But it's actually just a body slam that lands on that fellow Licky Licky there. And now Grimmsnarl can come out behind a shield and start developing its attack with potential power punch. But no, going straight for the foul play here, wanting to already do as much damage as possible to this normal type Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. Even if Grimsnarl doesn't have enough bulk, Khaleesi still has one shield, so she decides to just let it go. Maybe she's keeping that shield for the Licky Licky, but we need to remember that Drapion has a lot of energy, and even if Thorn doesn't have shields, Drapion with the energy advantage could be very deadly. And then Thorn decides to make a combo, and Khaleesi could not switch on time, and now that Griswold is out of the battle.
Yeah, as you said, this Drapion is absolutely loaded on energy. And so that combo play puts SS Thorn in a really strong position to utilize that energy. Although the body slam is ready from the Licky Licky, the Drapion does get to this Aqua Tail first, winning that charged attack priority event and able to get this Licky Licky off of the field, leaving only Kingdra with barely any HP left to defend itself.
Yeah, definitely. Even if the Kingdra lands this Swift is not going to be enough to take the win on Khaleesi, because Tessa Storm still has that move, and even if with almost no HP kept the Milotic, he was very patient to not make like a hard swap or something, just to make sure to throw that Aqua Jet. And even if Thorn was a little bit an advantage on the energy, it was very close at the ending. So Thorn took the first win, and let's see now how Khaleesi wants to fight back this one, because even if she has shield advantage, that loaded Drapion did everything to give the win and to Thorn.
Yeah, he has a very fast team. I'm noticing looking at all these Pokemon. We've got a lot of really speedy charged attacks that are available. And as we've seen, it leads to a very speedy battle. And with all of that energy that has developed on the Pokemon, I mean, he had moves on almost every single Pokemon there.
Absolutely, and that this is another situation where we can see how important it is to keep the energy tracked, because maybe you can force both shields, or maybe you have to burn both shields to keep your mounts alive. But if you know how energy you have and also how much energy the opponent has, you can fight back and flips the ending, like we just saw on turn, because even if turn was on shield disadvantage, the Drapion made everything. And calling about Drapion, that's the reason why Drapion was the most pickable Pokemon in this tournament, because maybe on paper it struggles against almost everything, because everything should to beat the Drapion, but it's very different to play Drapion in a show 6 pick street format than playing on GBL, because in GBL you don't know what you're playing. You are playing like you don't know anything. But in this format, if you have the chance to give some energy on Drapion, we just saw that Drapion is one of the very few Pokemon that it doesn't need to stay a lot of time on the battle to take energy and drop some charge moves, because most of the Pokemon that we are just seeing, like speed ups, like the dragons, takes a lot of energy, but Drapion doesn't.
Yeah, and Khaleesi is bringing in that Kingdra once again, because I think it's her speediest Pokemon response to the flexibility of SS Thorn's team. And this is a pretty neutral lead here. We do see that Swift already ready, but Khaleesi going all the way to the Outrage before risking a throw. Just a body slam this time from SS Thorn, and Khaleesi doesn't need to use that shield.
Yeah, Khaleesi doesn't really need to use the shield, and maybe now Khaleesi wants to play a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, because in the first battle we just saw that she tried to bait, and now she just tries to throw the outrage, and now SS Storm calls correctly by shielding that heavy charge move from Khaleesi. She stays, and now we are seeing a new Pokemon, which is Seeking.
Yeah, I mean, she played that pretty well considering, flipping her script from that first game, but SS Thorn just adjusted really well. And Kingdra does use up that energy before swapping out to the Grimmsnarl. We've talked about how glassy Grimmsnarl is, so you don't necessarily need to shield this first attack, but Khaleesi does choose to use her shield here, developing a little more energy before throwing that power-up punch to start boosting her fast attack damage.
Yeah, most likely to take back the initial stat product that Grisel had because the Icy Wind. And that's very important. It's up to shot. Ooh, almost a no HP Seeking correctly reach the icy wind, and Khaleesi decides to double shield the Grimstone. This is could be very threatening because now Drapion has all the road clean to just sweep. Let's see how Khaleesi can fight back that, because we know that Drapion with energy and shields, it's almost unkillable.
Yeah, it's in a really strong position for the end game here. So double shielding this Grimmsnarl has not turned out to be the play that Khaleesi thought. Drapion was just waiting in the back to take advantage of the situation. And it does have to contend with this full health Licky Licky that does have that earthquake, but being stacked on energy, Drapion is exactly where Drapion wants to be.
Yeah, exactly. Because even if Licky can take one charge move, it doesn't have enough energy to try to make like a comeback. Because even if the Drapion is taken out, is still the Licky in the back from turn. So this is looking very, very comfortable, and he doesn't even really want to shield.
He calls it. He calls the bait here. I mean, the body slam does knock that Drapion quite low, but just the fact that it could have been an earthquake, and Thorn was like, you know what? I'll still save my shield for later.
Definitely, that's a very wild call from Thorn. But most likely, I think the situation of why Thorn felt very comfortable by not shielding is because he knew that having that shield was the win condition for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if Khaleesi could have more energy on the Licky Licky, we know that Drapion charged faster than the Licky Licky, and he also had his own Licky Licky. So, in my opinion, Khaleesi didn't battle wrong or something. It's just that it's very hard to fight back against very spammer Pokemon, very spammy Pokemon like the combo of Drapion and Licky Licky.
Yeah, and I did enjoy seeing Sea King take the field for just a little bit there. As you mentioned, SS Thorn is a person that really loves to use the entire team that's available to him. And that Sea King has proven to be a very flexible Pokemon. Able to hit the dragons and threaten all the other Pokemons with potential Mega Horns, and as well as debuff them with that Icy Wind. But Drapion was the key to success here. And while we saw it earlier in the first game, saving it in the back, I think really proved to be a great decision for SS Thorn there against Khaleesi. I think that after she gave up that second shield, like you said, he just knew that as long as I have a shield and Drapion, I'll be okay.
Absolutely. And for example, I think one tip that I can share with you is that if you are using a team where you don't really have enough charge move pressure because your team is more charged into the fast move pressure Pokemon, you really need to have or at least shield advantage, or the situation about switch advantage, because having energy disadvantage, it's pretty tough to be in that situation. So that's why Thorn decided to just play with very spammer Pokemon, like we just saw, playing the Drapion, playing the Milotic, playing even the Seeking and the Licky Licky. It's too much to handle for Khaleesi, because she decides to bring two Pokemon that doesn't spam faster, like the Kingdra. Of course, she can charge the Swift, but it doesn't do too much because it's a very cheap move, and also it doesn't have a stab, so it doesn't really pressure like other Pokemon, and of course the Grimmslar. So definitely having that situation in disadvantage, in my opinion, was the key about how or why she was struggling so much. So we need to identify, if we are playing, that maybe if the opponent has a lot of spammer Pokemon, we need to fight back with other spammer Pokemon, because at least in that situation, we can try to fight back by grabbing shields first, like she just did in the first battle, but most likely to try to have something in advantage. Maybe bringing the Dunsparce could be a little bit better, but maybe the way of how she wants to play, like having more fast move pressure, that's the reason why she decided to route those Pokemon, right? But most likely that's for example, in my opinion and in my experience, that's how you want to fight back the charge move pressure from the opponents, by bringing your own and trying to find some win conditions by making a catch, or by making like charging faster, things like that.
Yeah, we all have the same amount of shields. We all have the same amount of Pokemon, but how we use them does change a lot in between players. And I think that SS Thorn has just proven that he is a very flexible player and takes advantage of that speed, like you said. And sometimes it can be hard to adjust to that strategy. I think Khaleesi in that second match definitely tried to match the spam with power, throwing that outrage, but really good players like SS Thorn unfortunately can read moves like that coming as well. So understanding your opponents, and their strategy when you look at their teams is just as important as understanding your own team. Khaleesi played really well, but unfortunately she is knocked out of our top cut now. We do have some results on the screen from our bracket so far. So SS Thorn does advance, and we're still waiting on the final results from the Rajav Yakaloko matchup. But we do see that Nickname has advanced over Executor, and we're still waiting for that final match to sort of be refreshed there to find out what our top four is going to look like. So let's take a look at these teams from Nickname and Executor. We already saw on stream how that shiny shadow Venomoth really dominated for Executor.
Definitely, I think that's one of the most unique Pokemon that we can see in this tournament. Not because it's only Shadow, but it's because it's a Venomoth. Venomoth is not a Pokemon that most of the people wanted to bring. They try to bring like more known Pokemon like Speed Ups, or most likely even we saw some Beedrill as well as a Bug Biters. But having Venomoth could be very interesting because Venomoth has the chance to drop the defense with the Poison Fang. So that's something positive because first it takes less energy to reach, like for example, the Rock Tomb from the Speed Ups or the launch. Another situation, Venomoth has more power. It has more attack. So Venomoth could be very deadly. And adding the situation that it's a shadow and a shiny, because we know that shiny does more damage. It's something special.
Yeah, but in this case, we do have a shiny shadow on the opposing team as well. Nickname bringing that shadow Drapion that we saw was so successful in the streamed match we just had with SS Thorn. And I'm sure that Nickname also used that to their advantage here as well. But they have some really nice bug options on their team as well. We've seen how successful Spidops has been. When it first came out, I know there were a lot of potential doubters out there, but but the meta development team, has given us a really good excuse to trade this Pokemon and get a really strong one for this meta. And for this one in particular, it's interesting that you do want to run that Bug Bite. As we've seen, super effective damage in a lot of situations, but you also have 2 attack debuffing options instead of just one like most Pokemon settle for.
Definitely, that's something very special that Speedos has by having the Rock Tomb against anything that resists bug, and of course the launch doing some extra damage by being an stab attack. But also besides the speed ups, most likely all the other Pokemon can drop the stats like Drapion, the Spiritomb, even the Seeking. By of course we know that Kingdra is not more on the Octazooka, but Kingdra is another Pokemon that it could be run by another debuffing attack, right? So, like, if you see, we are going to see a very spammer matchup because both teams have that situation. Taking out the Kingdra and of course the speed ups on Nickname's part, he has 4 Pokemon that pretty charge faster, and from the Executor part, it's also the same because it has the Venomoth, it has the Drapion, it has a Miltank, which is a very unique Pokemon because we saw that Miltank could be usable in some like GBL Cups. Miltank could be another situation that could be viable instead of Dunsparce or the Dunsparce or any other reloader like the Licky. Miltank also it could be very spammer. So definitely this matchup is going to be all about how the opponents or how the trainers decide to use most likely the shields and also putting in advantage on energy.
Yeah, exactly. Miltank is a really interesting one because when this meta was first developing, I know it's ranked very highly on PvPoke, but it's actually not really the normal of choice. It's quite tanky like Licky Licky is, and it does have good charged attacks, but I think that Licky Licky is maybe just outbulking it a little bit. Even though they both have the body slam, even though they both have powerful charged attack options, I think that just that little bit of extra stat product helps it out a little bit. But I do think Miltank really shines in this meta, especially when you have an Ice Beam that could potentially hit your dragons. You have potential Thunderbolt for your water types. So there's a lot of flexibility in this Pokemon as well.
Definitely, Miltank is also another option. Also, we just saw that maybe Nickname just won because I can see that in the screen. He already beat Executor 2-0. So Nickname it's advancing to the next stage. So maybe the situation about bringing the Drapion could be ideal for him for the next stage. But once again, we are just maybe we are seeing the same Pokemon in the meta like the Drapion, like the Spiritomb, like the Kingdra, but it's not like written script that everyone is going to play like in the same way. So it's all about the how you want to make the energy the energy goes to your favor, how you can fight back the energy disadvantage, because in this type of metas it's very hard to be in energy disadvantage. So most of the times people want that like to be on energy advantage decide to just insta swap and try to grab some energy and try to take advantage after that. So maybe that's the way of how Nickname is successful in this tournament. But we'll see how Nickname does in the next round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, these are for the most part, these are Pokemon that we're fairly familiar with. I would argue that Spidops is probably the newest, and there were some Pokemon that got updates in this most recent season that have kind of come up in the standings a little bit. But Drapion is a Pokemon we are very familiar with in the championship series already. We've seen how players are really, really knowledgeable with this Pokemon and the role that it plays on their team. And the way that team building has developed here, like you're talking about, with a emphasis on not just your fast attack damage, not just your bulk, but also how you can navigate between your team members, right? How you can balance them against one another to give yourself all the advantage you can with that very speedy 45-second, move timer that we have now in the game as well.
The reason of why, for example, Pokemon like Drapion is very good in this meta, because we know that maybe Drapion in the past was very important, like in open metas, like the Play Pokemon Circuit or even in GBL. But after the rise of the Mud Slappers like Shadow Marowak or even the Gastrodon, Drapion started to be out of the paper. But in this meta, without Mud Slappers, without Steel types, Drapion has a lot of situations in favor. So that's the reason of why, even if there's some Pokemon that can fight back, because of course they have some ground moves like the Dunsparce, like the Licky Licky. Those are charge moves, so you have a lot of advantage as a Drapion to grab some energy, to use some shields, and of course trying to avoid the Earth move against you. So definitely that's why Drapion is one of the best Pokemon in this type of format, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we do know now that we have our next match for the stream. We are going to be seeing SS Thorn once again, but this time against LNDF Rarjeff. So we've seen both of these trainers already on the stream today, and we just talked about how flexible SS Thorn is going to be. So how about we take a look mostly at LNDS Rarjeff team and see what he can do to fight back. We do see that Grimmsnarl that we tried to see, that Khaleesi did try to use against SS Thorn, as well as that Kingdra. But maybe Rarjeff will be dependent a little bit more on their own flexible Shadow Drapion. And I do think that the Dunsparce, with all that rock type damage, could be really strong against the, the bug that we see over there, that Shadow Beedrill lurking on SS Thorn's team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you just said, maybe Rarjeff could have an idea about what to run against Thorn, especially if he saw a little bit about how Khaleesi played against him, because Rarjeff and Khaleesi have the both Pokemon, like the Grimmsnarl and the Kingdra. Maybe Rajev we will not play those Pokemon because he will try to fight back against Turn by having more charge move pressure, like you just said, the Dunsparce, the Drapion, maybe the Speed Up, the Spiritomb could have some play. Literally, you
Mm-hmm.
can play almost everything. It's all about how you want to play, how is your play style, and how you can make it work in this type of format. So definitely, I think we are going to see, I hope, three battles because we are going to most likely watch a tie, and everything is going to be about how they want to play every situation. But in my
Mm-hmm.
opinion, this matchup is going to be very close, and it will be all about the energy management.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the two teams, I do like the Spiritomb call out. We do see it on both sides, but I think that it's a really strong Pokemon. You really only have to worry about that Drapion. But even then, you have a lot of play with that Rock Tomb and the fact that that Rock Tomb debuffs as well. Fast attack, smash attack. Like, you've got to start focusing on some charged attacks at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like you just said, Spiritomb could have some play, especially from for Rajev, because Rajev has very good, like a very good barrier against the Spiritomb from turn, because it just has two very good walls, like of course the Drapion and the Grimmsnarl. So it could be very tricky for turn to try to bring the his own Spiritomb, but
Mhm.
for Rajev, it has more play because if Spiritomb has energy advantage, if he has like shield advantage, he can try to fight back the Drapion, and definitely it's going to be a very strong Pokemon to deal if Thorn starts to burn shields like he did in the first battle that he had against Khaleesi.
Mm-hmm. And we do see, like you mentioned, the Grimmsnarl as well. I mean, I think that that also has more play against SS Thorn as well, because you could go with a potential like ABB lineup. If they think they can deal with one sucker puncher, then you have another one in the back. That can cause a little bit of a stir.
Be a very nice strat because we know that playing the ABB situations, the ABB lines, should to be the most safe and reliable lines. But it's all about how they want to play most likely because we know that both players, both opponents are very competitive. Those are already winners in
Mm-hmm.
for a lot of tournaments. So I think this is going to be very close to see, but
Yeah.
most likely, yeah, it's going to be all about how they want to start most likely the first battle.
Yeah, exactly. And we are getting word from production that we do have our players locking in, so we should get into those battles pretty soon. Um, I don't think the Spide Ops has as much play with that Beedrill kind of lurking. That worries me on SS Thorn's side.
Yeah, the Vidril could be very interesting to see because Vidril has a lot of matchups, has a lot of positive matchups because even if the Dunsparce could be a little bit of threat with the rock damage, we know that Dunsparce doesn't do too much damage because it doesn't has a staff, and also the Vidril could be very strong with shield advantage most likely because we just saw that Vidril could be very important. And like you just said, Vidril could be the MVP on this situation, and we have Vidril against Drapion.
Yeah, exactly. Beedrill does come out. This bug bite damage is neutral against the Drapion, but it is stacking up quite a lot faster than the poison sting damage resisted on Beedrill's side. So we do see the first shield coming up to protect the energy already gained.
Yeah, definitely, it's going to be very important because we are just watching how strong Vidril it is because by only using one shield, Vidril is just boosting and putting a lot of pressure. Now it's coming the crunch. He's going to respect it. This is going to be the second shield, but the Vidril still has a lot of HP, and let's see how it decides to fight back. Decides to insta swap into Dunsparce and having like that shield advantage. I'm sorry, he tried to make a catch. He was very patient, and now even if Thorn doesn't have shields, he has a very good answer with the Licky Licky by tanking at least two moves.
Yeah, exactly. These normal types really really can wail on each other for quite a while. But SS Thorn, as you mentioned, very patient, stacking a lot of energy on that Beedrill that could be very problematic for Rarjef later in this game. So Rarjef still saving that last shield, knowing that Dunsparce can sit here for quite a while yet, while gaining more energy. But an Earthquake now coming out from the Licky Licky saying, you can't stay on this field forever.
Absolutely. And of course, the Dunsparce is taking out. He decided to hard swap into the Beedrill. And look, he tried to make a combo to take down the Beedrill, but it didn't work because Thorn threw the move right after, and now he could farm it. And he has also it could be a next season. Let's see if the last shield is popping.
Yeah, Rarjef still thinking about it, not sure if he wants to, but does call that bait. The other Felstinger coming out from the Beedrill just before it gets sucker punched down. And now this full health, very bulky Melodic waiting in the back to tackle this Spiritomb. Even though the attack will get debuffed from this Rock Tomb, Melodic can just shrug that right off.
Yeah, like you just said, the Melodic just needs to soak one move, and even if Rarkev still has one shield, it doesn't matter because the Spiritomb has very low HP, and even if he throw the move right now, I think it's not going to be enough because the Melodic should to take this. But let's see how the ending goes.
Yeah, exactly. Melodic still has enough health, and the Sucker Punch, as good as an attack as it is now, just can't get to that charged attack fast enough. So Melodic sealing the deal for the first win of this game for SS Thorn.
Yeah, we saw a very particular strat from SS Thorn in this first battle. Like, for example, against Khaleesi, he tried to be a little bit more aggressive by bringing Pokemon that are very spammers with the Drapion, with the Dunsparce, with the Licky Licky. But against Rajef, he changed the script. He tried to bring a Pokemon that does a lot of damage with the fast move with the Beedrill, because we saw that besides the Dunsparce, Beedrill does a lot of damage against almost everything, and the Beedrill just started to boost the bug bite, and we saw how the Beedrill just deleted the Drapion, and if the Drapion burned both shields, Beedrill had a lot of HP for later to keep biting everyone. So that was very very particular, and that's the reason, in my opinion, why Thorn won this first battle, because Rarjev could not handle properly the fast move pressure from the Beedrill.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen trainers use this strategy in this very tournament already. The 2-shield Beedrill is not something that a lot of people can deal with very well. And backing up that Beedrill with very bulky Pokemon like Melodic, like Licky Licky, really proved the way to victory for SS Thorn there. Again, it's interesting to see trainers adapt to a very different strategy. We just saw him use an entirely different play style almost against Khaleesi, but here adapting to the opponent really well, developing a new strategy for the gameplay here and securing that first victory. So the question becomes, TZ, will we see that same sort of strategy employed, or is the jig up? Are we gonna see something different?
For example, for Rajev, he needs to adapt a little bit, because even the Drapion has a lot of play against Thorn. He needs to bring something that can fight back the Beedrill, but be doing more fast move pressure. Like, instead of maybe putting the Beedrill against the Drapion, maybe bringing the Dunsparce, of course, but most likely maybe the Spiritomb or even the Kingdra, because even if you know that you're not going to win that situation, you want to do more damage on the Beedrill, because at least the Beedrill could be out of the battle for later. But because it was against the Drapion, and the Drapion, even if burn both shields, Beedrill had a lot of damage, and that's the reason why we are watching more heavy pressure from Rajev by bringing the Dunsparce, and now he's facing a Milotic from part of on turn.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't see any Beedrill on the side of SS Thorn for this game. Totally adapting again to this next match, bringing out the melodic and immediately dropping the debuff on this Dunsparce so that these Dragon Tails are stacking up ever faster. But Dunsparce, I mean, these both are pretty slow Pokemon as well. So Dunsparce able to get quite a bit of extra energy before swapping out to Spiritomb here.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very important situation to keep in mind that Thorn tried to play against the situation that maybe bringing Vidril could be the way to go for him, and that's the reason of why Jeff tried to bring a whole different team with the Spiritomb, the Grimmsnarl, and Dunsparce. So maybe that's very interesting to see. We saw that he decided to shield the move, and also Thorn is respecting the Rectum. So the shields are started to go down. So let's see how they decide to keep playing, because the situation on Rajev could be different because he's about to swap after this charge move.
Yeah, exactly. With that single debuff, can the Spiritomb survive the crunch? No, knocked off the field. Drapion still has a ton of energy, but not enough to get to a charge attack before this Dunsparce comes back in for Rarjeff and throws that drill run, getting the last shield from SS Thorn.
Interesting decision to keep alive Drapion, because even if he had energy, he decided to kept it for later, because the Drapion was nerfed, and he knows that Drapion with energy could be very deadly in the back. He already know how to play this situation of shield disadvantage, because he has two bulky Pokemon that can endure and try to bring the Drapion for later. Let's see how Rajev adapts after that situation.
Ooh, and Grimmsnarl just barely surviving two Aqua Tails, knocking the Melodic off the field, has a foul play ready for this Drapion. Is this going to be enough in the end game here? It is. The Drapion gets knocked off the field, and there's a full health Seeking waiting in the back. One of the most flexible Pokemon in this meta.
Definitely, this is going to be very close, because even if Thorn doesn't have shields, this is not going to be enough to KO. And after the Icy Wind, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. This is going to be very, very close. Let's see how it goes. But most likely, I think Rajev has this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he does use the last shield here. He goes almost up to 2 drill runs. I don't think this first one is going to be quite enough, but will we get to the next one in time? Oh,
One fast move.
no!
One fast move was the key.
Oh my gosh, so well played there by Rarjeff, demonstrating good patience and trust in the tanky Dunsparce to lead the way, even though there was no Beedrill in sight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if I think the situation in this matchup was that Thorn tried to use the Drapion in a part of the battle that was not ideal, because he tried to throw the energy to take out the Dunsparce, but at that moment the Grimmsnarl had energy, and of course Grimmsnarl won CMP, and that situation was costly to Thorn, because he lost a lot of energy in that situation, because he was needing those charge moves to try to win this battle, and that's why we have a decisive game 3. But definitely, it's all about the energy management. Once again, the Thorn doesn't care at all to be down on shields earlier in the matchup, because he wants to keep or to preserve most likely the energy on Drapion to use it later. So let's see if Rajev wants to adapt that by bringing two bulky Pokemons in the back, like for example maybe the Dunsparce or maybe the own Spiritomb to try to fight back that situation, because it's all about how Thorn wants to play the Drapion, and of course the energy in the Drapion.
Yeah, I mean, Dunsparce, I think we've seen how Rarjeff has learned that it's one of his his strongest options against SS Thorn's team. Not only because it can deal super effective damage, but the bulk, like you mentioned, it's his bulkiest option to deal with such fast Pokemon on SS Thorn's side. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming back in. And we do have our opponents locked here. So what do we see on the field? Licky Licky on the side of SS Thorn and the Spiritomb on the side of Rarjef. So we do see a quick swap out, actually. SS Thorn potentially trying to lure something out of the back here with Seaking.
Yeah, most likely he wants to try to fight back aggressive once again by trying to have a Pokemon that takes less turns to have energy on the charge move, which is Seeking. And after throwing this the Icy Wind, this is not going to be enough to KO, even if it's a Shadow Ball. He decides to call it properly. It was not a Shadow Ball. So now Rarjef can have a situation where even if this is a Mega Horn, it's the buff, and also it's not going to be a lot of damage because it doesn't have a staff. So he can try to get a lot of energy after this, and whatever it comes, it's going to take the first shield.
Yeah, exactly. And nothing wants to potentially take an outrage. Even a full health Licky Licky can't quite stay on the field. So will we see SS Thorn try and protect the energy? Yes, we do. Licky Licky wants to spend time on this field, getting all the way up to that Earthquake and throwing the Body Slam, trying to get this Kingdra out of the way quickly.
Yeah, most likely because you don't want to keep that Kendra making a lot of pressure. And like we were just talking before the battle, you want to bring all the bulky Pokemon in the back for that draping with energy, which was most likely the Dunsparce and the Kingdra. And we are watching a Beedrill on Thorn's part. So we just need to see how they decide to spend the shields, because in this situation, Rajef just needs to land 2 charge moves to take down this Beedrill. Thor decides to let it go to just keep it for the last Pokemon, which is the Licky Licky. This is not over, but it's going to be very, very hard for Thor because he needs to land the Earthquake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like that play from SS Thorn, really knowing that Beedrill in the back was not going to be the key to success there. This bulky Pokemon that already has energy ready, that is going to be the key. And we do see the Earthquake locked, but Rarjef actually calling it and shielding the Dunsparce.
Yeah, because he was needing to land the Earthquake, because the Earthquake was, of course, the most heavy damage charge move. But now, because he shield correctly, he needs more fast move to try to let it to reach it, and that's why Dunsparce reaches first with this drill run. Maybe it's going to be enough, maybe not. But he still has he makes a swap to try to make it a little bit more clean. But definitely this is going to be over. Rarjef is going to take this battle, because the Dunsparce has more energy. Oh no, it was very close. Just one fast move just one fast move of difference on this last battle.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What a close end game there between all these bulky normal types. You think that it's not going to be exciting, but somehow these players are demonstrating that there's still a lot of flexibility to be had, a lot of dancing they can do with their Pokemon, taking advantage of that switch timer to catch that Earthquake on the Spiritomb, proving really successful there for Rarjef. And Rarjef does secure the 2-1 victory in order to advance in this top cut.
Yeah, definitely. And we just saw why in that particular situation, Dunsparce, it's a little bit better than Licky Licky, because Dunsparce needs less energy, it needs less fast moves to land the move that you want, because Earthquake needs at least one extra fast move to reach the EQ, and also you need to land it. So that's the reason of why in that particular situation, Dunsparce, it's a little bit better. Maybe Licky Licky has better matchups overall, but when you really need to land the hard hitting charge move, Dunsparce is better because it takes less energy to reach it again.
Yeah, for sure. So that is one of our top cut matches now secured, and we do get to see our other one, which we now know will be between Nickname and Nimble Dragon. Nickname is, again, one that we've seen on stream a lot today. Nimble Dragon's team does feature a pretty unique Pokemon, I think, Ariados. is one that we have not seen very much, even though I think it was very hyped prior to people actually playing this meta.
Absolutely. Ariados is not like a very common Pokemon in this meta because it's like it shares the same typeness that Beedrill, but we know that in this meta, Beedrill is used like a fast move Pokemon, fast move pressure Pokemon, and Ariados doesn't. Ariados is more known as a spammer Pokemon with a charge move. So in this meta, it can have some positive matchups, but in the other one, when you really need to fast move a Pokemon against the opponent, it could be a little bit in disadvantage. So let's see if Aridos can try to fight back something against this against Nickname, because we saw that Nickname has 6 Pokemon that are very spammers. So maybe Ariados could fight back in this part of the situation, because we just said earlier that if you want to face, or if you need to fight back a team that is very spammer, you need to bring your own spammer Pokemon to fight back.
Yeah, exactly. And Ariados is a very spammy Pokemon. It can't quite hide behind the 2 shields like Beedrill can, but but it can actually debuff your opponent's attack as well, which can be a real strength in this meta. And it's one that a lot of our trainers have relied on. I mean, we see a lot of potential debuffing moves over there on the side of Nickname as well. So we know that it has a lot of play in this meta. But Ariados also has access to that very powerful Mega Horn, which will do a lot more damage than we saw it on the Sea King in our last game.
Yeah, that's very important to know, because Ariados does not play it like with the poison charge moves. You want to play it with a double bug, because of course launch is the most usable move to drop the attack, but also Megahorn being staff does a lot of damage, because in this meta every Pokemon like lands on the bug, and it will do a lot of damage. So definitely for Ariados could have a lot of play. And also we're watching a Furret. Furret is a very interesting Pokemon in this meta, because maybe in Open Grade League, or even the Play Pokemon Circuit, it's the most usable normal type. But in this meta is not like very usable, because having the Soccer Punch and also having 2 charge move that doesn't do too much in this meta are not is not ideal. Then that's why maybe Dunsparce or Licky could be a little bit better. But let's see if Nimble Dragon decides to bring the Furret for this battle.
Yeah, Furret doesn't share the same bulkiness that a lot of the other normal types that we've been seeing more regularly does. It does have access to Brick Break, which can be super effective against its normal type counterparts. And I think that's its strongest case for staying in this meta. And we do see that it is sort of the second most used normal. It's at 31% usage for this tournament, far beneath the 70% usage of Licky. But we see actually both over here on the side of Nimble Dragon. So a potential strategy could lie there as well. But we also see some other double potentials, double Sucker Punch weight there as well. Both of our trainers are ready, so we are about to get down onto the field. Nickname bringing out the Spiritomb against, unfortunately, the Grimmsnarl on the side of Nimble Dragon. A terrible start to the game there for Nickname.
Yeah, this is the case where you really want to have switch advantage, because Grimmsnarl it's a heavy wall to that Spiritomb, and that's the reason of why he decides to burn the first shield. And now he comes the launch. We know that launch it's not going to be enough to take out, but it's going to be a lot. It's going to do a lot of damage, and boom, this is the first one. And maybe now after dropping the attack, this crunch is going to land, because he doesn't be shields down, because we know that Grimmsnarl it does a lot of fast move pressure, but also it needs shields.
And we do see that this Ariados on the side of Nimble Dragon is actually on the double, or not the double bug, but the bug and fast, very fast cross poison that does get the shield back from Nickname so that they can throw this next crunch. Do you want to protect the energy on Ariados? No, Nimble Dragon says it can go.
Yeah, he decides to let it go. He wants to just let away go the switch advantage. But now this is another situation where he can be in a very good spot, because he has energy advantage on the Licky Licky for later. He decides to hard swap to Grimslar, and now it's a Dunsparce against the Grimslar. But now this is where maybe Grimslar could be very very tough to deal, because Grimslar is going to do a lot of damage with that Sucker Punch, and he needs just one extra charge move to land the second one, and he just decides to let it go. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the drill run coming through from the Dunsparce is not quite enough to knock out. And we do see now the foul play coming out from this Grimmsnarl. This is a boosted foul play, not shielded by Nickname, and almost knocking out that Dunsparce. Will we be able to farm down? Yes. Grimmsnarl coming out of this matchup just in time to get a few sucker punches off onto the Spiritomb before a quick swap out to the Licky Licky.
That's a very wild call, because even if he decides to keep the Grizzler for later, I think you want to just make more damage on the Sucker Punch because you were busted. And now this is going to be a very interesting situation, because even the Licky Licky had energy advantage. He needs to charge into another earthquake, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, because the Rock Tomb is going to be landed first. This is going to be very close, and let's see how it's going to be the ending, because it's going to be very close.
It is going to be very close. This second Rock Tomb is not enough to quite knock out, but now that this Licky Licky has been debuffed twice, this Earthquake is also not going to knock out the Spiritomb. And the question is, did that Grimmsnarl leave with enough health and energy to throw the foul play? Yes, the foul play does land onto the Spiritomb.
Yeah, this is the reason of why we were saying earlier that Grimmsnarl is one of the few walls that Spiritomb has, because even if Grimmsnarl doesn't tank too very well against almost everything, against Spiritomb is very different, because he resists the fast move pressure, and that's the reason of why he landed. He reached the fall play, and he landed. So very nice play by Nimble Dragon by having the Grimmsnarl against the Spiritomb. And let's see now how Nickname decides to adapt on this situation, because Drapion was not very usable, because even if he could win the switch advantage, having energy on the Licky Licky was key for Nimble Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. The Licky Licky able to not just deal out that earthquake damage, but also able to take quite a few attacks as well. And the Ariados played a really interesting role there for Nimble Dragon, supporting that Grimmsnarl actually surprisingly well. So as for your nickname, how do you adjust to that Grimmsnarl, since you couldn't quite get locked onto it like you would want to? I mean, I think you've got to stop relying on the Spiritomb a little bit.
Yeah, I think Spiritomb is not ideal to bring, most likely because Nimble Dragon, like Rajev has the two walls that the Spiritomb has in this meta, which is the Drapion and the Grimmslar. So bringing the Spiritomb, put him in a very tricky and tough spot. So maybe playing almost everything but the Spiritomb could be the way to go. I think Drapion is good. I think Dunsparce is good. Maybe having the Seeking to try to pressure a little bit, or maybe the Kingdra with the fast move pressure could be better. But I don't think the Spiritomb is a key to try to win against the Nimble Dragon, because the double wall that he has.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Seeking might be a really good choice, because with that access to Peck, you can fight back against the Ariados. Even if it doesn't have the benefit of same type attack bonus, it'll still help you out in that matchup, as well as adding another attack debuffing move to your repertoire. And I think it's really flexible against a Pokemon like Grimmsnarl.
Absolutely. I think Grimmsnarl has a lot of play, because, for example, even if the Drapion is very spammer, and maybe it could be considered like one of the of the counters that Grimmsnarl has, still Grimmsnarl is going to do a lot of damage. So maybe we are going to see once again the Grimmsnarl, especially because we saw that nickname decide to bring the Spiritomb. But yeah, we never know. Maybe I think Nimble Dragon will try to start being more aggressive by bringing an spammer Pokemon as a lead, but let's see.
Oh. Yeah, the Furret is quite spammy on the side of Nimble Dragon there, and we do see that it does have that Brick Break to threaten the Dunsparce. So a quick swap from nickname to the Drapion here, and going for the Aquatail first.
Yeah, that's very interesting because he didn't want to, to charge into the crunch, so he just threw the aqua tail at the moment he had it, maybe trying to avoid a possible catch. But yeah, maybe Nimble Dragon feels very comfortable just try to stay in a little bit with the furret, and now he can easily swap into the mirror. He knows that he can easily tank one Necrotail, and maybe he wants to throw one before the next one to so the Dripping can fight back more against the next Pokemon, and that's it. One before the Aqua Tail, and he just throws the Aqua Tail.
Yeah, I really love this play from Nimble Dragon, knowing that they can over farm just a little bit to have energy advantage into the next matchup. But Nickname actually protects their Drapion with a shield, so forcing a shield on the side of Nimble Dragon as well. Are we going to see a Drapion like standoff here?
That's a very clever situation for Nimble Dragon, because if they are playing maybe Nimble Dragon, okay, I'm going to throw on 3, and maybe in that situation I can play in the same situation like before, but no, he decided to throw on 2 because Nickname most likely he wanted to make a catch on 2, but that's the way of how they decide to play, and now both are without shields. I think Nimble Dragon wants to keep the switch advantage. Maybe he is feeling that Grimmslar is going to face the Spiritomb. So let's see how they decide to come, because even if the Drapion is low, he's going to easily reach another move, and that's it. We're just going to see another crunch before to let it go. This is looking very tough for Nickname.
Yeah, Nimble really in control of the situation here. And honestly, I think Nickname gave up a little bit of that control by giving up shields first and forcing the no shield scenario here so that Nimble Dragon can have the exact matchup that they wanted this entire time. Grimmsnarl against the Spiritomb here.
Even if he's going to do a lot of damage, it's not over, because the Dunsparce has almost all the HP, and even the Furret has a super effective charge move. It's not in the same situation because it has half HP. So even if this Brick Break is going to do quite decent damage because it's super effective, it's not going to do enough. So here, Nickname needs to be very clever by having extra energy for later, so he can throw it against the Grimmslar, and that's the reason why he just tried to overfarm a little bit. But I don't think this is going to be enough, because like we just saw, this is not a very good move, and there is the drill run.
Yeah, but will this be enough to knock out the Grimmsnarl? I think so. I mean, Grimmsnarl, we've seen how it is not at all a bulky Pokemon, so off it goes. Unfortunately, you are correct. Nickname actually taking the end game there and swapping that match, even though it really seemed to be not in his advantage going into that scenario.
Yeah, that's the reason of why Furret is not like very ideal to play it with Brick Break, because even if in this meta it's ideal because it's super effective against the normal type, we just saw that Pokemon like Dunsparce can easily tank two charge moves that in theory are super effective against him, and the Dunsparce was still there. So that's the reason of why Brick Break is not ideal in this type of Pokemon, because it's not like a very heavy charge move, but it is the way to go most likely in this part of the situation. I think even if both decide to run the shields in the Drapion mirror, the situation of having all the marbles on Furret was costly for Nimble Dragon, because he was needing to do more damage, but Furret can't do enough.
Yeah, especially since Furret came into that matchup at a health disadvantage. That Dunsparce swapping out early in the, at the start of the game really had so much health left that the Furret just couldn't deal with, even with super effective attacks, even with boosted attacks. You really put the shame on all the Furret users out there. Like, this is not your normal type. Don't
This is not the reason of why Furret should to be in this meta, most likely, because even if Furret has in paper some good matchups, where you really want to shine, it's not going to do that, because if you cannot beat a Pokemon that is heavily like damaged by the charge move, well, definitely you need to run a different Pokemon in this situation. So we are tied. This is 1-1. So most likely maybe Furret is going to be in the bench, and I'm shocked that Nimble Dragon and of course Nickname are like very secure to run Spiritomb and Grimmsnarl. So I thought that both were most likely trying to play differently, but no, maybe they are trying to read something that I'm not reading at this point of the battle.
Yeah, I mean, Furret could have also been a response to maybe I need a little bit of extra backup against the Spirit Tomb, just in case Drapion and Grimmsnarl can't handle it. But I do think that Nimble Dragon bringing Licky Licky in the first match showed how that bulk really helped. So will we see Licky Licky come back? No, the Furret is still on the field. He didn't even listen to you. How rude. The Shadow Drapion is here against the Furret and is pretty happy to be in this matchup since it does resist those sucker punches.
Yeah, definitely. It resists the sucker punches, but now very curiously, Furret does decent and does well against the Drapion because he doesn't really need to land the brick breaks. He just Furret just needs to throw the Swift and he can easily win the scenario. We are just seeing the first shield from Nimble Dragon parts. Let's see if Nickname decides to shield. They do, and now I'm expecting most likely a swap on both of the parts, but let's see. They decide to just throw the crunch, and now he's not going to shield. Maybe the swap is incoming.
Yeah, it's a really interesting strategy to play out this matchup. But I think that if you're Nimble Dragon, you're pretty happy to see the Drapion here because you have that Grimmsnarl in the back, and that's one of its worst matchups. If it can just avoid that, maybe you can secure victory with it later. So we do see the Furret actually going down to an Aqua Tail there, and a quick swap to preserve that Drapion for later. The Dunsparce now coming out, and Grimmsnarl throwing the first power-up punch to start boosting its own Sucker Punch damage.
Yeah, I think if you are the Grizzler and you throw the power punch, maybe you are just committing to just going fast move pressure in this situation because it's very unlikely to throw the bait or the move that doesn't do too much if you are not going to wanting to win by not shielding, because in this part you are forced to shield and maybe a swap is incoming to try to make a catch. But let's see how they decide to go. That right there, he tried to make it a catch and he decided to keep both of the moves. This is very important because Rinsler wins CMP about versus everything, so maybe that could be something positive. But now Drapion doesn't have shield, so maybe that could be very costly.
Yeah, Drapion has no more shields left. It is against the Spidops now, so fortunately, it is able to do quite a bit of damage back against this bug-type Pokemon. The first crunch does get shielded. This Spidops wanting to debuff the attack before it has to take any of these crunches.
Yeah, he got a defense drop, so maybe this is going to be very interesting now because one fall play was not enough. He just took down. Oh, they make the catch. Nice. He just got the move, but he got denied because the bookbike does damage first, and now he can clear the defense drop, and the book by the like in the last battle those damage first and the charge move, and very interesting play by Nickname, like trying to have that the HP advantage on the last one with the speed ups. So even if the Grimmsnarl had a lot of energy, it was not enough because he made a catch, and also he could clear the defense drop.
Oh my gosh, that one turn fast attack, it'll get all of us in the end. And yeah, saving that Spidops for the end game, really proving the key to success there for Nickname. Not just because of the health advantages it has, but able to debuff the attack of that Drapion in a situation that might normally have favored that Drapion a little bit more.
And we just saw that in both semifinals that we just saw, we had 3 battles. So this is the reason of why this type of formats are very nice to watch, are very like intense, because it's all about the energy management. It's all about the shield advantage. because, for
Mm-hmm.
example, in this last battle, if he decides to just let it go, the energy, or just throw the energy from Grimslar to take out the Dunsparce, it could be better because he could keep
Mm-hmm.
the shield for the Drapion for later, and also trying to have like a third shields by trying to make a catch on the last one. But in this type of situation, this is where you need to be very like precise in your decisions, because one late decision could be costly for you.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, that's the reason why Nimble lost that last battle, because even if he had two moves on the Grimslar, it was not enough, because the
Yeah.
Grimslar was too low, and Drapion didn't have a last shield to keep it alive.
Yeah, because even with all that energy, you still need a turn to throw that energy. And I think that even in the heat of the moment, that's what a lot of battlers, no matter how experienced or inexperienced they are, will forget, is that that fast attack damage from a one turn attack like Bug Bite will get you before you can have the chance to actually throw that charged attack damage. So seeing this play out is definitely really good information for all those who are going to be attending the European International Championships just 1 week from now. And I think that, you know, grassroots tournaments like this give people a chance to practice, but also people a chance to kind of learn more about this unique meta that we're only going to see at this international championship.
Yeah, especially because like we are just watching in these battles, it's not the same to play like a show six pick three format and playing like blind format on GBL. Because we can pick, like, for example, in GBL the most threatening or dominant Pokemon like Lickilicky, Kingdra, and
Mm-hmm.
Speed Ups, but we are just watching in this type of battles that not even Kingdra and the speed ups have enough like shine in these battles, and Licky it's okay but not the best.
Mm-hmm.
But we are also watching that Pokemon like Drapion, Pokemon that like Dunsparce, Spiritomb, even the Grimslar are having more participation in this battle. So having this like a very useful information for next weekend is going to be very important to know. And after that, also, it's very nice to watch that
Mm-hmm.
very known and tough people, very good competitors are playing. So maybe trying to understand how they play, it could be very good to know to try to replicate for next weekend, in my opinion.
Yeah, some of these trainers I think we are going to see at the European International Championship. So seeing how they play now also can give you insight to potentially playing them in the future, even though who knows, they could have an entirely different team by then. It's
Absolutely.
possible, but we do know now that our final matchup will be between Rarjeff and Nickname. And looking at the teams here, I actually see very little differences ahead of us. One
Yeah,
Pokemon different.
just one Pokemon, the Grimmslar and the Seeking from both parts. But I think that even if we have the same Pokemon, we just saw through the whole tournament that you can play completely different depending on how you want to play your Pokemon. So in this final is going to be very important to see, or very important to analyze and identify how they want to play. If they want to play by having fast move pressure in the lead, by having the shields for the sweeper Pokemon in the back. So it's going to be all about how they decide to play. So it's very
Mm-hmm.
important to see how they try to make a strategy for this. But in my opinion, all of those trainers have enough recognized to win this tournament, and we need to remember that at this point both trainers already won cash prize.
Yeah, exactly. That is another fun thing about these grassroots tournaments is the community support and sponsor support does allow us to sort of share the wealth with all the trainers out there who want to take advantage of this practice. And looking at our two teams here, I mean, I do think that the one Pokemon difference, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I'm looking at Show 6 matchups, if I'm looking at a team that's almost the exact same as mine, except for one Pokemon, I start thinking about how that one Pokemon might be able to make the difference for me.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, this is a very interesting situation where you can start to analyze the team For example, being Rajev having the Grimsnar, how good or how bad it can do against my opponent. And also the same situation with Seeking. In my opinion, Seeking has like a little bit more of freedom to bring it, because Seeking doesn't have like real answers. We don't have the grass Pokemon in this format. We don't have electric type Pokemon, so Seeking literally can bring a lot of pressure against everything. And in the case of Grimslar, even if he has a lot of good matchups against Spiritomb, most likely, and all the others, we just saw that Grimslar needs shields, and Seeking doesn't really need the shield. So, in my opinion, the advantage it's on Seeking's nickname, because in this part, Seeking is pretty free against Rajev.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Adding Seeking to this meta as kind of a whitelist Pokemon. It doesn't fall into any of the types that we, were acceptable for this meta. So they just decided to airlift it in, as a gift to all of us, because Seeking is such a fun Pokemon to use, right? And I do think that it has a particular advantage here because you are a little bit bulkier than the Grimmsnarl, than some of these other Pokemon, and you can debuff or threaten with that Megahorn. And access to Peck makes that easier than ever, honestly. So I think that Seeking as a potential safe swap for nickname is going to be really, really valuable.
Yeah, especially because you have a very good charge move like Megahorn, because even if it doesn't have a stab against the Rajev's team, it's going to be a lot of damage against almost everything, especially if Seeking like is not going to be nerfed first. So Megahorn is going to do a lot of damage. So I think that, like you just said, Seeking is going to be a very safe sub option for nicknames. So it's all about how he decides to make the team works, like who could be the best lead for him, or who could be most likely the best closer or the best sweeper in this case. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting for sure, because both moves on Seeking most likely are going to be very, very important, dropping the attack on Icy Wind or doing a lot of damage with the Megahorn.
But without an opposing Grimmsnarl from Nickname's team, I do think that Rajev, his Kingdra does look a little bit better just by proxy. You don't have to worry about any Pokemon potentially resisting that Dragon Breath damage. And similar to we were talking about how the fast attack advantage to a safe swap in Seeking on nickname side, you could have that same advantage with Kingdra as well, especially since it's just a one-turn fast attack. So getting that little bit of extra energy, I think, for both of these players is going to be extremely key to navigating the end game. And we have a lot of very fast Pokemon here, but we also have a lot of really high damage charged attacks as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of variety. So, like we were just talking before, it's all about how they decide to play with fast move pressure, with charge move pressure, how they decide to adapt against the energy disadvantage, because we know this is key in this type of battles. So it's going to be a lot about of that part. So, in my opinion, this is going to be very intense, a very intense matchup, and most likely we're going to watch match where it's going to be into the wire, like having all the battles possible and very, very precise, like one fast move of difference, one shield. So definitely the battles are going to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing I know, it's that the shiny Shadow Drapion over on nickname side will do more damage than the regular Shadow Drapion on Rarjeff's side, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, in my opinion, for example, for Jeff's part, we can see the Drapion, we can see the Kingdra, because, like you just said, there's no Grimmsnarl that can put a lot of pressure, or like being a little bit of counter on the Kingdra. So maybe Kingdra could be interesting. But like we just saw in the top cut, not too many people, not all the trainers decide to bring the Dragon type users, the Dragon types most likely, because the damage that they are doing with the Dragon Breath pressure, it's not enough. It's not ideal. Even Milotic had more pressure, had more presence at the battles, because even if the Dragon Tail is not stabbed, is doing more damage with the Aqua Tail, which is very nice to have on Milotic. So I think Kingdra could be benched at least in this first battle. They will most likely want to play a little bit safe by bringing the Dunsparce, by bringing the Drapion, and maybe the Spiritomb on the Rajev's part, because Nickname doesn't have the Grimmslar, so Spiritomb is
Mhm.
quite free in that part.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting that you mentioned the dragons because we did see a lot of dragons being very dominant in the other LAIC limited meta, but in this meta, we have so many more Pokemon that have come in that are much more flexible that a Pokemon like Kingdra is really the one taking all the advantage of its available attacks. We haven't I mean, Dragalge is the other dragon that's in our most used Pokemon graphic, but we see that those are kind of our two fastest options, right? And they don't have to deal with like the Zweilous also looks really good on paper, but it does have to face a lot of pressure from these bug types. So it's nice to see that Kingdra got just enough of a buff to make it, the most useful dragon for this meta.
Absolutely. I think Dunsparce on both sides are the Pokemon that will be in almost every matchups, because Dunsparce is the Pokemon that preserves the quality on both sides, because without
Mhm.
Dunsparce, speed ups could be very threatening with the bug bite pressures. Like for example, the Draping could be very threatening because it doesn't have any resistance by
Mhm.
being forced to shield the drill run. So maybe Dunsparce on both sides could be interesting, and maybe we can see like Drapion Dunsparce in this situation. That's it. Drapion
There we
Dunsparce.
go. Right away, we see it just as you called it. Shadow Drapion on the side of Nickname against the Dunsparce from Rarjef. So this is, in fact, a great matchup for the Dunsparce, the Drapion being forced to shield first as it overfarms a little bit on energy.
Yeah, and we can see also this is a mirror team. Both trainers
Mhm.
are running the same Pokemon. The Dunsparce, the Drapion. Oh,
Oh!
this is a very nice catch, because even the Crunch does a lot of damage. You don't want to throw the Crunch on an opposite Drapion because it's energy wasted. And now they decide to bring the Kingdra, keeping the Dunsparce for later. That's a very interesting and wise decision from Nickname's part.
Yeah, exactly. Kingdra able to take this first crunch and no debuff actually from that attack. So over farming quite a bit and throwing just before Drapion can get to the Aqua Tail, even though that is double resisted by that Kingdra. And I don't even think that would be enough to knock out. So Drapion down on the side of Rajef there. And Kingdra has lots of energy to throw against the fresh Kingdra coming in on the side of Rajef.
No shielding in this part. That was a very wild decision, because even if it's not an outrage, it's like the Kingdra has less HP now, so the Kingdra needs to deal against a full loaded Drapion, against Dunsparce in the back, and also the shields that Nickname has. So wow, what
Oh
very
my
wild and ballsy
gosh.
and ballsy call from him by not shielding that situation. That this is a crunch, and now Rajev decides to shield because he knows that this most likely is going to be a crunch, and now maybe he's going to swap, trying to avoid more farm, and that's it. Now the
Mhm.
Dunsparce without one shield against Kingdra, and this is going to do a lot of damage if he decides to let it go. No, he decides to shield, but now no shields from Nickname's part.
Yeah, both of these trainers making all of the boldest calls to use their shields exactly as they should. So, wanting to protect the energy on the remaining Kingdra, Rarjef does throw up the last shield and can get to that outrage, but waits a little bit to throw it so that they can potentially get to a Swift just after this. Although I'm not sure this outrage is going to be quite enough for the Dunsparce here.
Not enough,
Oh,
but we know that the outrage does way more damage than
mm-hmm.
whatever move that Dunsparce can get. That's why he decides to shield. And even if Dunsparce is still low on HP, he has enough energy to take out the Drapion, and he just needs to land another move to take out the Dunsparce. And it's not going to be enough from Nicknames to be to take out the Dunsparce on Rajev part, and Rajev is going to take the first battle because he played very well on the Kingdra by keeping alive and landing the most dominant charge move on the Aldrich, and that's why Rajev decided to bring it. Like we were just talking about right before, the most safe Pokemon from both were Drapion and Dunsparce, and maybe the king to try to soak a little bit the pressure of the Drapion, and both were thinking the same as well. So maybe we are not too far about what they are thinking, so that's very good from us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we're all on the same wavelength here because we were talking about it. They brought the same teams, and Rarjef just pulling out a little bit of extra energy play there, right? Protecting energy on that Kingdra, as well as making some really bold shield calls that gave him a little bit of an advantage going into the end game there. Kingdra actually showing up really strong when I feel like in a lot of our previous matchups, we've been looking at Drapion a lot.
The key of why Rajev took the win on this battle is because he played different the Kingdra matchup like Nickname. Nickname used the Kingdra as a counter swap against the Drapion, and Kingdra from Rajev's path was most likely the sweeper because even the Kingdra was not the last Pokemon. Having extra energy was key because he could throw back to back or two straight outrage without trying to bait. So Kingdra is a Pokemon that does more damage than all those three Pokemon because outrage does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and Rarjef really taking advantage of that Kingdra not having very strong answers over on the side of Nickname, whereas we've already talked about how Nickname might be a little more afraid to bring their Kingdra. And even though they did bring it in that matchup, Rarjef really showing like, no. My dragon has the stronger position here. Really, really well managed there on the side of Rarjef.
Definitely. I think both players are going to try to play a little bit the same. Now we're facing like a Drapion mirror, and they are running the same three Pokemon like before. Maybe they just want to play a little bit different, but they are just committing to play the same Pokemon because they know that these all three Pokemon are the safest to play against the opponent.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen how well they used it before, but now we do have them exactly in sync. So we do see a catch here on the side of Nickname. Really, one of the only plays you can make to give yourself an advantage in this kind of scenario, catching the Aqua Tail, which is double resisted onto the Kingdra there. But so much energy on the side of Rarjef that we do see a crunch now coming in, facing a shield on the side of Nickname to protect the energy they've already managed to get.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play from Jeff because he decides to counter swap with the mirror on Kingdra because even if he decides to let it go this one, he's forced to throw another one before before the Kingdra reaches the next Swift. I don't think this is going to be like a call to shield back and trying to have more advantage on this situation, but Rajev still has a lot of advantage on this part because from all the Pokemon, the one that pressure best on this situation is a Kingdra. So Kingdra just lands the next Swift, and just right before Kingdra reaches the second wave, Drapion throws the crunch, and he needs to throw the crunch because Aqua Tail is double resisted, so Aqua Tail is not enough to take out the Kingdra.
Yeah, I mean, a great play there on the side of Nickname, really understanding the health of their Drapion and what that Pokemon can and can't take, and now has enough energy to throw this Aqua Tail onto the Dunsparce. This is a full health Dunsparce coming in, and actually Rarjef does call it. Jeez.
That's very wild from Rarjef's part because he knows that it's all about how he decides to play the last Pokemon. He doesn't know what's the third Pokemon right now. He knows now with the Drapion, but it's not going to be like enough, in my opinion, for Rarjef because even if he lands two shields here, Even if he lands two crunches here, he still has a lot of HP. Oh, the defense drop might matter.
Yeah.
Hold on, this is not going to be enough right now.
Yeah, it could be really close just because of that debuff advantage. Now this Dunsparce does have to worry a little bit. There are no more shields in play.
Wow.
another crunch coming in through here, but this Dunsparce, having used the last shield already, does have quite a bit of health left to its name. So it can over farm and does have 1.5 attacks ready. The Drapion! Oh!
Catch! Yeah, that was maybe the win con that the nickname was
Yeah.
needing. The catch, because now he has the defense restored and he has a lot of energy. He needs just one fast move, and maybe this is going to be enough to take out. Even he doesn't really need to throw a second one. That was an amazing catch. That was the win con from nicknames, and that's why he forced the tie, and now we're going to have decisive game 3. That's a very, very savage play from nicknames to try to force the tie.
Yeah, he took advantage of, like you said, the one exact situation that would give him a condition there, especially having played the exact same 3 Pokemon. You got to take every chance you can to secure victory. And it can be really difficult to know, like, are they going to throw on timing? Like, are they going to try and throw one more fast attack? So nickname being able to actually take advantage of that, really well played there.
Yeah, that was the only win con. That was the only win con, because if he just decides to just stay and try to reach for the move, he just lost because Rajev already had the move. So yeah, that was the win con. He got it, and now we are going to have a decisive game 3. We just saw in both battles that trainers are like feeling very comfortable by having just play with all those 3 Pokemon. So let's see if they decide to keep with the same 3, or if we see a different Pokemon. But in my opinion, those 3 are the most safest, because it's all about bulky / spammy Pokemon that you can have for this last battle.
Place your bets in the comments. Will we see the exact same 3 Pokemon? I mean, they've proven just how good they are, even when lined up exactly against one another. So I think I too would be really surprised to see anything different in this final match between these 2 very talented trainers. Who both have shown how they're able to take advantage of every situation they can. And Rajev absolutely making the wildest shield calls that I would never dream of making in the same scenario. I would be way too scared. So the patience, the resilience there, really well done.
I think that's why Rajev has a lot of titles of regionals on his bucket, because he plays in a different level that most of the trainers try or do in a battle like this. Because even if he might have like iron nerves, he also knows how to play in those particular situations. Like if you're playing, you know that this might be a bait, but you have shield, so why not to shield? So it's better to maybe that could be the thought. It's better to just use your shield, even if it could be a bait, than losing by not shielding, right? So that thought could be like the one that maybe Rajev has very in touch on his veins, and this is why he has a lot of experience on this situation. And once again, we're watching the Drapion, we're watching the Kingdra, and they now Rajev is bringing a new Pokemon. This is a Grimmsnarf on Rajev's part.
Exactly. Who bet that we would see a new Pokemon? It wasn't either of us, so I hope someone in the comments is profiting. We do see the Kingdra up against the Shadow Drapion here, and the crunch does land. That's a lot of damage, but Kingdra has a lot of energy to back it up.
Yeah, maybe this is going to be very key in this last battle, because in this part it's very hard to see if they are going to bait or not. And now maybe this is the reason why Rajev tried to bring the Grindler because he wants to have a better matchup against the Kingdra because Kingdra was key on nicknames on both battles. So now, even if the Swift is going to do a lot of damage, and even if he has to burn one shield here, he can try to fight back by grabbing a lot of energy there. And let's see how nickname decides to play because he's going to farm all the energy that he can get before to throw, and that's it, almost in the Swift. So great counted by Rajef.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing counting there of that one turn fast attack and throwing that foul play just before the Swift is reached. And we do see Drapion coming back in the field, but we'll have to reckon with this other foul play. Nickname showing they do want to protect all the energy they have on this Drapion as they can get even more. Now, if this Grimmsnarl does stay in, but can't quite reach the foul play in time. One shield on both sides, and we do see a Dunsparce versus Dunsparce battle of brothers here on the field.
Okay, I'm calling you this right now, Cass. This is going to be wild in the ending because both, even if both have one shield, both have one catch in this part. And one of the catch is not like a catch because the dripping has a lot of energy. So if you are nicknamed, you will really want to throw that energy. So this is going to be very interesting, especially from Roger's part, because he needs most likely that catch to be done because if Drapion can land at least one of the move, it's over. So it's going to be very close at the ending.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You are incredibly correct. And we do see Rarjef absolutely over farming as much as possible, knowing that there might be a catch at any moment, knowing that they need to be able to pry away the last shield while maintaining their Pokemon. And a charge attack priority event here. We do see the last shield going out from Rarjef. So will Drapion try and take advantage of the scenario? The shield does go up from nickname. Oh, I'm just waiting on the edge of my seat here.
Yeah, he tried to make a cut. He made it to reach it. This is going to be enough, and he also has the second move for the last one because Kingdom doesn't have enough energy. And no, the Drapion had more than 1 HP to be knocked out. And now this is going to be a win for nicknames. Incredible situation for that Drapion. I mean, you don't see every day a shiny Drapion like having good stats because in most of the cases that Drapion with 1 HP could be enough for the battle, but no, he had more than 1 HP to reach it. The second move, and that's the reason of why nickname is going to be the winner for this tournament. Amazing battle in the ending.
Oh my gosh, incredibly close. Each of these players taking exact advantage of their move counts, of their energy management, and the switch timer available to them. And you did call out, like, there was the potential for a catch there. It was going to be the win con for someone.
Sí.
All of the energy on the side of the Shadow Drapion from nickname actually proved to be the advantage in that game. Very well played, nickname. Congrats on your victory here. And nickname, I'm almost certain is probably going to be one of the trainers at UIC. So this is huge to be able to have success in this practice tournament and not just solidify your knowledge of these Pokemon, but gain some confidence in the team building for this unique meta challenge.
Absolutely. I think there's no better like motivation to have before a big tournament to winning a cash prize tournament, which is going to be this one the best like practice or school to have for all the trainers that are going to compete in the next weekend. So having this victory for nickname feels different because he doesn't even win this tournament, but also the way of how he won. Because we can remember that in the second battle he was just losing. He was about to lose, but he got the cut. He made the catch, and that was the win con for him to force the tie. And also at the ending, he made the same. He just kept with energy the Drapion and trying to pray that the Dragon Breath doesn't KO. It didn't, and that's why he managed to land 2 moves. So definitely the battles were more intense than we were expecting and thinking.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw how in the first 2 matches they literally bought the same 3 Pokemon each time. knowing that those were their most flexible picks against one another, and how they each were able to take advantage of their unique play styles in the end game there. Nickname has shown us, even in the previous matchups that we saw on stream, how they manage their energy so well to give advantage to that Drapion. And really understanding that and taking advantage of that Drapion once again, proving really valuable for Nickname there.
Absolutely. Yeah, right now we're just having a situation. Maybe we're going to have a dispute, so this is not over right now. Maybe it happened something in in that last battle. So our judges are just checking the footage, but maybe this is not over. So let's see what happened there. I am trying to remember what could happen right there, but maybe that was a one turn lag or something in the
Yeah.
matchup on the Kingdra. But definitely the battles. This is hard for judges because it's not easy to be aware about what is happening when most of the Pokemon are having like a lot of fast move pressure with the Kingdra,
Yeah.
for example, or with the Grimmsnarl or with the Book Biters, but also being on point with everything that is happening. So we are going to try to give them a little bit of time for this, but this is not over yet. So we need to be a little bit more aware about that.
Yeah, we're going to let our experienced judges take a look at this. We're going to take a break so that they can have the time they need, and we will be back with you momentarily for our winners finals and potentially a winner interview.
Hello, my name is Telegraph Train, and I'm here with Zygarden to talk to you about Pokemon typing. There are 18 types in Pokemon Go, and they all interact differently with one another. The types of damage we'll be talking about today are super effective, which you can see with a plus, not very effective, which you can see with a minus, and neutral, which means damage is applied normally. To emphasize this point, we'll be taking a look at fire, grass, and water type. These are 3 elemental types in Pokemon Go that interact in sort of a triangle. Fire is super effective against grass. Grass is super effective against water. And water is super effective against fire. These 3 types keep each other in a balance. But let's flip those arrows around and take a look at resistances, or not very effective damage. These move types will do reduced damage in this relationship. Fire is not very effective against water, water is not very effective against grass, and grass is not very effective against fire. In addition, all of these types resist damage from their own typing. That means water resists water, fire resists fire, and grass resists grass. There are a lot more typings to explore in Pokemon Go, but that's all for now. See you back on the battlefield. Hello, passionate trainers. My name is Telegraph Train, and together with Zygarden, I'm absolutely thrilled to dive into the exhilarating format of today's tournament. Top trainers from every corner of the globe have come together for this momentous occasion. Today, our fierce battlers will face off in the electrifying Show 6 Pick 3 format of the Great League. Each competitor has meticulously crafted a team of 6 Pokemon, hand-picking 3 of them for every intense battle. As they gaze upon their opponent's formidable team, the challenge ignites the fire within, compelling them to strategize and choose the perfect trio to claim victory. Every match, a gritty best 2 out of 3 will push the limits of skill and determination. Our tournament adopts a thrilling Swiss bracket format, ensuring that every brave soul will fight valiantly through all rounds. At the end of it all, only the top 4 standout players will ascend to a heart-pounding single elimination top cut, where only one can rise as champion. Wishing you all the best of luck, dear trainers. Let your spirits soar as we unite on the battlefield. Hello, amazing trainers. I am Telegraph Train, and today I'm thrilled to guide you through the Zygarden website, where your competitive Pokemon journey comes to life. To embark on this fantastic adventure, simply click on the link on your screen now. This will open the doors to the Zygarden landing page, where the magic begins. Here, you can effortlessly sign in using Google, Facebook, or Discord, empowering you to connect with fellow trainers from across the globe. As you set up your account, take a moment to infuse it with your unique spirit. Enter your in-game trainer name, friend code, country, and time zone. This is your introduction to the community where your presence will shine brightly.
Hello trainers, Hurricane Kaz here. With your profile complete, navigate to the My Tournaments page. Here you'll discover all the thrilling tournaments that you've signed up for, each one an opportunity to challenge yourself and showcase your skills. To join these exhilarating tournaments, you'll need a special link accompanied by an invite code. This code will whisk you away to the main tournament page. There, a simple click on the register button at the top right will set your journey in motion. You'll then assemble a fierce team of 6 Pokemon. The depth and detail demanded for your team registration is at the discretion of the tournament organizer. They may wish to know your Pokemon's nicknames, combat power, HP, moves, best buddies, and whether or not they are purified. Don't forget, if shadow Pokemon are allowed, identifying them is essential. The move entry tool makes this process easier, displaying only the moves your Pokemon can learn. Hello trainers, Hurricane Kaz here. As the excitement builds and a tournament officially begins, a bracket will be unveiled, revealing the path to glory. Each round, you'll face off against formidable opponents, and thanks to the side-by-side viewing option, you'll easily compare your team with theirs. After an epic battle, you and your opponent will input your scores for the match. When all battles have concluded and scores are submitted, tournament organizers will advance the tournament to the next exhilarating round. They also have the power to automatically progress rounds once all scores are in, keeping the momentum alive.
Hello trainers, Telegraph Train here looking at tournament creation. To create a tournament, the first step is to sign in. Once you've signed in, journey over to the dashboard. From there, navigate to My Tournaments. In the top right corner, you'll find a vibrant green button labeled New Tournament. Click on that to embark on your exciting first step in hosting a tournament. Fill in the details, including your tournament name, start date, and time. On the next page, you'll set up the tournament format. While we currently support solo play, we have more options on the horizon. Your tournament can be structured as Swiss, round robin, single, or double elimination. You have the power to add an additional format to determine how the top contenders clash in an epic showdown to claim victory. We offer a variety of meta options that are refined based on community feedback. You can also have the flexibility to modify how many battles each trainers play per round and set a maximum number of participants up to 256. On the following page, adjust the round length, allowing your tournament to unfold over a few hours, days, or even weeks of thrilling gameplay. Then, you can also decide what details participants must share as they enter their Pokemon into the Grand Arena. Finally, craft the description for your tournament, sharing the important information participants should be aware of. This is a great place to include Discord invite links so players can interact and coordinate their battles. To grab the link to send out to your participants, simply click back into the tournament. Make sure it concludes with invite code equals so that players can register smoothly. We look forward to seeing you on the battlefield. Hello, my name is Telegraph Train, and I'm here with Zygarden to talk to you about Pokemon typing. There are 18 types in Pokemon Go, and they all interact differently with one another. The types of damage we'll be talking about today are super effective, which you can see with a plus, not very effective, which you can see with a minus, and neutral, which means damage is applied normally. To emphasize this point, we'll be taking a look at fire, grass, and water type. These are 3 elemental types in Pokemon Go that interact in sort of a triangle. Fire is super effective against grass. Grass is super effective against water. And water is super effective against fire. These 3 types keep each other in a balance. But let's flip those arrows around and take a look at resistances, or not very effective damage. These move types will do reduced damage in this relationship. Fire is not very effective against water, water is not very effective against grass, and grass is not very effective against fire. In addition, all of these types resist damage from their own typing. That means water resists water, fire resists fire, and grass resists grass. There are a lot more typings to explore in Pokemon Go, but that's all for now. See you back on the battlefield.
All right. We have review results from our judging team. The judges have deemed that there will be a rematch, so we do get yet another exciting conclusion match. Decisive game 3 incoming between these two very talented players.
Yeah, the sizing game 3.1 because we're going to have one extra battle, and it seems that definitely it was very impactful in a part where the Drapion, where the Dunsparce mirror was being engaged. So, mm, according on what we are watching, maybe we are going to see the exact same tree for the opponents in case they decide to do something different.
Another chance to place your bets, everybody.
Yeah, we are going to see more Kingdra, more Drapion. So let's see how that goes. But
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
this is why these type of formats are the best, because even if you play the same exact 3 Pokemon, you don't really need to have like switch advantage, because you can play different, you can swap, you can let it go, you can double shield, and the battle goes totally different. And even if it's almost over, we can see the battle like the game 2 where Nickname just won by having a catch. So these battles have almost everything. So that's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing that is worth noting is that whether you're battling in grassroots or in the championship series at a regional event or at the upcoming international championship, that you do always have the opportunity to have your battles reviewed by a judge just to make sure that everything is played fair. You know, whether or not something actually happened, whether you think maybe it's just in your head, it's always worth having a judge take a look. So never be afraid to have someone raise your hand, say that you need an assistance here, because we all want to play fairly,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's why we have such an amazing team of judges here at the
Yeah.
Zygarden and staffing our regional events as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because even if we know that maybe this game might have some glitches or some errors and things like that, we want to have the cleanest and the best plays possible from all the opponents. So that's why we want to be all the most clear possible. So we are going to have a rematch. Most likely, we're going to see the same Pokemon, but it's going to be all about how they want to play. Maybe
You
where
keep saying that, but we did see Grimmsnarl in that last match.
yeah, yeah, I saw the Grimslar, and maybe that could be the situation that could be different, because if we remember that battle, he decides to keep the Grimslar alive for for later. So maybe
Mhm.
now instead of keep it alive, maybe trying to just let it go and try to farm could be ideal, because something that we just saw on both opponents is that they don't like to be being farmed after beating one Pokemon. So they just want to insta swap, and they keep that almost fainted Pokemon for later
Mhm.
for a catch, and that worked for the nickname in game two, because that's how he won against Rare Jeff. So yeah, most likely in the Dunsparce mirror situation could be a little bit different, but
Mhm.
most likely it's going to be all about how they play the Drapion and how they play, for example, Rare Jeff, how he plays the Grimslar.
Yeah, and I am getting a note from production. They would like me to emphasize this is a play rough Grim Snarl.
Wow,
This
nice.
is one of the more unique ones that we have seen on our screen today, a play rough
Yeah.
and foul play Grimmsnarl. So it's another, opportunity to highlight that even after you build your team of 6, your
Mm-hmm.
team building's not done. You still can take advantage of multiple attack options that are
Yeah.
available to you that maybe support your team a little bit better. And I think that Rarjef using sort of the stronger charged attacks on this
Mm-hmm.
Grimmsnarl shows how he wants to use that Pokemon on his team.
Yeah, most likely because of that. Play rough on Grimlar gives a little bit more of finishing damage for the ending. So Grimlar as a sweeper without shields could be better, because we know that player of does a little bit more than a fall play.
Mhm.
So if you cannot have two fall plays and you just have energy for one move, player of is going to be the way to go. So most likely that's going to be the situation. Rajef is already locked in, so we are just waiting for nicknames. Team, but most likely the strategy, because we know that nickname is going to use the same three Pokemon, so it's going to be how he decides to adapt most likely.
You're very convinced, and I'm not sold. I think we might see nickname try and shake it up a little bit in this last one. I mean, we saw
Yeah,
how much he can shake it up even with just those three same Pokemon, but
yeah,
adding a new one to the mix might give him an even stronger advantage. I mean, we both talked a big game about Seeking. I'd like
yeah.
to see it in our final match.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeking might have some play as well, because Seeking can put a lot of pressure with the shields, most likely. Maybe Seeking as a safe zone, because we were talking about Seeking early in the matchup, but now he nickname decides to go a little bit more safe by bringing
Mhm.
the Drapion, the Kingdra, and the Dunsparce. But yeah, we can see the Seeking right now. Why not?
Listen, if there's ever a time, it's gonna be in this
Yeah,
game
this yeah.
deciding match right now.
The last battle, they are going to start Kingdra versus Dunsparce. So at least we already know this situation, but Dunsparce in the lead did something different for Roger's part.
Yes,
Oh,
and we
this is a
do
speed up.
actually see a different Pokemon over on Rarjeff's
Okay,
side.
you
It is
won.
the Spide
You
Ups
won.
this time.
You won. Okay,
No,
this is
well,
this
we
drill
both
run is
we
going to do a
both
lot of
lost, I
damage.
think.
Yeah, Drill Run is going to do decent damage to the Kingdra, because Kingdra, even
Mhm.
if it's not the best Pokemon, Drill Run does not a lot of damage only to the Drapion. So this is going to do a lot of because Outrage it's
Ooh.
very heavy damage, and now Rajev wants to have some situation on advantage by having energy on the Kingdra. We know that Kingdra with energy is going to be very deadly, but having in the back speed ups most likely let me think that he wants to double shield speedos for later. So let's see how that plays, especially if the Dunsparce is still here against the Kingdra.
Yeah, exactly. Dunsparce get overloading on energy just a little bit before throwing this drill run. And this Kingdra from Rajaf, as you mentioned, has been here for a while, does have a ton of energy, and now also has their own outrage to throw. Do we see a shield? Yes, actually, nickname calling this very powerful charged
Wow.
attack, shielding and protecting the energy and health on this very tanky Dunsparce so that it can maximize the damage. Another Swift come through, and nickname knowing that it's just the Swift saying, you can have this one.
Yeah, especially because of that part by shielding the big move on the Dunsparce, because maybe he was thinking, okay, if that's for example a Drapion in the back, maybe having HP on Dunsparce could be ideal, but no, it was the speed ups, and even if speed ups is doing decent damage with the bug bites. The Dunsparce already got another move, and he decides to double shield. So no shields from Rajev now, but Drapion with shield advantage is not going to be enough because this launch is going to nerf the attack product. And let's see if Rajev decides to keep the speed ups for later, but he doesn't have more healthy Pokemon in the back. So this is not looking good for Rajev.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Drapion has not just a shield to hide behind that it just used, but it can
Yeah.
over farm quite a bit before having to throw its energy against the Spidops. But we do see the Spidops has another lunge here. Is this going to be enough to get this Drapion off of the field with all of its
Wow.
energy? Yes, it is. And so now Nickname has a choice between two Pokemon with a decent amount of health left between them, while Rarjev has
Oh,
a
he made it.
Dunsparce with energy coming in to get rid of this Kingdra.
Yeah, he took out the Kindra with this move on the Dunsparce, and now it's almost over because even if he has slight HP on the Dunsparce, I don't think it's going to be enough for a nickname because Rajev still has two Pokemon that can fast move pressure on him, and maybe Rajev is going to have this.
Yeah, exactly. Rarjev really taking advantage of that unique Spidops that he decided to bring in that end game there with enough health left over to bug bite the Dunsparce from Nickname off of the field. So Rarjev actually claiming the rematch there and
Yeah.
securing his victory as our champion in this EUIC meta challenge. So it's
Yeah,
a word,
absolutely.
it's a lot of letters right there.
Yeah, yeah. You're not like you get used to say those letters like all together, right? So that's fine.
I'm used to
But
typing them, not
yeah,
saying them out.
just type, just type, not talking.
Yeah,
That's great.
exactly. This is our
I,
first opportunity really to kind of highlight the European
yep,
meta in a stream.
absolutely.
But we will all get very used to it next weekend. And fortunately, we do have our winner, Rarjev,
Mhm.
going to be in an interview here. So we can ask him kind of what some of the thought process is behind this team, what some initial thoughts are of this meta. So we can get even further insight before that international championship next weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but Rajev was competing on earlier in Chile, in Santiago, in the
Mm-hmm.
regional of Santiago. So in that situation, he was like, "Okay, I'm still have enough energy to go to play another tournament." Well, he just won that.
You might as well, right? What
Yeah.
else are you doing? Sleeping? Nah.
Nah. Okay, we already have Rajev with us. Rajev, congratulations to you. That was a great run, especially because you were playing a whole different meta that you were playing earlier in Santiago. So I would like to, first of all, to congratulate you and also to ask you, what do you think about this meta? I know that you really like this type of meta where you have like a lot of situations where you're not like in touch to play the same. So, what are your thoughts about this meta?
Thank you very much for everything. So yeah, I'm here in Santiago and I played in the morning. I didn't have a good result, so I came to the hotel just to rest. And then I saw the tournament and said, yeah, I have time for that.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I can practice a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. Go ahead. Go
uh,
ahead.
yeah. I'm liking a lot this meta. So I think it's not easy to make a restrict meta and also make it very balanced and everything. So I think they did a pretty good job with this UIC meta. Just comparing for like the LAIC meta, that was, in my opinion, it was an okay meta, but not as good as this one. This one is like you have so much option. It's way neutral, and you have like
Yep.
you can have different types of gameplay at the same
Yep.
time with different teams. So I think it's very good.
Yeah,
So
I
did
think.
you have Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, no. I would just wanted to say that there's a lot of neutrality. There's very few situations where you have to swap, like for example, Spiritomb against the Grimslard, but only just that, because against all the others you can just stay, play, and after that see how the battle goes. So yeah, I'm agree with you with that.
I'm just
I just want
curious.
just one
Since
thing. I
you
think
Oh,
it's pretty. Oh, sorry. I think it's pretty good and healthy when you're playing, and sometimes you think you're winning and sometimes you think you're losing and then you are winning again. Like I think the emotions get a lot different along the way, and I feel that also. Like my opponents also say that after playing with them, like they usually say, oh, I thought I was going to win, or oh, I thought I was going to lose, and then suddenly I got a chance. And so I think it's very healthy for the meta when it's good like this.
so how much time did you actually have to team build for this tournament today?
Uh, Actually, I wasn't planning to play because I was supposed to be at the regional, but I
Mhm.
had I had this thing that I have been practicing with it. So I played the Toronto regional and also the
Mhm.
Merida regional, and my plan was to after that, after Merida, was to focus on the USC meta
Mhm.
and London one. So it has been like 10 days that I'm very focused and team building this thing, and that's what I use it. So yeah, wasn't something that I would just came up today. It was something that I have been practicing and using.
Okay, great. So what really stood out to you at first? Is there maybe one Pokemon that you really wanted to build around, or was it more of a I like these handful of Pokemon, let me fill in the gaps?
I'm usually pretty open to different Pokemons and different type. I try my best not to be uh very focused on I have to use this because that's the best
Mhm.
Pokemon or that's the meta. But I can't deny that I really like Kingdra. I really like Dunsparce. I really like Drapion. So I don't think that's like the meta or the is the matter, right? But not you have to you need to have these Pokemons on your team.
Mhm.
But I think I really like how the gameplay works with these Pokemons. Same thing as Licky Licky. I just couldn't put the Licky Licky on this team, but I think it's very good as well. So I think the gameplay between these Pokemons is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you felt very comfortable with the team that you were running, and
Mhm.
I could identify that for the last battle where you tried to play speed ups as a closer, you were thinking maybe two shields and speed ups should be the way to go because speed ups with two shields most likely can across everything, especially with the Dunsparce out. So that having that situation on your favor, I think that was your win condition. So that's the good part that this meta can brings, in my opinion, that you can adapt the strats. Like you can play very offensive, like bringing all the spammer Pokemon, like or playing a little bit more safe that to play a Pokemon that does more fast move pressure with two shield, like in your case the speed ups. So what are your thoughts about this meta? Are the same or similar to this, or what makes you feel that this meta is better than the like?
Yeah, I agree. I think exactly with what you said. Like, sort of the idea was to use Kingdra to bait out the Dunsparce, and then my Spirops could be more free because from the Pokemon that he was using, like Spirops was okay. Besides Dunsparce, he shooting my outrage at the end like wasn't the plan. So I think that's something good. Like my plan was to bait out the Dunsparce, and then with the Dunsparce out of the way, Spirops could have more play. But when he shooted my outrage, I have
The
to
outrage,
sort
yeah,
of
that was tricky because okay, the Dunsparce is
yeah.
still
There was too much Dunsparce at that point. So I think at that point I had to sort of change my plan. So like the two shoot Spirops wasn't actually the plan at the beginning, but then work out at the end. At some point I wasn't 100% confident, but I was trying my best, and then everything worked out.
Yeah, it actually worked out really well. And it was a really good call to kind of bring in something different. I mean, we were bantering a lot on stream about how you and Nickname both kept bringing the same three Pokemon in the first two battles. Would we see something different? And the fact that in the first game, third game actually, you brought the Grimmsnarl. And then in the rematch, bringing the Spidops just shows how adaptable you are, on the fly with what you think your opponent is going to be. So, do you think more about what your opponent is bringing or what your best shot is with your Pokemon?
Usually, I try my best to build a team that whatever my opponent's going to bring, I have a good shot. So
Mm-hmm.
I try not to predict because like people have different thoughts, different ways to think. So it's
Mm-hmm.
sometimes kind of hard to predict. So I try to focus on that, and at the same time, I try to be unpredictable. So on that game, bringing greens now, and then Spide Ops, and like when I first face nickname on Swiss. I use a lot
Mm-hmm.
of Spiritomb, and now I didn't use Spiritomb at all. So I try to be a little unpredictable to my opponent. So at any point, I could have brought Spiritomb. I think that's why he kept using so much the Drapion.
Yeah, I think the way of how you deal that last battle after how the second battle, especially where you lost by the catch, was a little bit. I was thinking, okay, Rajev already won, but after that catch and putting the situations on 1-1, that was like all over the place. So you really managed very well because even if you lost the last one after the situation that the game caused to you, you played amazingly. So congratulations once again. So I'm very excited to see you tomorrow on Santiago because even if the battles are not streamed, we can follow you on the bracket. So definitely, I think this is the best way of how you can say goodnight to someone who is going to compete tomorrow to win a tournament. So congratulations once again, Jeff, and well, all the best luck for the next week and the UIC.
Yes,
Oh,
congrats and best of luck.
thanks a lot, everyone. I'll not be playing tomorrow, Santiago, but I heard it will be streamed tomorrow. So Alan Diaz Kurlash will be representing us.
Oh,
Uh, but thanks a lot for the stream, for the tournament. Thanks a lot for hosting. It's amazing to have you guys helping to grow the community with that. So I usually when I'm not playing, I try to watch. So I
Mm-hmm.
happy that this time I could play and have a good tournament. So thanks a lot. Even if I haven't won, like is good to have that. It's good that you're helping all the players to practice and be more prepared for the tournament.
Yes, and
thank
we're
you.
happy
Definitely,
to
that means
facilitate
a
all
lot.
that practice.
Yeah, definitely,
Thanks a
that
lot.
means a lot. Well, after that saying, I think it's all done from us. This was a very nice and an amazing stream. The tournament was amazing. I really enjoyed
Mm-hmm.
it a lot from the beginning to right now. So we're just going to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you for having us. I hope that you could enjoy the stream. And well, this is thanks for you. Thank you once again for having me, all the crew, and it was a pleasure to me.
Yeah, exactly the same from me. Thank you so much to the Zygarden for hosting these tournaments, giving everyone the opportunity to practice. Congrats to everyone who competed today. I really hope that everyone learned what they needed to, and we see so much success from all these trainers next weekend at EUIC. And I look forward to seeing how the meta continues to adapt even after today's tournament. Thank you to our production team for being so flexible and amazing this entire tournament. And congrats to Rajev for teaching us all the value of Spidops and Grimmsnarl, as well as that Kingdra that we saw in the last games.
Thank you. Definitely, that was an amazing season. And have a good weekend. Enjoy your night or enjoy your day if you are just waking up. So, have a good one until the next one.